Enlil's main temple stood in Nippur, and he was considered the mythological father of the city god Ninurta. To establish his authority, Enlil assimilated several of Ninurta's myths. Hymns from later periods describe how Enlil granted rulers kingship, a role previously associated with Inanna. Despite Enlil's rising influence, Inanna's preeminent position was not easily displaced, as demonstrated in the hymns of the Third Dynasty of Ur. During the Third Dynasty of Ur, 2112 to 2004,
Wait, in Garfield.
Sumerian culture
Turning in the covers.
experienced a revival in the southern city-states.
Am I on my speaker? Yeah, I am. Are you good right there?
The royal dynasty of
He said that was the book.
originated in Ur. They brought the city goddess Inanna with them when they moved to Ur. The dynasty was named the Third Dynasty of Ur, as it marked the third instance of the divine grant of kingship to Ur,
There you go.
according to the Sumerian kings.
Yep, under Uranus.
During this period, Ur III's kings engaged in diplomatic relations with Elam and Mari, marrying their daughters into friendly royal families. The dynasty lasted about a century, during which a significant bureaucratic system was established. The state collected and transported commodities from various provinces to a central point. Trading connections with places like Magan, probably Oman, and Dilmun, present-day Bahrain, were vital for overseas trade with India, where exotic products like carnelian stones were obtained from the mysterious land of Meluha. Literary and administrative writings were prominent during this era. Tablet scribes were highly valued, and they composed literary texts alongside administrative records. The teaching of writing took place in a house of tablets called E2Dubba. Private tablet schools operated within residential areas, where teachers instructed their pupils. King Ulgi, c. 2094 to 2047 BC, was known for establishing numerous tablet schools nationwide. Sumerian literature mainly originates from this period, but it should be noted that the monarchs of the time often manipulated history to suit their needs. Inanna's relationship with the kings is evident in many hymns they commissioned, describing her love and support for the rulers. Ceremonial wedding nights were celebrated in the temple of Inanna in Uruk, symbolizing the king's union with her as her beloved husband. In the time after the fall of the Akkadian Empire, a ruler named Utu-Hegel rose to power in the city of Uruk. His reign was marked by constant battles against the Gutians, who had taken control of a significant part of the region. The Gutians, originating from the Zagros highlands in the east, launched fierce attacks on the land. King Utu-Hegel held a special connection with the goddess Inanna, the revered deity of Uruk. Ancient hymns spoke of the assigned roles of Enlil and Inanna, who played significant parts in the affairs of these kings. One poem described how Utu-Hegel achieved victory over the Gutians and gained Inanna's favor. Enlil, the supreme ruler of all lands, chose Utu-Hegel, the mighty and unyielding king of Unuk, to eradicate the threat of Gutium, a menacing force that had violently opposed the gods. Gutium had captured the kingship of Sumer and caused havoc, wickedness, and violence to plague the land.
Yep, the triangles. I'm connecting them all. You guys are all fucking retarded.
Supported Utu-Hegel in his mission. Inanna, seeking assistance, turned to Utu-Hegel, the ruler of Uruk. Enlil had initially sent the despised Gutians to punish the land, and now Inanna relied on Utu-Hegel to expel them. The people of Uruk and Kula were persuaded to support Utu-Hegel's cause, as he claimed the backing of Inanna and her husband, Dumuzi. The plot thickened as Utu-Hegel received support from Enlil, bolstering his position and weakening the Gutians, who eventually surrendered their king to Uruk. Despite the courtly poet's creative interpretations and embellishments, the Gutians were partially defeated. Nevertheless, Utu-Hegel's reputation and influence grew, and he benefited from the prevailing narrative. Following Utu-Hegel's reign, another king named Ur-Nama came to power, 2110 to 2095 BC. He conquered Lagash and parts of northern Mesopotamia, proudly adopting the title of King of Sumer and Akkad in his songs of self-praise. Despite enjoying immense prosperity during his rule, Ur-Nama's victory was short-lived, as he was mortally wounded on the battlefield after 7 years. He moved to Ur following his brother's death, and his time in Uruk ended. During his reign, Ur-Nama witnessed tremendous growth and wealth in his realm. Trade with Dilmun on the Persian Gulf flourished, and he boasted of constructing canals and bringing opulence to the land in his hymns. Agriculture thrived with abundant cattle and bountiful crops. King Urnama oversaw the construction of many temples, the most famous of which was
So Garfield, there we go.
Nana. The kings of the
Just let me know what's up.
a tradition of aligning their families with the gods, and Urnama identified himself with this lineage.
Put you on top of that cross in the backyard. Right. No, the big one. No, the real big one. And we take a lightning bolt.
After Gilgamesh's passing, Ninsun became Urnama's mother through these mythical ties. Urnama recounted.
No, your dad ties his wrists and hangs there for 3 days.
The original script focused on the reigns of two kings, Utu-Hegel and Urnama, highlighting their battles, alliances, and divine connections. In ancient times, by admiring the appearance of his seed, Suan infused.
I'm crucifying myself. Garfield too.
I-U-T-U was born and became a
He wasn't way better than me up there, trust me.
Enlil, the powerful god,
I've seen like mullet before.
his name during my birth, while Nintud assisted in the process. From conception in my mother Ninsun's womb, it was evident that
See, that'd be hard getting Garfield up there. He'd want to get down. No, badly. Bad.
He was highly regarded as a shepherd
Actually.
by An and Enlil. He performed the sacred marriage.
See, you could bend it, right? Those things are tough.
And they met in the Gipar.
TV antennas.
Linen on a sweet-smelling bedchamber with
How tough are you? About that tough. No, I could do that.
He brought prosperity
Carry that cage up there.
by ensuring they had excellent
Put it on top. Force Garfield in there. Maybe. That'd be hard.
into their significant multiplication.
The tie up there good. No good. Wind whipping. Garfield up there, a bunch of blankets.
Without her support,
Just put a big ass bag cable up there with him.
however, tragedy struck when Urnama was severely wounded in battle against the
So if they came and got him, everyone would see. They're coming to get us.
This incident caused deep dismay among the gods, as expressed in the lamentation, the death of Urnama. The king's mother, Ninsun, grieved endlessly, and the land suffered with crops decaying and cattle dying. Urnama distributed gifts to the underworld gods in the afterlife, and was chosen to issue underworld judgments alongside Gilgamesh. The funeral rites mirrored those discovered in the royal cemetery of Ur, an ancient burial site. As the upper world mourned, the lower world celebrated. Urnama's wife lamented the loss of her husband, realizing he would never again be with their children or see his young daughters grow up. She felt overwhelmed and trapped like a boat in a storm, with no strength to moor herself. The hymn recounts her anguish, and the guards set up to keep her confined. Although not present at Urnama's fate, the goddess Inanna had been away on important matters, and Enlil had modified his judgment behind her back. Inanna's sacred marriage rite was meant to grant Urnama a long life, and her absence during the critical moment was a matter of concern. However, the hymn emphasizes that she was not responsible for the unfolding events. When Inanna learned about the situation, her rage was unleashed.
But Jesus said,
causing chaos and
"Don't lock me up, crucify me."
Stressed the importance of observing written laws and upholding justice at the god's place of sunrise. In this ancient
Don't put me in a box, crucify me.
mix of divine
Because he was different too.
tragedy, and the consequences of decisions made in life and beyond. Inanna speaks of written laws, which are the immutable decrees made by the gods, Nam, Ta, or Me, that cannot be altered, as it would disrupt the cosmic order. She reveals that her sacred shrine, Iana, has been elevated high
So you can know who I am.
by her holy Gipar, and only her chosen shepherd in his prime can enter. She emphasizes the importance of her strong and capable shepherd, whose growth would bring benefits like lush grass and herbs in the desert or a steady riverboat. According to Inanna, just like Dumuzi, Urnama will experience a revival after death, akin to the
See, Garfield, that's crucifixion. You think you got it bad? No, you got a fucking box that can push you around in.
Inanna declares that
On those fucking rocks, even.
his name will live on eternally. He will be remembered for the canals he constructed, the fertile lands he developed,
So I have to carry you almost all the way there. You know the cush.
and the fortresses
You know the fucking cush.
his
You what? You want to get out and go home?
and his
Why?
descendants shall inherit his legacy. It's worth noting that the enumeration does not mention his battlefield victories, legislations, or temple building, as pointed out by Vilka. After Urnama's reign, his son Sulgi ascended to the throne. There was a possibility that the menace of the Gutians still lingered due to Urnama's violent death, as lamented.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now, and the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Granger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders.
Like, what do you go through? Trap door at my house? Why?
We have an unwavering commitment.
Or you just disappear and come back?
Up and running.
How?
Call GoGranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
During Sulgi's rule, Sumerian culture experienced its pinnacle of prosperity, and though he was likely very young, he effectively governed the vast and complex state bureaucracy. Ulgi appointed his daughter Enitziana to honor the moon god, and he strategically married his other daughters to his vassals. Sulgi faced fierce battles with the Gutians, as evidenced in the year names and the conscription of Ur's sons as archers. Like his father, Sulgi maintained cordial relations with the gods, viewing Ninsun and Lugalbanda as his ancestors, and considering Gilgamesh as his brother. He even participated in the sacred marriage with goddess Inanna, an unprecedented act among his predecessors, and became a god during his lifetime, adding the Dingir sign to his name like Naram Sin of Akkad. The 24th year of Sulgi's reign marked his military campaigns against the Gutians, as recorded in numerous clay tablets and hymns about him. In one such hymn, Sulgi explains how he secures support from a well-chosen arrangement of Sumerian gods, including his mother, Ninsun, and Lugalbanda. Notably, Nintu, the nurturing mother of Ninlil and Enlil's protector, along with Nana, the moon god, are among those who protect and support Sulgi. Curiously, despite invoking many divine helpers, Sulgi does not mention his divine spouse, Inanna, the war goddess par excellence, in this heavenly lineup for battle. The next part of the script vividly describes Ulgi's heroic exploits on the battlefield in great detail. With his skilled use of a throw stick and sling, he swiftly dispatched the enemies of Sumer, mowing them down like locusts or fish. He showed no mercy to the rebels from foreign lands, sparing only the young children while seeking revenge. Ulgi's wrath extended to those who had destroyed Sumer, as he devastated their lands, uprooted crops and trees, and left a destruction trail in their cities. Gutium's people were scattered like grain across foreign lands. Upon his triumphant return, Ulgi visited the temples of the gods who had supported him, presenting his spoils of war to Enlil and Ninlil. Enlil, overjoyed with Ulgi's fate, declared it to be a happy one. A prologue needs to be added to Ulgi D hymn, and scholars like Jacob Klein suggest that Ulgi X might be a sequel, as it lacks one. The text describes Ulgi's return to Ur, including visiting Inanna's shrine. It portrays an intimate encounter between Ulgi and Inanna, his queen, as they engage in ritualistic activities together. Inanna expresses her admiration for Ulgi and decrees his destiny as a shepherd of all lands. She lists his exceptional qualities and assures him of the success that awaits him. Inanna pledges to support Ulgi in battle, acting as his attendant and representing him in important assemblies. She encourages him throughout his campaigns, stating that her divine father chose him to be a shepherd. She acknowledges his generosity in providing for Anna, the sacred shrine, and highlights his rightful place on the lofty dais and shining throne, wearing the brilliant crown and royal garb. In a poetic and intimate tone, Inanna mentions various aspects of Ulgi's physique and abilities, praising his fast running, accuracy in archery, and proficiency with weapons. She lovingly remarks on his worthiness, fitting perfectly as a battle mace wielder, and even playfully acknowledges his delight in her embrace. Overall, this part of the script portrays a powerful and passionate exchange between Ulgi and Inanna, highlighting their deep connection and the divine support granted to Ulgi's reign as a shepherd and king. Our connection will last a very long time and be filled with joy. I pray that A will never alter his mind about what he has chosen for you. We beseech Enlil, who is in charge of determining our destinies, to keep them the same. He was dealt with in such a manner by Inanna. Ulgi was no different from other great kingdoms, which either sought worship from their citizens or commissioned enormous monuments of themselves to display their authority. Even though it was pouring rain, there was a storm, and there was a howling wind, Ulgi A was able to run the 160 kilometers from Nippur to Ur in just one day. He is an amazing runner. It was a contest of wills between the northern and southern prevailing winds. Lightning and 7 different winds came rushing down from the skies. The lightning and storms that occurred during the earthquake were responsible for causing it. The water from the ground was combined with the water that fell from the sky. The impact of small and enormous hailstones was felt all over my back. Despite this, the monarch did not show any fear. Instead, he rode over the desert like an ass and honored Nippur and Ur on the same day by performing this brave act. In the palace established by An, my brother and traveling companion, the hero UTU, and I drank beer. My singers complimented me while 7 tiki drummers played in the background. At the dinner, I was joined by my husband, the Virgin Inanna, known as the Lady and the Delight of Heaven and Earth. These hymns shed light on these kings' desperation to legitimize their rule. Their right to rule is justified by the use of political power and the application of ideological strategies. The king states in the hymn Ulgi-E, also known as the Testament of Ulgi, that the hymns the poets have composed about him at the god's command must never be forgotten. As a result, the king had these hymns written down line by line in holy heavenly writing in the house of the wisdom of Nisaba, which he regarded as significant works of scholarship. The king observes that the indestructible celestial writing has a lasting reputation and that he will be remembered for all time. Let there be glitter in my songs like there's silver in the mine. They are required to be carried out at every cult location, including the Shrine of the New Moon. Please, Enlil and Ninlil, accept my sincere thanks each morning and evening for the meals Nana prepares. He instructs the priests serving in the Ekur temple of Enlil to sing about his wisdom and brilliance till the end of time, so that his legacy would be remembered. In this way, Ulgi contributed to the enhancement of the prestige of the tablet schools by having as many scribes as possible copy the hymns and songs about him, Adab, Balbail, Surname Sub, Tigi, etc., and pass them on to the subsequent generation. As a result, numerous hymns about Ulgi are still around today. As a result of the singing of these hymns, Ulgi is transported to heaven, while at the same time being transported back to earth. Amar Sin, 2046 to 2038 BC. Despite the lack of clarity around Amar Sin's ascendancy, Sulgi was blessed with 17 sons and at least 31 children. Since Amar Sin was dethroned by his brother Su Sin, the length of Amar Sin's rule has yet to be discovered. Su Sin is Amar Sin's successor. It's possible that neglecting or disparaging Amar Sin's recollection was on purpose following the argument between the brothers. Following what Sulgi had described, his successors continued along the same route. The topics that predominate in Amar Sin's correspondence are the water economy and the emancipation of those who are held as enslaved people, rather than military concerns or diplomatic negotiations. His correspondence, much like the correspondence of other monarchs, has yet to be recorded by scribes. Amar Sin is only mentioned in 2 writings, describing how he could not reconstruct the temple dedicated to Enki. This is a topic that is prevalent throughout the Curse of Akkad. Naram Sin had little success repairing Enlil's temple in this hymn.
Too good to be evil, huh? Too good to be evil.
We can deduce that the gods had turned their backs on the monarch because there was no response to Naram Sin's attempt to appease them by dressing in mourning attire. However, the king covered himself in mourning garments without an answer. Amar Sin is an Unheilsherrscher, a horrible king who ruled only to harm the country during his reign. He found himself in the same position as his predecessor. Su Sin, 2037 to 2029 BC. Su Sin would only rule briefly after succeeding his brother Amar Sin, who had previously held the throne. Su Sin, the penultimate king of his dynasty, began construction on a wall that was 180 kilometers long between the Euphrates and the Diyala River during an attack by the Amorites, of whom there would be more later. This wall was constructed to halt the Amorites' progress. He referred to this endeavor as the wall withholding the Amorites, Murik Tibnim, but it was ultimately unsuccessful, and the Ur-III dynasty would end during the reign of his successor, Ibbi-Sin. The heritage and culture of the Sumerians established by the Ur-III kings would, however, be carried on by the future dynasties. It was discovered that the lyrics of a few songs written about Su-Sin's father matched the work done by his father, and the subtext confirmed Inanna's position as a love goddess. The songs were written about Su-Sin's grandfather. The following song, which is not very well known, is about Susan's mother, wife, and concubine. However, it needs to be clarified which woman is playing which role, or who is speaking to whom. Both Sulgi and Susin can be traced back to divine determinatives, D, which are as follows. It was Abisimti who gave birth to the Holy One. It was the Queen, Nin, who gave birth to the Holy One. It was the Queen, Nin, who gave birth to the Holy One. My Abisimti, my beam of the garment of delight. My Queen Kubatum has set up her warp beam so that she can start weaving. It is a sight to behold, my lord, my one who is appropriate for a mane of hair. It is the only one of its kind, my Dusin, because I uttered the Umuun, emissal for Ian ruler, gave me a present. The Lord gave me a gift because I exclaimed an exclamation of joy. The Lord blessed me with lapis lazuli seals that resembled golden pins and presented them to me. I was blessed with a ring made of gold and silver from the Lord. I pray that the Lord may fix his gaze on me for the beauty of your presence. I am grateful to you, O Susin, for the gifts you have given me, and I pray that I shall find favor in your eyes. The people of your city would treat you with the same compassion and understanding that they would if you were a disadvantaged person. It is known by the name Susin. I wish my son of Dolgi that it would curl up at your feet like a little lion cub and purr. The beer served by the barman is rather tasty, my dear. Her genitals are sweet, exactly like her beer. Beer tastes as good as in her mouth, and her genitals are just as delicious. A pleasantly sweet light beer, my Susin, who made me happy. My Susin, who made me happy. My Susin, who made me happy. I adore my darling Susin, who is cherished by Enlil, my king and the deity of his land. Tao is used in the construction of the Balbala. The broad public associates Inanna with Bao, who is portrayed as a Balbal singer in this song. Who speaks what language, and where can I hear it? Because the poem lauds Abisimti for being the woman who gave birth to Susin, it is abundantly evident that she is Susin's mother. The term my nin is used to allude to Kubatum, while the components of Abisimti are poetically compared to the parts of a weaving loom. It is unclear if a lady is singing praises to her body or to Kubatum's voice, because she appears to need clarification about both roles. Because she was given priceless presents by Usin, Kubatum is thought to have been a Luka priestess. It is possible that she was the nin of Usin. During the excavations on the Iana precinct in Uruk, archaeologists uncovered two expensive chains of Usin. One of the chains bears the inscription Kubatum, which translates to the beloved luxury of Usin, while the other bears Tiamat Bati, which translates to the beloved luxury of Dusin. It is possible that Usin presented these chains to the Luka priestesses of Uruk as part of a sacred marriage ritual. The question of whether or not the Luka priestesses played the role of Inanna when they were visited on New Year's Day by King Usin, or whether this was the 1,000-year-old rite depicted on the Uruk vase when the En ruler paid his respects to the En priestess of his spouse Inanna, has yet to be answered. Both of these scenarios are possible. The title Lukur was given to the Queen of Ur III, although it wasn't used until after the reign of Ulgi. Before that, the title of the Queen was Dam, Lugul, which literally translates to woman of the king, or just Nin. During his reign, Luigi was elevated to the status of a god, and the Dingir symbol was placed before his name. This led Steinkeller to hypothesize that the title Lukur had something to do with Ulgi's ability to divine the future. In the same way that a god was presented with a temple and a priestess known as a Lukur, a god king was presented with a priestess known as a Lukur to marry or concubine. This tradition was carried on in the same manner as it had been by Ulgi's descendants. The Isin dynasty reigned from 2017 to 1794 BC. Despite this, the third dynasty of Ur came to a catastrophic end, devastatingly impacting the population. Ibisin, the final king of Sumer, reigned during an endless time marked by conflict and drought. As a result of the acute lack of food, many people had become disoriented and sought sanctuary on the outskirts of the Ur III nation. But due to the intense pressure exerted by the Amorites, these territories were hazardous. The defensive wall Susin built in front of the land to keep the Amorites from settling there could have been more effective. It has been hypothesized that these Amorites belonged to nomadic tribes that inhabited the steppe and had cattle, sheep, and goats as their primary livestock. Mikulowski maintains that many Amorite people had settled in the cities, where they had gradually integrated into the national population. During the reign of Ibbi-Sin, there was a disagreement with a senior official named Ibbi-Era, who was stationed in Mari. Ibbi-Era was tasked with arranging the delivery of a significant quantity of barley to Ur, but for whatever reason, he could not complete this assignment. As a direct result of his ambitions to stage a coup, he likely kept the stock to blackmail the king of Ur. Alternatively, he was probably unable to arrange for his own men to collect the cargo, since the region was too dangerous to travel by cargo boat from Mari to Ur. After Ur's food supply ran low, the region experienced a severe famine, likely followed by epidemics. The Elamites launched their invasion of the deserted land from the direction of the east. As a result of Ibbi-Sin's capture and transportation to Elam in chains, Ur III's reign ended. Ibbi-Sin was the final monarch of Mesopotamia. Ibbi-Era did not create the Isin dynasty until a decade had passed since the Elamites had been expelled. He named the dynasty after where his family had made their home. Despite possessing considerably smaller domains and less power than their ancestors, Ibbi-Era and his successors tried to continue the Sumerian civilization as heirs to the Urn kings. The monarchs of the Isin dynasty were traditionally married to the goddess Inanna in her role as the divine spouse. Idin-Dagan, who reigned from 1974 to 1954 BC and was the third king of this dynasty, details in the renowned song that comes at the end of this chapter how he celebrates the sacred marriage ceremony with Inanna. As the fourth king, Ismi-Dagan, 1953 to 1935 BC, he refers to himself as the beloved husband of Inanna, and he asks the god Enlil to give the goddess Inanna, the eldest daughter of Enlil, to Ismi-Dagan as his spouse in the hymn Ismi-Dagan First. Give Inanna your beloved daughter as a wife. Their embrace might last a lifetime. May he find joy in the lap of the one who gives him life for many days to come. The Larsa kings of the Larsa dynasty, 2025 to 1763 BC, also ruled by divine grace, and the opening prayer of the Larsa dynasty addresses Rim-Sin as a princely divine leader. The Larsa dynasty lasted from 2025 BC to 1763 BC. Isin was ultimately victorious over Larsa, leading to the conclusion of their war. In the north of Sumer, King Hammurabi had gradually extended his power and attentively observed the skirmishes between Isin and Larsa. This caused Larsa's triumph to be short-lived, however. King Hammurabi was the reason for this. When he thought the time was right, he went on a conquest throughout the entire region of Larsa and the former Isin, and he incorporated both of those areas into his state. As a consequence, the Neo-Sumerian period ended. The language of communication during the subsequent Old Babylonian period was Akkadian rather than Sumerian, and divine signs were no longer placed before the names of the kings. Divine kings. It seems absurd that kings who ruled during the Neo-Sumerian period imagined themselves to be gods. However, in ancient times, the gods had not completely withdrawn into an unreachable afterlife. Because he was the ruler of the human world, the king was much closer to the gods than any other mortal being could ever be. This is because the gods were at the forefront of the creative process. It was commonly believed that all ancient kings in the Near East were either the gods' sons or their husbands. The only explanation for the king's power was that it was a privilege bestowed on him by the gods. On the other hand, we discover that references to this divine status are extremely infrequent in the letters the kings wrote to their subordinates. During the time of the king, the servants were obedient to him, but they did not address him in the same manner that they would have addressed a god, because he was the most powerful authority in the land. The cylinder seals of the Ur III dynasty do not depict themselves wearing the divine horn crown. Rather, they depict the same crown used in the past, a brimmed turban with a metal ring. It was more closely associated with the visible symbols of power, such as the throne, the scepter, and the royal seat, all of which were gifts from the gods and held spiritual importance for the king. The king could fulfill his responsibilities and exercise divine authority over his subjects through these sacred emblems. In the ancient world, divinity was more closely associated with the office of kingship than with the king himself. Because of this, the king had an ongoing responsibility to demonstrate that he was appropriate for the position, and that the gods had chosen him to rule the land. It took the kings an innumerable amount of hymns to gain the gods' support, because, with their support, the king could fully realize his power, and it was highly unlikely that he would be successful on the battlefield. As a consequence of this, kingship was, on the one hand, rather mundane. On the other hand, the king's elevated position was continually reaffirmed through the performance of rituals. Hymn to Inanna Dilbert Idin Dagan, who lived between 1974 and 1954 BC, is credited with writing the famous panegyric to Inanna. In it, he reveals the divine marriage connections of the king. The king extols the closeness of his relationship with the goddess Inanna, referred to as the Venus star, Dilbat, in the heavens. Enlil and Inanna make decisions about the future of the land together, accompanied by a diverse group of musicians and singers in their retinue. They are Inanna's followers. On their right are men dressed as men, and on their left are women dressed as women. They compete while wearing their hair in chignons. The young men who parade Inanna wear neck stocks similar to those worn by the Ukitu girls, and their foreheads are covered. The blades of the swords and daggers wielded by Kogara are covered in blood and gore from their battles. The land is rich in resources, so there will be plenty of food and drink during the celebrations. Venus and the moon shine brightly in the sky, and in response, people make offerings and burn incense on their rooftops. At night, as the man makes love to his wife, Venus smiles and nods in approval. The first fruits are still presented on the altars. The storerooms of the land are bursting at the seams with food, and the depictions of abundance are still the same as they were on the Uruk vase. On the Uruk vase, nude bearers carry the field's produce as an offering to Inanna's temple. On the first day of the new year, the king makes preparations to meet Inanna, and Idin Dagan, who is playing the role of Dumuzi, shares Inanna's bed and makes love to her while performing his role. Day, the king and Inanna are all seated on a podium together, while the palace is merrily banqueting and feasting. All indications of abundance and well-being are presented to the public before them. It is abundantly clear to everyone in the populace that the king has won the backing of the all-powerful goddess of love, Idin Dagan, the most holy union hymn to Inanna Dilbat. Within this hymn, the goddess Inanna and the king Idin Dagan comprehensively explain the sacred marriage ritual. The following are some couplets. Greetings to those who ascend. Greetings to those who ascend. Greetings to the mistress of the skies who ascends. Greetings to Inanna, the great lady of heaven. I greet you. I will pay respect to Inanna, the holy torch that illuminates the heavens. She is the one who shines as brightly as day. Inanna, the goddess who rules over heaven. Greetings to the mistress, Inanna, the eldest daughter of Suen, who shines with a brilliance that is unrivaled among the Anuna gods. I will perform a song that lauds her splendor, especially for the young lady. The good wild cow of Anu is said to stand in the heavens. On earth she is revered and known as the Lady of all lands. Eridug was the location where she was bestowed with divine powers by her father Enki, and it was the location where she received these powers. He entrusted the lordship and the kingship to her care when he decided. She is seated with An on the great dais, and the future of her land is being decided by Enlil's actions. The gods of the land work together with the divine energies of the land to bring them to their full potential every time there is a new moon. After prostrating yourselves in front of the great ones, the Anuna gods, please stand there in prayer and supplication on behalf of all the lands. My lady's judgments are based on the laws of the land. She performs in front of her people, who have black heads. Inanna, holy Inanna, was combing their hair so that she could look her best. She wears colorful bands around the back of her hair to represent Inanna, who is revered by the gods and is brought into their presence. They are greeted by the holy Inanna, dressed in the leather of divinity. Holy Inanna is guarded by the reliable man, Lu Tuzi, and the proud lady known as the doyenne of the great wise women. They parade before the holy Inanna with men's clothing draped over the right side of their bodies. It is a privilege for me to extend my greetings to the magnificent Lady of Heaven, Inanna, on the left side, decorated with women's clothing, and the holy Inanna parades in front of the other worshippers. I extend my greetings to the great Lady of Heaven, Inanna. To win Holy Inanna's approval, there is a competition where people skip rope with different colored ropes. I extend my greetings to you, Inanna, the eldest of Suan's daughters. Inanna's dagger and sword parade before her. The holy priests of Inanna carry daggers in their hands as they parade in front of her. When they process before the holy Inanna, they splatter blood all over their swords. While blood is being poured onto the dais, other drums, including an ala drum, an M drum, and a Tawakul Tigi drum, are also played in the Gwena Hall. The bright star of Venus shines in the evening, filling the holy heavens with great light. The people gaze at her in all lands as she ascends like a warrior. A man purifies himself, and a woman purifies herself. In their yoke the oxen throw their heads. Dust is stirred up in the sheep's pens by the sheep. It is because of my lady, the animals of Akan, god of cattle, the savage creatures of the plain, that my life is blessed. Under the broad heavens live the four-legged animals. Gardens, orchards, reed beds, fish of the deep, birds of the heavens all hurry to their beds. The entire universe bows down to her, as well as many people. My lady is provided with food and drink by the matriarchs when she calls for them, and refreshes herself in her land when she requests it. Play is made festive in the land. Taking pleasure in their spouses is a pleasure for young men. My lady looks down with joy from heaven. Holy Inanna parades before them. I praise the young lady Inanna, who in August in the evening. It is impossible to describe the grandeur of this evening, lady. When the storehouses of the land are full of fine food, and all the lands and black-headed people are gathered, those who sleep on the roofs and those who sleep by the walls come up before her with their cases. Then she identifies the evil and makes her orders known. The wicked are destroyed by her judgment of evil as evil. A good fate is determined for the just by her favor. My lady looks down with joy from heaven. Holy Inanna parades before them. Inanna, the lady exalted to the heights of heaven, is August. Inanna is a young woman I praise. Her grandeur reaches the boundaries of heaven. She is exalted to heaven's heights. As the lady, elevated as high as the heavens, ascends above like a warrior, she is admired by the land, the lone star, the Venus star. There is trembling throughout the land because of her. Black-headed people bow down to her. He directs himself by her as he travels on the road. She raises her head in her yoke as the oxen bow. Those who live with her prosper in the land's storehouses. Inanna is the center of everyone's attention. I have prepared the best of everything for my lady amid heaven, where the plain is pure, where it is good. As a forest of aromatic cedars, incense offerings are transmitted to her from roofs, rooftops, and the rooftops of dwellings. Alam sheep, long-haired sheep, and fattened sheep are sacrificed to her. The earth is purified for the mistress by them. She undergoes purification rites. Ghee, dates, cheese, and 7 kinds of fruits are placed on the land tables as first fruit offerings for her. Her light beer and dark beer are poured separately. My lady Bubble drinks dark beer, Emma beer, and Emma beer from the gun jar and Lamsari vat. The black-headed people will gather in the palace, the house that advises the land, the next stock of all foreign nations. The river of the ordeal is marked by a dais for Ninigala. A divine king stays with her there, New Year's Day on the rights day, to determine all countries' fates. On the day of the disappearance of the moon, the divine powers can be perfected by inspecting the faithful servants during the day. For my lady, a bed has been set up. My lady's bed is made with esparto grass and cedar and covered with a coverlet. After bathing on the joyous coverlet, my lady finds sweetness under the bed. It is for the thighs of the king that she bathes them. She bathes them for Idin Dargan's thighs. The holy Inanna washes with soap. Oil and cedar essence are sprinkled on the ground. Holding her head high, the king goes to her holy thighs and those of Inanna. Ama Usungal Anna lies beside her and massages her holy thighs. When the lady made him rejoice with her holy thighs on the bed, holy Inanna made him rejoice with her holy thighs on the bed. Inanna embraces her beloved spouse. She lies in bed with him and says, Idin Dargan, you are indeed my beloved. He pours libations, performs purification rites, heaps up incense offerings, burns juniper resin, and sets out food offerings and eagle mar bowls. She shines like daylight on the throne dais as the sun shines. Her table is set with abundance and celebration in abundance. She is treated to a lavish banquet by him. She is surrounded by black-headed people. Alnar instruments with sweet-sounding tones drown out the south windstorm. A bed has been prepared for Idindagan and Inanna to have intercourse behind closed doors. In fact, we should not take this hymn too literally, since it is a poetic and symbolic description of Idindagan and Inanna's close relationship, enhanced with positive metaphorical images by the court poet. The next day, however, Idindagan sits alone in a niche, and Inanna is shining alone in the sky. So who was playing the role of Inanna that night, and with whom did Idindagan spend the night, is unknown. The rite may have been performed by a statue of Inanna, or perhaps nothing ever happened, and Inanna was only present virtually. The literature has proposed several solutions, including priestesses such as Luca, In Danger, Nugig, the Unpriestess, and even the Queen. A prophetic oracle and a monarch sitting atop the throne hymns and images were used to communicate the king's will to their subjects. The significance of divine kingship and the role that the goddess Inanna played can be better understood with the aid of artifacts known as presentation seals, or royal gift seals, which depict a servant of the king paying his respects to the king. This technique was used in the 3rd millennium BC by the Akkadian king Naram Sin to depict himself on his famous stele as striking a pose similar to that of the sun god. Because the kings of the 2nd millennium used cylinder seals to spread propaganda, there was a drastic reduction in the variation in the images depicted on them. This suggests that the palace may have been able to dictate the iconography that was depicted on the seals during this period. It is appropriate to conduct a formal audience under the seals of his servants. The king is always enthroned, with his seat elevated on a raised platform higher than his servants, so he is immediately visible as the sovereign. For a subordinate to have unrestricted access to the king, they were required to obtain an introduction from a reliable court intermediary. His servants stand respectfully before the king, wearing fringed cloaks with the ends folded over the shoulders, having their hair cut close to the head, and making the Kiri Utag gesture with their right hand raised to their nose. Because this was a divine event, the attendees were not to be considered typical. The image on Harhammer's seal depicts a goddess taking Harhammer by the hand and introducing him to Urnama. Harhammer appears to be embarrassed. Although Urnama is not mentioned anywhere in the texts as a god, the seals demonstrate that his kingship already had the attributes associated with divine status. A goddess is the one who presents her to the audience. She is always depicted standing behind the servant with both hands raised in front of her face and palms facing outward as she does so. Lama is a goddess who provides protection. The king's seat is designed with a bull's legs, and the holy crescent of the moon god is placed above it, to denote that the meeting is taking place in a magical setting. The phraseology used in the inscriptions on the seals began to more and more closely resemble that of the representations on the cylinder seals. In addition to the name of the king and any epithets he may have, the name of the owner of the seal, his official status, and sometimes even the name of the owner's father, they also declared that the owner is under servitude. It was possible to differentiate cylinder seals with an inscription that ended in his servant, Aradzu, from those that had a much longer inscription that read, to his servant, the king, has given, Aradaniir in Nabah. Seals bearing this latter text were intended for use by the highest court officials and officials within the royal family. In contrast, Aradzu seals were designed to be worn by common servants who held a lower station. This was done so that a clear distinction could be made within the court hierarchy between nobility and common servants. Because the III dynasty kings had developed a vast bureaucracy covering the entire empire, they desired to have a close relationship with their subordinates. The distribution of seals was a visible representation of the king's authority. After being given the seal, the servant was responsible for carrying out actions on behalf of the king and taking part in the concept of divine kingship. In cylinder seals, the king is depicted seated on his throne to emphasize the divine status of his office. This is demonstrated by the similarities between the king and seated deities on the seals. In other scenes, a worshipper is shown a god or goddess for the first time. God can be identified by his horn crown, Kunaki's garment, and Kunaki's blanket. As a direct consequence, God gives the impression of being seated on top of his own time, while the king stands before him. Several city rulers, including the Amuna Ensi, were depicted on cylinder seals in this manner. The owner's personal deity was the god or goddess mediating between the two. On the seals of the Third Dynasty, a significant development can be seen in that instead of a god, the king is depicted sitting on his throne and receiving his subordinates, instead of the traditional depiction of a god. He wears a royal turban with a rolled brim, rather than the traditional divine horn crown comprising horns from bulls. It is common practice to cover the king's seat with a kaunakis rug or blanket to signify his divine status, and the king himself wears a kaunakis mantle to signify his divine status. Since the sun in the sky is in the ideal position to observe all of the activities that take place on earth, the sun god has always served as the highest judge in the country, and the king also made righteous judgments, just like the sun god did on a cosmic level. Ibn refers to him as the king who made the right decisions among the gods. Ulgi was called the highest judge in the land. This is reflected in the cylinder seals, which show the king taking his rightful place as the sun god. Irene Winter suggests that deified kings are portrayed in the same manner as the sun god Utu. On cylinder seals dating back to the Akkadian period, the sun god is depicted as emerging from the gates of heaven with flames emanating from his shoulders. This scene takes place above mountain ranges in the east. By utilizing the sasari, he shortens the duration of the decision-making process by half. Dikud, Akkadian, parasum, refers to rendering a verdict through severing, cleaving, or splitting. Only the king ever holds the cup on cylinder seals. The bull-horned god is never depicted doing so. This tradition dates back to the time of Ulgi and continues to this day. Sasari is not worshipped by the king in the same capacity as the sun god. There is a link between the seal of Puabi and scenes from banquets in the third millennium, where attendees are seen holding cups frequently. But as Irene Winter points out, the cups in these banqueting scenes look pretty different and are held distinctively. As a result, she is left wondering whether the cup depicted on the royal gift seals might have something to do with the oil oracles. To make this prediction, the Bahram priest had to drop a few drops of oil on the water's surface and then observe how the oil forms circles on the water's surface. The cup's capacity would need to be significantly reduced to serve this function. Claudia Fisher thinks that the item in question is a miniature cup made of bronze or copper. Although it is not an essential utensil, it is believed to symbolize royal power and prestige when held by the king with only 2 fingers. Since the cupbearer was the highest official in court and exercised supervision over the extispicy, the king held the metal cup as the divine cupbearer and protector of the divine order. The cupbearer was the highest official in court and exercised supervision over the extispicy. In addition, there is a need for clarification regarding the connection between the cup and extispicy, as well as the reference to the cupbearer. Given that the kings of the Ur-3 dynasty wrote their name with the divine determinative, it seems unlikely that they would compare themselves to subordinate servants from their administration. The cup wasn't the only thing the king held in his hands at the time. Getting in touch with the will of God, maintaining current awareness of the God's plans, had always been an absolute necessity. Me, also known as the laws of the universe that cannot be altered, has been significant since ancient times. Abzu, a subterranean freshwater basin, was where the Me was created. The god Enki was responsible for its protection. However, Inanna successfully diverted their attention away from Enki in order to bring them back to Uruk. During the third dynasty of Ur, a new concept of the supernatural entered the picture, which threw the concept of the Me into disarray and caused it to fall apart. The Namtar describes this as the concept being considered. Namtar literally means that which exists and is used in the sense of fate. As a result, the phrase to cut or to decide can also be interpreted as meaning
Garfield in the Center Universe.
Even though the Me was a part of Enki's and the goddess Inanna's domains,
It very much might be on
Namtar was
Garfield.
primarily associated with fate because Enlil decreed it. This was
The truth
case
about
because
Garfield the
Namtar
cat.
was the Me. After ascending to the highest position
All of them.
among the gods, he worked up to this position during the third millennium. Since the Asaru that was cut by Utu can be seen on seals that date back to the third millennium,
George,
provides evidence
your
that Utu
God.
and not Enlil was the one who made the initial decisions. The
And
Me
I
and the
am the
Namtar
bottom of the
were 2
universe.
distinct entities with very different characteristics. The Emi is said to
You're not
have
really
existed
doing that
before the gods in Sumerian cosmology. However, only Enlil possessed discretionary power over the Namtar, and Enlil apparently delegated this power to the other gods. When a human is born and the umbilical cord is cut, the fate of the newborn is decided by the goddess of childbirth. The gods chose the fate of the upcoming year at the beginning of the year, the fate of the upcoming month at the end of the month, and the fate of the upcoming day each morning as the sun emerged from the underworld. These decisions were made following the cycles of the year and the months and years. The eternal and unchangeable laws of the Emi were notoriously difficult to alter, but the decrees of Namtar were possibly more subject to revision. Seers, exorcists, and kings were able to exert influence over the Namtar because Enlil was the one who controlled and delegated their power. Magic could sway the gods, convince them to choose a more favorable destiny, and even determine whether or not they possessed the authority to do so. However, it did make sense to make an effort to sway the gods' decisions before they were carved in stone, given that their choices appeared to be irreversible. Janis Polonsky researched ancient texts in ancient Mesopotamia to learn how decisions regarding one's fate were made and communicated to priests then. Because the futures of heaven and earth had already been decided, now was the best time to attempt to sway the decisions that the gods would make. When the sun god opened the bolts of heaven's doors and ascended to his throne to preside over the gods' judgments, the king and his offering priests would perform a lengthy ceremony to commemorate the event. This would take place every morning at sunrise. When the king arrived at the temple, he brought the sacrificed animals with him, and then he elevated his head. The Sumerian term for this action is Sa'il-Tu, to contact the sun god. Polonsky says the sun god contacted the king when he threw his eye at him. Kings would travel to the temples of the gods and present them with extraordinary offerings, all in the vain expectation that the gods would bestow upon them a favorable destiny in return. When it was the turn of the Sumerian king, he assumed the sun god's identity and received his subjects' complete respect. In exchange, he rendered divine justice to his petitioners, representing the divine world in his realm. Because of this symbolic role that the king plays within the political and religious traditions and his function within the appropriate context, he is considered a divine figure. The image of the king on his throne is a metaphor for the rising sun, which we see depicted on cylinder seals. This metaphor is used to repeatedly reinforce the hymns that are sung about these kings. As the god of the sun, one of his duties is to stand atop a dais and greet worshippers. Idindagan. A relates how the goddess Inanna greeted the king upon his arrival at her temple. There, Idindagan A says, the goddess Inanna sits enthroned on a great dais, just like the sun god Utu, and she shines as brightly as the daytime. Similarly, the king's role as supreme judge requires him to administer justice in the same manner as the sun god. In this regard, the king is a manifestation of the sun god. He is even described as the sun god of the land of Sumer, Dutu Kalam Ma, whereas Hammurabi describes himself as the legitimate king, the son of Babylon, who brings light to Sumer and Akkad. The ruler himself is also a source of sunlight for the country, knowing the fate of his subordinates. In the 17th century in France, King Louis XIV continued a practice that had been in place for a very long time, the role of Inanna in determining the course of events. The goddess Inanna was given a significant part to play within the ritual context that decided people's destinies. The god Enlil exercised dominion over the Namtar, while the goddess Inanna maintained her authority over the Emi. After all, she had taken the Emi from Enki and was referred to as the mistress of countless Emi in the hymn of Enheduanna. The first part of the hymn describes how Inanna captured all 7 Emi and is now the keeper of the divine Emi. The Emi is currently being held in her breast, clasped by her hand after being picked up, hung, and held in her hand. The second couplet of the hymn to Inanna Dilbert and the sacred marriage of Idindagan may reference Inanna's role as the goddess of fate determination. The Emi was presented to her by her father Enki in the Ab in Eridu. He bestowed upon her the titles of Lord and King upon her. She is seated with An on the great dais, and the future of her land is being decided by Enlil's actions. At the time of the new moon once a month, The gods of the land come together to hone their divine abilities in her presence. The gods of Anuna prostrate themselves before the great ones, while they pray for the welfare of all nations, while they stand before them. My lady's judgments are based on the laws of the land. In front of her, there is a procession of people with black heads. According to these verses, Inanna and the god Enlil decide what will happen to the land. However, in the beginning, Inanna chooses what will happen, and Enlil and An cannot decide anything without her. During the Ur-3 period, another song of praise to Inanna was written for the inauguration of her temple in Nippur, which was built by King Ulgi. This song was performed at the temple. In these verses, Inanna is called Ninagala, which translates to Lady of the Palace. She is once again referred to as the Mistress of all Me. You can be called the Lady of all Me, Ninmi-Ara, and no deity can compete with you. This refrain bears a striking resemblance to Enheduanna's hymn, Mistress of Countless Emi, Ninmi-Ara. Ninagala, allow me to regale you with tales of the splendor that is your home. You rise from the grass after the first watch of the night. Grip your battle mace like a warrior. Wrap your guma cloth around your arms and bind on your unyielding strength. The strange ceremony in the Great Hall of the Kura Igigal II, where judgment is handed down, is described in lines 109-115. After accumulating her divine Emi, Inanna moves into her home on earth and takes up residence there. People bring their livestock to her so she can examine it while seated on her sacred throne. Her seat is supported by a lion and a leopard, while her feet are balanced on 7 dogs. At what is known as her Gate of 4 Eyes, Inanna reclines on a unique throne called Baratu Ka-An-Ni-Sai. The Emi is under her control in heaven, and the eyes, IGI, are connected to the decision-making process of the Emi, because Inanna rules from a throne located at the gate of the 4 IGI. Working as a shepherd under the direction of a herder requires you to be aware of the following things. When you are churning the butter and straining the milk in your role as a cowherd, you remove the halters from the cows and find happiness in the embrace of your partner, Dumuzid. When you sit on the high dais of your Kura Igigal, where judgment is passed, and enjoy the embrace of your spouse, Dumuzid, you are served by the holy Uzga, unknown word. The Sumerian hymn Sir 3 Namsab is translated as the song of the casting of lots. Sir = song, Nam = lot, sub = to cast. This may be because the hymn was sung in conjunction with cleromancy. In the cemetery of Ur, many game boards are found. The graves were discovered to have human remains within them. To die is the ultimate destiny of a human being, and the verb to die in Akkadian is literally translated as to meet one's fate, anasintu alaku. In the king's palace in Mari, a copy of the gaming board discovered in Ur's graves was drawn on the paving stones in the forecourt. This copy was also discovered in Ur. The game's rules are unknown, but the number 5 has some significance. In most cases, the boards are divided into 2 sections, each containing 20 squares, and are linked by a bridge over water. Some squares feature signs and rosettes that have been stylized as diagonals. Rosettes are typically drawn in the most significant field on 2 of the field's corners, and immediately before the bridge that connects the other 2 fields. There are many similarities between the gaming boards used by the Bahram priests in Ur and Mari, and other places in Syria and liver models. The Bahram priests used these gaming boards to determine God's decisions. The game boards and the model livers consisted of 2 distinct parts joined together by a bridge. In addition, the clay models of the livers were cut into 20 different squares to represent the distorted appearance of the livers of the animals that were offered as sacrifices. In Lebanon's Kamid el-Loz, archaeologists uncovered a board game that dates back to the 2nd millennium BC. The central field was subdivided into 20 equal sections by a row of 8 squares that extended outward from its center. Jan Walkermeyer concluded after examining these liver models that they might have served a purpose distinct from that of the gaming boards, and that additional evidence is required before they can be considered precursors. Meyer did not look into the possibility that the gaming boards were the source of inspiration for the liver models. Old gaming boards were only ever discovered in graves, and later in the palace of the king of Mari, but due to their growing popularity among the general population, they no longer hold any religious or spiritual significance. In these games of chance, players' chances of winning were determined by rolling dice or using astragaloi, a Greek word. The positions of the pawns on the board are decided by the outcome of the throw. The pawns were broken pieces of pottery, and the dice were bones from sheep or oxen. There may have been signs on the flat side of the dice that corresponded to those on the board. Oracle games must have been among the most popular in the ancient world, as evidenced by their prevalence everywhere from the eastern Mediterranean to Egypt and India. Using the ancient Chinese book of divination known as the I Ching is one way to get an answer to a question. A tablet dating back to the 2nd century BC and discovered in Babylon reveals that two competitors were required to follow a track on a board. The text provides extremely specific
I
instructions
don't even know if that was
on
good.
how to roll the
Sorry,
dice in
car
great
one back.
detail. Each participant had their own set of 5 unique pawns and was required to come up with their own throw at the beginning of the game. On the board were 20 squares, 5 of which had rosette designs drawn. If a pawn were to land on one of these lucky squares, it would result in additional winnings. On the other hand, if a pawn were to fail to land on a rosette, it would result in a penalty. On the other side of the tablet is a curious design drawn with 12 squares, 3 along the short side and 3 along the long side, each with a sign of the zodiac and a short note as to whether it was a favorable or unfavorable sign. The long side of the tablet has 3 squares, while the short side has 3 squares. The player was represented by a pawn, which was analogous to a planet in the cosmos. The game's objective was to forecast the player's future by comparing them to the planets. This tablet was crafted more than 2,000 years after the earliest gaming boards used in Ur, which were, by that point, gambling boards rather than games of skill. A piece of graffiti that was discovered between the hind legs of 2 Lamassu statues, protective spirits, that in the 8th century BC stood in front of the palace of Nineveh, provides evidence that the game was still played during the New Babylonian period, the first millennium before our era. This is evident when the graffiti was discovered in the British Museum. The security guards tasked with protecting the palace of the King of Nineveh had carved squares into the stone sculptures so that they could use them as a board for playing games. Identical games have been discovered and carved into sculptures located in various other museums. As a result of what the gods of fate have decided, the gods would gather once a month to decide the world's destinies, and while doing so, they would stand in a circle, constantly genuflecting and praying. When the gods were making their decisions, the mysterious Igigi and Anuna gods had to have been involved in the ritual of fate determination in some way or another. According to Riemann Schneider's explanation, these Igigi and Anuna gods were portrayed by the dice and pawns. Igigi means eye in Sumerian, making it an appropriate term for the astragal eyes of the dice. Anuna is the name of a goddess. According to Riemann Schneider, Igibar means throwing the dice and refers to how the gods decide the king's fate. The literal meaning of the word is to cast an eye, God cast away. During the rites that determine fate, keep a watchful eye on the king. In addition, eyes are depicted on the gaming board's edges. The gods Igigi and Anuna require more information to be made publicly available. The Anuna is sometimes a practitioner of determining fate, and it flutters around like a bat, frequently kneeling and bowing to the gods or trembling in fear. Additionally, the Anuna sometimes looks like it is made of bats. No shrines or temples are built in their honor, and people need to learn their names. There are many different gods of the Anuna in Eridu. It is said that 7 judges are waiting for Inanna when she arrives in the underworld, but in reality, there are 50. When Inanna is on the verge of leaving the underworld, the Anuna judges demand that she provide a replacement for the Emi of the underworld, which they have imposed upon her. The beginnings of the Igigi gods are also shrouded in secrecy. It is commonly held that the gods of Anuna are a parallel form of the Igigi, also known as Danun-na, which translates to the princely ones. These gods first appeared in ancient Babylonian texts as a translation of the Sumerian Dunungal-ine, which literally translates to the great divine princes. You can't help but wonder if the Anuna and the Igigi were not 2 names for the same pantheon of gods. In a Sumerian epic known as the Etana Epos, The Anuna play the role of advisors and deciders of fate, while the Igigi are depicted as creatures that inhabit the Earth's coastlines. Some people have even proposed that the Igigi are all stars that orbit the polar star and never go below the horizon, whereas the Anuna are all of the other stars that go below the horizon and become part of the underworld. The righteous man who we have met before is referenced in a song about the sun god Utu. In this song, the righteous man brings offerings to Utu and asks for long life in return. The king asks the gods to turn their eye towards him in hymns. When the sun god consumes food, the flax in the fields will sprout, and when the sun god drinks water, the rivers will rise. Keep your gaze upon him, keep your gaze upon him. Lucy, who may be the deified king, demands with great emphasis that the sun god cast his eye upon him. When he eats food, the flax in the fields will sprout, and the rivers will rise when the sun god consumes water. Look upon him, gaze upon him, Utu. Keep a close eye on him, because he's the wild bull of the Ibaba. I fix my eyes upon you, you son of Ningal with the beard. The bull stalls in the cattle pen are completely occupied. Taking note of the sheep within the fold, you will notice that it is packed with animals. After you have seen him, you gaze at him. Sumerian kings communicated the divine mandates that were given to them through the use of signs. How did the gods communicate their will to those humans, and what form did that communication take? It depicts the sun god sitting on a dais in front of his servant and showing him an object, which may have been symbolic of his divine power and corresponds to the emi of kingship used by the deified king. Additionally, it depicts the deified king sitting on a dais in front of his servant. Sulgi is described as having a crown in Hymn Sulgi P. The people with blackheads approach Sulgi with the request to become their shepherd because of his divine mother, Ninsun. The king approaches An with a request, asking him to guarantee him a glorious future. The structure known as Eagle Ma, which translates to Great Temple, was built by Ninsun. He brought Ulgi there with glee on his face. Because he had spent his childhood sitting on her lap, she believed that he came from a good Lugalbanda seed. Lugalbanda gave him the title of Valiant One, =Ul, among the gods that An acknowledged as existing, or rewarded him with the scepter for his commitment to upholding justice. He was given the crown of kingship by Ulgi, son of Ninsun, and Lugalbanda, brother of Gilgamesh. Both of these men were his ancestors. The information provided by Ulgi P suggests that Gestin Ana is an incarnation of Dumuzi and Sulgi's sister. As a consequence, the hymn does not attempt to explain the complexities of these relationships. Rather, it emphasizes Ulgi's righteous standing numerous times.
There's a time and a place for fillet of fish. The morning is a wonderful. Set your alarm.
The story of the Seven Sisters, which is sometimes known as Dreamtime, is said by some to be one of the oldest stories in existence. It is a story that is told around the world where a man, often a hunter, chases a group of young women, often sisters, and to be protected, these women are turned into stars. The version of this story from Greek mythology is the most well-known. This has Orion chasing Atlas's daughters, and this story is connected to a group of stars known as the Pleiades, which are also known as the Seven Sisters. But there are two main mysteries in what I have just told you. First off, why are the Pleiades called the Seven Sisters when most people can only see 6 stars? And secondly, How did the myth associated with them, the one with the hunter and the young women, manage to be told on opposite sides of the world, with similar stories told in Greece and Australia? Can we show whether this myth spread in recent times? Because if not, the alternative means that it could be almost 100,000 years old. And so, if you want to know why these 6 stars are called the Seven Sisters, and why the same myth is told on opposite sides of the world, then I would recommend yourself getting comfy, because I want to tell you a story, a very old story. So grab yourself a cup of tea, and welcome to Cleckenford. The Pleiades, in the grand scheme of the universe, are a very young group of stars, certainly no more than 125 million years old, meaning they appeared whilst dinosaurs were still wandering the Earth. But whilst this is interesting, it isn't as useful as knowing when humans came along to start recording them in our history. Now, the first written evidence we have of humans being aware of the Pleiades comes from Chinese astronomical literature dated to 2357 BCE. And they have been discussed a lot since then, and I will link to a number of published papers about them in this video's description. However, the oldest visual representation of them is thought to be on the nebula disk, and this is dated to around 3,600 years old and was found in Germany. And I've circled the Pleiades on them to make it easier to see. The representation is very much symbolic and is not an accurate astronomical map or guide, but there are no other obvious candidates to what it could be represented given the context of the disk, which is why we feel this is representing the Pleiades. The actual stars themselves look like this. The blue nebula surrounded them, hence their young age, as it is leftover space dust that was not used as part of those stars' creation, but is still within these stars' vicinity. And these stars have been given names from the characters of the Greek mythology about them. So the stars represent the 7 daughters of Atlas and Pleione, and are named Aea, Electra, Taygete, Alcyone, Selene, Sterope, and Merope. There are also 2 stars named after their parents, Atlas and Pleione. And so now we have the basics out of the way. Let me tell you the Greek version of the myth of the 7 sisters. Pleione was walking through the Boeotian countryside with her daughters when they were seen by Orion, a giant of a hunter. In fact, he was so giant he could walk on the sea floor and his head would still be above the sea. And on seeing these beautiful women, the son of Poseidon, often considered the most handsome of men, he desired them, and so he chased after them. He felt especially drawn towards Pleione's daughter, Merope, although some accounts of the myth suggest that he was actually after Pleione. Either way, he pursued these women for 7 years, by which time they were in such desperate need of help, they turned to Zeus for protection. Zeus agreed to help them as he knew their father, the Titan Atlas, was busy holding up the sky and the heavens, and so could not help as his hands were literally full. And so Zeus turned the young women into doves. But realizing they still weren't completely safe, he then immortalized them by turning them into stars and placed them in the heavens, in the constellation of Taurus, the bull. But Orion was a bit of a rascal, and his less than honourable endeavours did not end there, for he also wooed the goddess of the hunt, Artemis. This relationship was very much frowned upon by her younger brother, Apollo, and his deception of Artemis would lead to Orion's final demise. And upon Orion's death, Zeus immortalized him by placing him in the sky, although some stories say it was Artemis who placed him in his heavenly abode. But this placement was unfortunate for the 7 sisters, who were continually the objects of affection from some of the Olympian gods. And now Orion was placed so very close to them, continuing the chase through mythology. And the help from Zeus was also not without consequence, as he went on to seduce 4 of the sisters, because for anyone who follows Greek mythology knows, Zeus liked to get around a bit. And it is this lustful connection which can be linked to the central star of Taurus, which is known as the Eye of the Bull. The Arabic translation means the follower, for this star follows the Pleiades across the night sky. And there are also some who think that this may have led to the colloquial term Old Bull to refer to a male philanderer. Now, whilst this is a well-known Greek myth, there are over 90 other motifs that incorporate the Seven Sisters within known mythology around the world. And we know this as information on these myths has been collected by a Russian academic called Yuri Berezkin. And through the help of and support of my patrons, I've translated this information into English and merged it with other data of folklore and stories and created a new mythology database, which is available to my patrons and other academics. And I would like to say thank you to them all now for their support, their questions and ideas, as they really have made so many things possible and are making a real difference in the information available to researchers in mythology. Now, one piece of information we can see from this resources data is that these type of stories are told in Australia and are often seen as part of some First Nation Australian tribes' culture and ritual. And they refer to this as the Seven Sisters of Dreamtime. The Mermaid, or what we call the Pleiades, are seven beautiful sisters with long hair and radiant bodies made of ice that shone in the night sky. These sisters were followed everywhere by a group of young men known as the Bere Bere. These men would leave special gifts for the sisters, and most often honey, as they were good at finding hives and taking honey. And the Mermaid appreciated the gifts, but always resisted the approaches of men. Now, one day, an old ancestor of fire named Urana kidnapped two of the beautiful girls, and in doing this, his fire started to melt the girls' bodies, and this melting of the girls' bodies then led to putting out Urana's fire. He then decided to keep these girls far away and place them in the sky, but after putting out Urana's fire, they did not shine anywhere as bright as they used to, and so over time, their other sisters joined them in the sky, and there some of them continued to shine very bright indeed, and the Bere Bere saw this. And so they let themselves die below, so that they too would turn into stars and they would form what we would now know as Orion's belt. It is said that even in the sky today, that the Bere Bere continue to give honey to the Mere Mere, and in return they sing for them. In order to ensure that the Mere Mere are not forgotten about, they occasionally take ice off their bodies and let it fall to earth. And it is this that starts a ritual for the coming of age, which happens during late winter when the Pleiades first appears in the eastern Australian sky. When this happens, a frost is often seen covering the earth, and older children of the tribes then go to the nearest spring and scrape frost from the ground and rub it over their bodies. And this ritual allowed boys to grow into strong hunters, and the girls to grow into beautiful, buxom women. And this in turn allows their noses to be pierced with a bone, and so finishes the ritual of coming of age. There's a word of caution here, for should a beam of sunlight touch their bodies whilst covered with frost, the child will forever be weak. This Australian myth of Dreamtime has a number of forms, and is said to relate to the time when the first humans came to Australia, naming the lands as they dispersed around the continent. This process and time was captured in stories, in songs, in rituals, and as the cultures of these first people were already based, these stories were committed to memory and passed down through generations. And so within these stories we hear of floods and of fiery mountains, of strange lights and strange beasts, of lost landscapes, and with regards to the Seven Sisters, stories of people from long ago. These stories in Australia do vary, as do the name of the Pleiades within them. For example, the Adnyamathanna people of South Australia, their sisters are known as the Magara, whereas the Bundjalung people of northern New South Wales refer to them as the Merrimay or the Mayamay, as in the story I've just told. Whereas the Wurundjeri of Western Australia call the sisters the Gungagurangara, while the Kurian of Victoria tell the story of the Kalagurk. And whilst these names vary, the stories are still similar insomuch as they normally involve water in some way, such as in the form of frost or ice or even rain and hail. These stories have these women associated with this form of water and often chased by hunters. And these are often represented by the stars in Orion's belt. So between Greece and Australia, we have two myths that are very similar, told in locations on opposite sides of the world. And so the question has to be, are they from the same source? Now, there will be some of you who say this is just a coincidence. And so let's try and understand what these coincidences could be by looking at the two versions of the story. And in doing this, we will see that there are three specific elements of the myth that are, or could be considered similar, that overlap. And so therefore could be a coincidence. And they are that both myths associate the Pleiades with a number of young girls, often sisters. Both identify Orion as a male and normally a hunter, and both have Orion advance himself in an unbecoming manner onto those girls. And if you don't believe that this is just a coincidence, then this suggests a common origin, and one that must predate European contact with Australia. And the first time we know this happened was in 1788. And if this is the case, the last time these two peoples had a common ancestor would have been at least 70,000 years ago. In 2009, some work was published by Nice and Nice providing an explanation for this, and it is their work that a majority of the evidence for understanding this similarity is leveraged from in this video. But we'll pause here for a moment and talk about the other mystery, why you haven't pressed the like button. It's an important part of the initiation ceremony for watching Dreadful videos and makes a big difference to this video's success. And so now, hopefully you've pressed the button and passed the initiation ceremony, I can continue. So, the other mystery we have here is about why the myths are referred to as the Seven Sisters when most people can only see 6 stars. And in fact, from an astronomical perspective, there are 10 bright stars in the cluster of Pleiades. So, have we lost a star? So, why is it we can only see 6 stars with a good human eye? Well, this isn't a modern puzzle. We have writings from a 3rd century BC Greek poet named Aratus of Soli, who names the 7 sisters, but then reports that only 6 are visible to the eyes. And this isn't just within Greek and Australian mythology. Many countries around the world regard the cluster as having 7 stars, but they acknowledge that only 6 are normally visible, and then create stories to explain why the 7th is invisible. And these lost Pleiade stories are found in Europe, Africa, Asia, Australia, and North America. In the Greek versions of the myth, the most common motif of why the star is lost is due to Merope falling in love with a mortal man, and she was so ashamed of herself that she faded from sight. In First Nation Australian mythology, one, although sometimes 2, of the sisters die or are in hiding or have been abducted, leaving only 6 or 5 visible stars. In North America, we have a story from the Onondaga Iroquois, and here, one of the stars sang as they rose into the sky, and so forgot to stop and lost their energy, and so faded out of sight. And in Islam, it is said that the 7th star fell to earth and became the Great Mosque. Now, if you look at all these stories, then you would have to come to the almost inescapable conclusion that once upon a time there were 7 visible stars in the Pleiades, and one disappeared. And this is something that many cultures were aware of. And for this to be a story, 7 stars must have been noticeable at some point in human history. And so part of myth, which would lead on to the development of these lost Pleiad myths. And this has been described by Herzog as the combined testimony of numerous societies spanning continents and millennia for a 7th easily visible Pleiad which subsequently dimmed, which all in all feels like good evidence in its own right, but it isn't really tangible evidence. So our question should be, do we have any evidence of a star dimming in this constellation outside of the myth? The Pleiades' brightest stars are what astronomers call B stars. And these are stars that are known for having variable brightness changing over hundreds of thousands of years. We also noted that there was some surrounding nebula dust around these stars, which could again exaggerate any fading or indeed allow the stars to shine brighter, depending on whether the nebula was in front of the stars. But whether these changes on their own are really noticeable to a human eye, even over the course of 100,000 years, is unlikely. The stars do have motion, and motion we can accurately map using astronomical technology. And using such techniques, we can map where these stars were 100,000 years ago and compare them to where they are today. Now, looking at this, your initial perception and the result could be that this doesn't necessarily help us. If we look closely at the star called Pleione, Atlas's wife, we can see when compared to Atlas's position, it has moved in the last 100,000 years. And this would have looked more like this to the human eye. If we simulate the visual appearance of this assumes the stars were viewed from the same location and the same point in the sky. And we will see then that Pleione, 100,000 years ago, was visible as a separate star. And this is an image from Nice's paper. So our question is, could the Pleiades have been seen as 7 separate stars at any time in the past where humans could see them? And the answer is that there's enough evidence here to suggest that this was probably the case. And the most significant of which is that the fact that the star called Pleione was further away from Atlas in the past, and even if we ignore the potential variability of brightness, it would still have been seen as a separate star with those with good eyesight. And this is something we've seen in the myth of the cosmic hunt, where the use of Alcor as a separate attribute in the myth helps us evidence the fact that the story was about the same set of stars. So here in the Seven Sisters, we see that Pleione is the evidence we need to say that these stories were talking about the same set of stars. However, these stars only stopped being 7 and became 6 stars between 100,000 and 70,000 years ago. The ancestors of the First Nation Australians left Africa between 100,000 and 70,000 years ago, and these were closely related in terms of DNA to those humans who then went on to populate Eurasia. These humans would become the First Nation Australians, arrived in Australia around 50,000 years ago, and by 30,000 years ago, they had dispersed around the whole of the Australian continent, or the outside at least. But at 50,000 years onwards, these First Nation Australians became a continuous and unbroken cultural line, with little in the way of other cultures interacting with the majority of people until 1788. With the arrival of the Europeans. Now, I would also say that there was some interaction between North Australia and Indonesia slightly earlier than this due to the harvesting of sea cucumbers by the Makassar people from Indonesia. But for all intents and purposes, the population of Australia as a whole remained isolated from the rest of the world for at least 50,000 years. So the humans who were the people that would eventually split into those dispersing to Australia via Southeast Asia and those that would eventually go into Europe last together at least 70,000 years ago, and probably a little longer than that. And at this point in time, we believe the Pleiades would probably still have been seen as 7 visible stars. So what does this mean? Does it mean the story of the hunter and the girls are from the same root, the same source? After all, there is similarity between the First Nation Australia and Greek stories of the Pleiades and Orion, which is that they identified the Pleiades as a group of young girls, they identified Orion as a hunter or young man or group of men, and they both have stories in which the group represented by Orion is attempting to catch the group represented by the Pleiades. And then we have the fact that cultures in both places have called the cluster Pleiades the Seven Sisters, although most humans can only see 6 stars, and then they have stories to explain why the 7th star is now invisible. I have no doubt that the story of Orion and the Pleiades told today from Greek mythology is thousands of years in the making, as are the Dreamtime stories of the Mermaid, Australia. But we are looking at this as academics and not as hopeless romantics, despite how much many of us would want the evidence to be solid, and so to point to an early simple source of this myth being 100,000 years old. Fact is, the evidence I've spoken about today has a couple of issues, so let's talk about them for a minute. Pleiades and Orion are some of the most easily distinguishable objects in the sky at night, and so many cultures will have stories about them. And actually, we see this with Pleiades having over 340 mentions in motifs in Bearskin's database, spread across pretty much every region in the world. And Orion has over 220 motifs in slightly fewer areas. This means that when compared to the less than 100 motifs about the Seven Sisters, it would be sensible to suggest that the cultures told stories about these stars because they were easily identifiable in the night sky, and changes to these objects would have been noted by any cultures that looked at the sky, which is all of them. And so we need to ask ourselves, what are the chances that two separate cultures on the opposite sides of the world would call the set of stars in Orion a group of men, and Pleiades a set of women? And also consider that the Earth's rotation gives the impression that Orion is chasing the Pleiades across the night sky. So with that, I think labelling the stars as males chasing females has a high probability of coincidence, especially with hunters chasing prey being a common Upper Paleolithic motif, because cultures were predominantly hunters. But there's also academic pushback on the data used on the position of the stars, as in the paper by Nice and Nice. The data used was based on old information and what are now considered to be out-of-date measurements, which have an error rate of around 50%, meaning that the position of Atlas and Peony would have been 50% closer than the simulated photo from 100,000 years ago shows. Now, this doesn't mean someone with good eyesight probably couldn't have distinguished between the two stars 70,000 years ago, especially if the brightness and nebula were in our favour. But it does throw doubt on the lost star hypothesis, or it could suggest that the lost star motif is even older than we think for it to be noticed as being lost. There are universal motifs that have survived since the African dispersal event 70,000 years ago. But myths, and by that I mean a whole story combining motifs, are less resilient to time and dispersal. We do have old stories in humanity's culture that have survived. The cosmic hunt is one where the evidence is much stronger than we have here, and we can piece together a motif's evolution to recreate older stories such as the earliest creation myths, the flood myths and dragon myths. And so, considering all the evidence, my view would be that statistics favour coincidence in the Greek and Australian stories being similar, partly due to the significance of the stars involved, but also because there are aspects to the Australian story, especially around ritual and water, which seem to be completely lost in the Greek version of the myth, which I wouldn't expect to happen. And this leaves us with just a hunter chasing a woman motif, and this is not a rare motif nor exclusively associated with the Pleiades and Orion. And then the astronomical evidence about there being two stars into one is weaker than suggested in the Nice and Noyce paper. But we must also ask ourselves, why are there so many stories insisting that there are 7 stars, even though only 6 are visible to most people, together with a story explaining the lost Pleiade? Evidence I've spoken about does suggest that possibly 7 stars were visible 100,000 years ago, and evidence suggests this motif has travelled around the world. It was a very recognisable object in the night sky. Its change would be reflected in stories, and these changes would have only happened because the change was noticed. And this could have only happened probably no later than the time of the African dispersal of humans. To say the story of hunters chasing women travelled with it. That I'm not completely convinced by. And the evidence doesn't really support it, not in a significant manner. This motif is not dispersed in a way that one would expect. Now, I have no doubt that Dreamtime stories are very old, but it is very difficult to date them using solid evidence, and the ones I can date, I've covered in a previous video, and can relate to tangible evidence. We can, with a very non-academic gut feel, say that these Dreamtime stories, including the Seven Sisters, may well be as old as the First Nation Australian culture. And so, yes, there is a chance this story of hunters chasing women predates a significant dispersal event from Africa 70,000 years ago. But we must acknowledge that due to the huge number of other stories about Orion and the Pleiades, and a lack of hunting mythologies in those, whilst it is something I want to believe is true, my academic head desires better evidence to conclude this as being the oldest story in the world, or indeed for it being over 50,000 years old. But from the evidence, what I will say is that the motif of seven stars turning to six within the Pleiades star cluster is probably 70 to 100,000 years old. That makes it one of the oldest motifs we know. Now, I'm sure there'll be many comments about this, and so please do below, and I'll do my best to respond to as many as I can, even if it means making another video to respond to these. As there are many other myths about the Pleiades as well I wish to tell you. But for those who want to look at other evidence to show how we can reconstruct these old stories, then I'll have a video on the cosmic hunt and the big dragon myths. But perhaps a good parallel to this video is this one, about the earliest ocean myths we know. And if you haven't seen it, I'd recommend this. So, until then, please stay safe and well. This was Trek and Fold. This is a video I wanted to make for a long time, to explain the origins of Odin, the most complex god, because we know much more about him than just what is written in the Old Eddas. There is a trail of evidence about how he came to be through the influences of many other cultures and their stories. This is a huge topic, and I will cover as much of it as possible, including the linguistic evolution of Odin's name, and so the differences between Odin, Woden, and Wodan. I'll look at Indo-European cultural influence and how this affected Odin's role in the Nordic pantheon, and I'll touch on the shamanistic and ritualistic elements as well as looking at the influence of the Roman Empire and the development of the runes. And then with this we will have the context into which we can put other observations, meaning we can uncover who Odin really was in the Indo-European mythological landscape. This is a complex but interesting discussion on how gods are made, and well, certainly worthy of a good cup of tea. So, welcome to the story of Odin, and welcome to Trek and Fold. To ensure context for this video, let me first start with something that is probably the most well-known piece of information, and that is the names of the gods that seem to be referred to the same or equivalent god. Because when you hear the name Woden, then this is the English form of the name Odin. And when you hear Wotan, this is the High German version of the same name. But when I say these gods are equivalent, I mean their names are related, but because of time, landscape, and culture changing, these three gods had different properties, attributes, and due to this, I will use their names very specifically so you understand which god I'm talking about. As the Odin of the Old Norse text is very different to Wotan and Woden, and understanding this difference allows us to explain how Odin came to be. The Odin of the Old Norse is linked with death, war, knowledge, and poetry, was the god of the kings and priests, and one of the first gods in the Old Norse creation myth, a grandson of the first god, and as part of his role, he helped build the earth and create people. And what is odd about this is that there isn't a directly equivalent god in any comparable Indo-European pantheon that really matches these motifs. And I'll tackle this aspect later on in this video. But for us, looking at the differences in gods, the Woden of Anglo-Saxons is mentioned occasionally in texts, albeit briefly, and often with none or very little context. But he is best known for appearing as the ninth generation ancestor of English kings, which is interesting as even in a Christianized Anglo-Saxon England, to be king, you needed to show you had blood ancestry with Woden, pagan chief god, suggesting at this time that he had an important link with kingship. And the Germanic Wotan appears in some prose poems, again well after Christian version, and here he is probably best known for appearing in Nine Herbs Charm and the Old Saxon baptismal vow. However, all of these mentions tend to be brief and do not really add to our understanding of how he was perceived in these realms at these times. But there are some things we can make appropriate decisions on, and I'll explain these as we look at where his attributes came from. I will occasionally refer to Indo-Europeans in this video, and so I want to give a synopsis of who they are. In academia, we classify a group of people who lived across a large amount of Asia as Indo-Europeans because they all speak languages that derived from an original language spoken probably around 8,000 years ago, and this language we know as Proto-Indo-European. This is a language that is considered hypothetical because we have no physical record of this version of the language, only the many languages that have evolved from it. Although using well understood linguistic evolution rules, we can recreate much of this language with some good confidence. Now, the source of this language is still debated, but most evidence suggests it was influenced from around the Black Sea area and or possibly near the Caucasus Mountain region or northern Anatolia. And we see this language and the people who spoke it spread from this region into Europe and also through Persia and into India. These migrations in evidence that they're supported by DNA. And so with this, we can say all these people are related, and we call these people Indo-Europeans, people who speak an Indo-European language. Now, for the record, there would be some people who spoke Indo-European who were not genetically related to the source dispersal, and there would be some people who were linked to the source dispersal through genetics that didn't speak Indo-European. But for us, and our understanding is, it is our understanding that a significant majority did, and because of this, they took along with their language a common culture with them, a culture with beliefs, have common motifs that are still seen today in terms of mythology and cosmogony, such as sacrifice, dragon slaying, and their creation myths that often have common plot points and sometimes even the same names for key characters. And it's observations like this that give us further confidence that these myths must have come from the same source as the language. And it is understanding the mythologies and cosmogonies that is core to my work and allows me to understand the differences in these cultures and belief systems, and so identify the development and evolution of culture, which in turn allows me to explain the origins of gods, such as Odin, in a way that I don't think experts from other fields consider. There are many theories on why Odin is called Odin, but the one that seems to offer the best evidence is that the name travelled north from the Germanic tribes and into southern Scandinavia, and the name that travelled was Odin or Ognates. Now, why is this the most likely theory? Because as we see language evolve in similar ways, we can apply rules we're confident of. of onto it. And if we apply the rules we know to Germanic words in Scandinavia, we see that nouns, which start with the letter W and then are followed by a vowel in the older Germanic languages, drop the W when they arrive in Scandinavia. And a good example of this is wolf, which is wolf in the Germanic language, and so wolf in Old Norse. And so applying the same laws on linguistic evolution to Woden, well, it goes to Odin. So absolutely copying it with Odin. This assumes the name of the god started in Germania, or was at least in Germania before it went to Scandinavia. And I'll answer why we have evidence for this in a minute or two. But now, as I hinted at near the start of the video, a name of a god does not in itself explain the god's attributes or their mythology or why indeed they are found within a pantheon. And so, whilst we see the name of the god migrate into Scandinavia, what would be interesting to see is that if there were any attributes added to him when he arrived there, and then compare this to how he perceived Germania, because this too would help provide an understanding of how he developed. And so we now have a number of questions to answer. Where does the name Woden come from, as it will help us understand the source for Odin, and where do the attributes, properties of Woden come from if he is influencing Odin, because not all of these may have migrated with his name into Scandinavia. And because of this, we can then try and understand the differences between Odin and Woden, and because these differences may well have been added to Odin when he was in Scandinavia rather than Germania. There is one other question we should answer, and that is about the pantheon of the Northern gods. Because whilst Odin is a chief god in other Indo-European pantheons, the chief god is also the sky god, the sky father, and a name that is cognate to the Proto-Indo-European Deus Buddha, which we take to mean sky father, but can also be considered as father god, and so the chief god. We see the name Deus Buddha in gods such as Jupiter, and the Deus forms gods names such as Zeus and in the Old Norse god Tyr. But in no way is this name cognate or etymologically linked with Odin, and this is odd. The chief god doesn't have this link. But also, when you compare Indo-European pantheons, you also see that Odin has a position that the other pantheons do not. And in fact, the names of the ordered gods in the Old Norse pantheon really do not align with other Indo-European pantheons. And so, what is going on here? Now, some academics have pointed out that Odin does have attributes seen in some of the other gods. And one well-quoted example is from the Vedic gods of Rudra and Shiva, but also the Vedic Varuna. And we also see such things in Asama, in ancient Persia, and Mars in Rome. But these aren't direct correlations, only partial. And so I will touch on this comparison a little later, as it is an important piece of the puzzle. But this does raise an interesting point, as even though academics align Odin with Mars, the Romans didn't. And this is really odd, as Odin is a war god, although one that creates and benefits from war as opposed to fights in it, as a warrior would. No, instead, the Romans compared Odin with Mercury, a messenger, a magician, a psychopath. And so let's look at why this was. But first we need to ensure the Odin we are looking at is the same god the Romans compared to Mercury. Because we have confidence that the evolution of the name Wotan and Woden turned into Odin, as previously mentioned, and that Odin has qualities not found in the belief systems of the tribes of Romania, but found in Scandinavia, such as shamanistic values, we can then accept that Odin evolved from Wotan and Woden. And so to understand this god's origins, we should understand where do the names Woden and Woden come from? Well, it is generally accepted amongst academics that if we reconstruct the Proto-Germanic language, Woden would have evolved from the name Wodeneth. And there is a lot of confidence about this. And we also therefore know that this name of Wodeneth was probably in use around 2,000 years ago when the Roman Empire was starting to expand into Germany. And so the evolution of the name Wodeneth to Woden happened sometime after this, in the first half of the first millennium. So this implies that the name Odin did not evolve into Wodeness, and so is a name that is less than 2,000 years. So how do we know Wodeness was being used 2,000 years ago? Well, we haven't any record of the name used as writing having come to Germania at this time. Well, not in use by the local tribes, but the Romans had writing, and luckily for us, one of their historians, Tacitus, made some notes about the tribes in Germania from around 1900 years ago. These notes may have originally been made by others and passed to Tacitus, but it is the contents of the books that are important, and these became a manuscript as Germania. And it is within this manuscript that Tacitus compares the chief god of the Teutons, with Teutons being a name for a Germanic tribe in what would be northern Germany today, where he compares it to Mercury. Now, there is still some uncertainty why he called Woden as their Deus Maximus, main chief god, whilst also comparing him to the Roman god Mercury, which is also the equivalent of Greek Hermes. Gives some idea of where this relationship is. And this is because Mercury is not the main divinity of the Romans. That was Jupiter. And we also see both Tacitus and Caesar both calling this Teutonic god a war god, which would align the god with Mars. Now, the most obvious explanation for this is that if we consider how Tacitus compiled his work, he probably used notes based on visual assessment of what was going on in the tribes, as well, these are the most obvious things for someone to note. And so it seems likely as though the association of a visual symbol with Wodeness may have given rise to this comparison. And at this time, the most visual aspect we see with Wodeness is that of ravens. And as the Roman Mercury is also associated with ravens, then it makes sense that such an observation would lead to the Interpretatio Romana of Mercury, with the Interpretatio Romana being a way the Romans compared objects from other cultures to their way of understanding, so the equivalent of what was in their culture. And this association with ravens also aligns with how Romans labelled the Celtic god Luch, who was also associated with these birds. But why this labelling was used when the Romans in Europe were probably very familiar with the rituals and the physical representations of the gods of the Teutons can only be guessed at. There are no clues in Tacitus' work, and even less in Caesar's. It may have been down to the fact that it just was probably easier, simpler to make this comparison. After all, there were probably more important things to write about at the time, such as the Roman battle tactics and what was going on in the wars. But I also have to admit this isn't completely convincing, and so we're left to turn to an inscription made during the Roman period found in Bornheim Himmerich, and which says Mercurio Renoni, and translates to Mercury Raven, or thus Mercury Woden. And this confirms the association of Mercury with ravens, and so helps confirm why the chief god of the Teutons was being associated with Mercury, as it associates the chief god of the Teutons with ravens. Now, to ensure other gods could not also be considered within this space, we can use linguistic evidence to show that the Old Norse god Tyr's name at this time in Germania would have been Tiwaz, and was the Germanic version of the Indo-European guy, god, a god called Lord, and so was the predecessor of Freyr in Scandinavia, meaning that Freyr replaced Tyr as a major god. And in fact, Freyr was also called Ingvi Freyr in some places in Germania, meaning Lord Ingvi. By the way, Freyr and Tyr were not the Deus Maximus of the Teutons. Now, this in itself is a complex argument, and one I can talk about another day. But for us here who wish to know more, then please read Puvel's work on comparative mythology and Anatoly Lieberman's Prayer and Laughter, which I'll reference in this video description. But so far, I've missed out one important god, the ancient thunder god this time, who would have been aligned to the Roman sky god, the Greek equivalent of Zeus, the Roman Jupiter. And this is from the Proto-Indo-European Jupiter, and it is a descendant of this god that would eventually be called Thor in Scandinavia. And I've made a separate video about this. This is quite a complex task to understand the etymology. It is another video, but certainly worth watching if you want to understand how the evolution of these thunder gods name happened through Indo-European migrations. And so, if we now consider all of this and this mismatch of Mercury with a chief god, then the only other evidence we have that Wotan was Mercury is the fact that Wednesday is named after him. Without this reference, we would have probably assumed it was a different god, and probably Tiwaz. And for completeness, it is probably worth mentioning that we also know this because in some languages it is Mercury who is named after Wednesday, and in the Germanic languages it is Woden. Now, for completeness, I do want to put one more piece of evidence here before we look at where Woden comes from, and this is from a lesser known intercultural translation of Germanic gods' names in Alfric's Lives of the Saints, in his piece on St. Martin, or Martin of Tours, and this was written about 1,000 years ago, so 900 years after Tacitus, but written independently of Tacitus's work. And this reads, "And he showed himself visible in the divers phantasms to the sun, in the appearance of the gods of the heathen, sometimes in Jove's form, who is called Thor, sometimes in Mercury's, who is called Odin, sometimes in that of Venus, the foul goddess whom men call Frigg, and into many other shapes the devil transformed himself in the bishop's light." Here we see that Jove is another name for Jupiter, a sky father god, and is associated with Thor, a god who was the sky god in the eyes of the Nordic peoples, and not just a storm god as many popularly perceive him to be, but we also see Mercury associated with Odin, and what the spelling of Odin in this work, and so providing further evidence that when the Romans spoke about their Deus Maximus, spoke about Mercury, they were talking about Wotan, which infers this was Odin. So far, we have traced back Odin's name to find other gods with names that are etymologically linked with him, but we have found little to say what this god was like, apart from his association with ravens. But by tracing his name back and having confidence that Odin has evolved in part from Woden, then we can now uncover some understanding how he came to be. Now, as mentioned previously, there is general academic consensus that Woden had evolved from the name Wotanaz, which was probably being used for this deity around 2,000 years ago. But the next obvious question to ask is, where did Wotanaz come from? And to answer this, I would use the work of Anatoly Lieberman, well-respected etymologist who, in his book on Prayer and Laughter, discusses the origin of the Woden's hunt, a belief that most people consider as a procession of the dead, and Lieberman explains how the hunt wasn't originally led by a single figure, but was originally made from a group of spirits, demonic, frantic figures of death thousands of years ago. And these spirits of the hunt didn't ride at the front, leading it, as is often depicted in art, but they were chasing, consuming the dead. And over time, as cultural society developed, these spirits morphed into animals and various figures, and probably at one time it became a half man, half horse, and at other times possibly a man-eating horse. But eventually it would become a man riding a horse. Now, the Indo-European name for these spirits was the Wothu, which means an erratic or unpredictable movement. And as these spirits evolved over time into a man who was riding a horse, then that figure who rode the horse became known as Wothu, a name that is a clear cognate with Wolf and Naz. But to complicate things further, Wothu could also be seen as a direct cognate to Othor, the name of the Old Norse god of poetry, as Wothu in Proto-Germanic would go to Othor in Old Norse, which is cognate with Othor. I will talk about this in a few minutes as I'm sort of going off the topic. But this evolution with the name seems like a clear connection in the development of the god Odin, but it comes with the added association with the wild hunt, riding a horse, and you could consider that much like Odin is known for riding Sleipnir, and the association with animals of the dead, such as dogs and ravens, animals that are perceived as being able to travel between the world of the living and the world of the dead. And I do talk about this early in European mythology, discusses this aspect of them in this video if you're interested. And so Lieberman seems to have found a probable link from Wothu to Othor, and so it was assumed to Odin, and thus provides some of Odin's attributes about being able to travel to the underworld and his association with animals of the dead. And so here we have uncovered some of the earliest roots of Odin, his origins as being in existence in the time of Proto-Indo-Europeans, and with the wild hunt being originally a animistic belief due to the nature of spirits within it, then this origin could date back to over 10,000 years. But let's not get excited here. I'm not saying Odin is over 10,000 years old. It is just that there are some influences we see within him that are, and also the possibility that the root of his name comes from this time period too. I also want to say that there are many gods that have these types of connections found in many pantheons. But what we have found here is a very clear connection in our journey to understanding Odin. As I've just mentioned, there is an Old Norse god called Othor, but there are many who think that this may have migrated from Woden or the Wothu, and some think that this name was already around when Odin arrived in Scandinavia. Now, Othor as a noun means poetry, but it is rarely used in that way. And then there are times when it meant mind or spirit or character. But again, this was a very rare meaning of the word. However, as an adjective, the word Othor means frenzied or mad. And so let's look into this to see if we can understand what the god's name Othor really means, because that may help us show that Othor came from the Wothu. Now, Old Norse specialist and YouTuber Jackson Crawford made a video on May 5th, 2021, video on Odin, and suggested chief gods is a combination of Othor, which he suggests means mad, with the suffix in added to it, which means the. So in effect, resulting in Odin meaning the mad one. And this is something some scholars, such as De Vries, support. But there are also some scholars, such as Hollander, who really refute this position and want to disassociate these two gods, Odin and Othor, primarily because he feels the chances of a coincidence where two similar named gods having similar characters seems very unlikely. The scholar Helton says, and this view is something I support, that divine names are never formed from one another by adding a simple suffix or subtracting a suffix. And so this would imply that Othor would not have evolved into Odin nor Odin to Othor. And something else must have happened for these names to be similar, even though the end result looks like a simple evolution. And on top of this, there is a similarity in their spouses, with Thor marrying Freya and Odin marrying Frigg. And there is some scholarly debate about whether these two goddesses also arose from the same source, which would then add value to the argument that Odin and Othor are related. Now, we do see some scholars concentrating on the name of Othor as having a link to poetry, and with this we see a link to Odin as he is considered the wisest god, and you learn knowledge through poetry. And this is seen through the drinking of the mead of poetry, which I've made a video about here if you're interested in learning more about this. And so Odin is constantly in search of knowledge so he can avoid dying of Ragnarok, which is an eschatological event in our mythology. And this process is backed up by really much mythology, showing Odin going on quests to gain knowledge. And when it comes to Ragnarok, we then see Odin fighting what is arguably considered the greatest beast within Odin's mythology, Fenrir, the giant wolf, and son Loki. And I say this with respect to Thor's fight with the Jormungandr, but the fight with Fenrir really does imply that Odin is once again the greater god for fighting the greater beast. But despite this poetic link, it is Lieberman who steers away from this and puts his thoughts on the adjective and the frenzy of Othor, and so ties him to the leader of the wild hunts, the Woden, Wode, which would link to the Proto-Indo-European word Woden. Whilst he admits the path from the Woden to Othor or Odin is unclear, here, which is the creation myth of the Volsmal, normally the first poem found in editions of the Poetic Edda, to help people to understand this more clearly. You see, in this poem, when people are created, it states that Odin gave Ond, meaning breath, or is often translated as breath, and Lothor gave to Gother, which is often translated as colour, and Honir gave Uthor, which we know means poetry. And Lieberman argues, and rightly so in my opinion, why is Honir giving poetry if Odin is the god of poetry? And with this really strong point, he views these common translations as being wrong, as why would a log become a human with breath, colour and poetry? That doesn't make sense. And he argues, and I feel I can really support this argument, that Othor should be translated as voice and Littogother as genitals. And so Odin is left in Ond, which Lieberman argues means movement due to Odin's links with frenzy. And so the log is given voice, genitals, and movement, which are far more appropriate if you're trying to turn a log into a person. And so if you agree with this, then it should be considered more likely that Othor was named after frenzy and movement, and such also linking him to the wild hunt and the wild food. And so, and this is an important point, it is the homonym around their names that then allowed the folklore of Odin and Othor and the Wothu to overlap. And this point would suggest the names rose also independently from each other, such as Helm's argument, which I mentioned about a minute or two ago. It seems clear from this that Othor certainly came from Wothu and that Odin from Wothenaz, and at that point they then evolved independently before coming together again. Hardly a day goes by when some of you don't think about the Roman Empire, and this may put you in good stead to understand another important influence in Odin's development. And this is because the Roman Empire existed from just over 2,000 years ago and lasted till about the year 480. Now, I don't think these dates are this coincidental when it comes to the development of Odin, because we have no sign of Odin in Scandinavia until the early 4th century, and this is only evidenced recently through the finding of a bracket which has on it "I am Odin's man," and on top of this runic writing, which is very much associated with Odin, only seems to have come into existence in the earliest parts of the first millennium, maybe to 300 before this plaquette was found. Now, I'm not saying Odin and the runes therefore appeared in Scandinavia together at exactly the same time, but certainly the story of Odin discovering the runes by hanging Yggdrasil, a very much shamanistic type ritual, this sacrifice. I'll talk about that more in this video. This allows for a story to describe the discovery of the runes and why they appear to contain esoteric knowledge. And it should also be noted that there is a long history of writing being seen as magic and esoteric, and this is emphasized as it is the priests who were the storytellers of many cultures, who were the first to learn to read and write, confirming this magical association. And so, as we see the Roman Empire have a need for recruits, we see the Nordic men employed by Rome as mercenaries in their auxilia, and these men then travelled all around Europe and into the western parts of Asia, and they experienced new cultures and beliefs, fighting, and they no doubt brought back some of this with them, whilst at the same time probably having a different view on war because of fighting for the Romans rather than Germanic tribes, and so they had a better idea about Mars. And this again ties in well for the dates of the rise of the runes and the appearance of Wotan, Germania, as a war god, because whilst there, as I say, was fighting between Germanic tribes, it was only when the Roman Empire came to the borders of Germania did war take on a new meaning, and this probably helped shape Wotan's position at the start of the first millennium. There is a well-respected essay by Chris Kershaw published in the Journal of Indo-European Studies probably around 20 years ago, so probably a bit longer, about the origins of Odin. And so I thought I should at least include a brief mention of it here. Now, whilst I am about to oversimplify Kershaw's work, hopefully I'll give this synopsis some justice. But he basically argues that the Manaba, a modern name for a group of young male warriors, worshipped the god that would eventually become Odin. And his argument is such that a band like this would help shift a cultural view from a matrimonial lineage to a patriarchal lineage. And so the Earth Mother in culture is replaced with the Sky Father. And whilst there is much I like about Kershaw's work in this book, much I can support, I personally see the Manor Band as a result of the patriarchal society, not the cause of it. Because when a father died, his property went to his eldest son, and his other younger sons had to leave and find a home. Created this Manor Band, and this process for these younger men then allowed them to migrate and disperse, and some of them went to Europe. And because they were just males, they had to settle with the women of Neolithic farmers and hunter-gatherers, whether by choice or force, because there was no women with them. And we can see clear evidence of this in DNA and culture and sort of beliefs as the Indo-European men bring their culture into Europe, influences. And to me, this is part of the reason why the Old Norse pantheon has the Vanir, what are considered by many as the agricultural gods, the gods that were there before the Indo-European pantheons came to Europe. But the phrase one-eyed god also raises an interesting point, and that is that why has Odin lost an eye? But we see Wotan hasn't. We see also on the Anglo-Saxon helmet from Sutton Hoo, it inferring that this helmet represents a one-eyed god, and yet the English Woden is also seen with two eyes. To understand this, then we need to know that the helmet is an import probably from Denmark, where we see similar helmets, and so was made representing Odin rather than Woden, and this is in the 7th century, and so date-wise we know Odin is in Scandinavia at this point, and is different to Odin because he lost an eye. So why this change? Well, we have the mythology of Mimir as well, where Odin gave his eye for knowledge, and so we should ask the question, do we think Odin lost an eye after the creation of the myth, or had he already lost them? And this myth was created about him. And if we look at the Norse pantheon, there are a number of gods that have injuries or are involved in an event where they show a loss of power. We have Tyr losing a hand to Bendir, Balder dies, Freya gives away his sword, and Loki receives multiple punishments. But what does this mean, as these do not occur in the other Germanic pantheons? And whilst understanding this properly is a video in its own right, my best educated guess right now is that this links to the Scandinavians' beliefs and perhaps more importantly the shamanistic influence, and that is that there is a balance between people and nature, gods and nature, an ethos that we are all vulnerable and so must value life and must be prepared to make sacrifice. And that also shows that you have partaken in war and conflict and have come out the other side. And that's important because it's stories of this or like this that make you immortal, because stories are told about you forever. Odin has shamanistic qualities. We see them particularly in the Hormel, where he hangs himself on a tree after fasting, a shamanistic ritual, if ever there was one. And we also see other hints of shamanistic rituals in the other poems and some of the sagas. And this shamanistic influence isn't seen, certainly not clearly within the Germanic cultures, although he is occasionally suggested as a hanging god. And this suggests, though, that the influences came to Odin from within Scandinavia. And this makes sense because we can find the Sami in the northern Scandinavia region, and that's a culture that is connected with animism. And the Sami and the people who spoke Old Norse did intermix, and Sami definitely lived within the communities of the Old Norse people, often as specialist hunters and craftsmen, meaning there was probably and almost certainly cultural exchange and influences going on here. And what this means for us is that Odin's attributes are being added to after he arrives in Scandinavia, possibly using shamanistic magic as a way to justify the runes, the secrets they held, and so an association with poetry. With this and the other potential links, such as self-sacrifice from the previous chapter, it reinforces another layer to Odin's complexity. I've tried to explain the key influences on the development of Odin within this video, but there is one part of the puzzle I have not explained, but it is very important and I hope will put everything in place. And that is of who Odin is. And yes, I know that is what we're trying to find out, but what I mean is, how was he perceived in this time? We see him represented in different forms as a wanderer, a figure that Gandalf of Lord of the Rings is somewhat modeled on. He is also a spirit, god of Asgard, aware of many things seen through his allies, such as his ravens and other gods. But then there's another facet to Odin, and it is that this is perhaps the key to much of his history. And that is that Odin could be considered a priest because he is a figure of knowledge, a figure of poetry, but perhaps most importantly, a figure who keeps order. But before I talk about this, we first need to know about one more aspect of Odin, and that is his title of Allfather. Now, we have seen through earlier comparisons that the attribute of order is something we see in other gods Odin is compared to, such as the Greek Fedorina, and which just adds to Odin's performance. And it is all these aspects of him that means he has names. And one of these is commonly referred to as the Allfather. But importantly, I think this title Allfather is wrong because I think it is a mistranslation of the Old Norse Allfather. And with this, we are now probably entering the most important part of this video. So I'll go over this in the most detail. First, I want to give another nod to Jackson Crawford, who published a video in October 2018 called Odin's Title, Allfather. Its main content is just under 5 minutes long, so and I'll link to the video in the description below. It's worth watching. It describes the background to this mistranslation very well, although he doesn't present a conclusion, but I will. So, Fulford's view goes that since the 13th century, when Snorri Sturluson wrote the Prose Edda, the word Hallfather had been used as a name for Odin, with a common interpretation as Allfather. And whilst the prefix all does correspond with the English all, the phrase father is ambiguous at best, as many consider it to mean father, because we have similar words in Old Norse such as fadir, meaning father, and father, meaning fathers. Now, some academics, including myself, have problems with this translation when considering Odin in other contexts of Old Norse mythology. For example, Odin was not the first god. Buri and Buri had a son, Bor, who then fathered Odin, along with his siblings Billy and Bay. Also, Odin didn't father humans. He and two other gods made man and woman, with the other gods being Billy and Bay, if you believe the Prose Edda, or Holy and Ulster, if you believe the Poetic Edda. And so, it doesn't seem to make sense that his all-father title came from this act, or from his position in the pantheon. And in terms of fathering most human children, then that award goes to Heimdall, a son of Odin, who, under the name of Rig, in the Rigsthula, fathers children of all classes. There's also a consideration that because Odin fathered Heimdall, then he is the father of most humans. And whilst this does hold true, then why are the stories about Rig and not about Odin, fathering the people of the world? Now, some may quote a sentence written in the Prose Edda that says, "This is why he can be called All-Father, that he is father of all the gods and of men, and of everything that has been brought into being by him and his power." But as just pointed out, this is not true. It is a flawed statement, and is possibly an attempt by Snorri Sturluson, the Christian scholar who wrote the Prose Edda, to try and align Odin with his pantheon, like the Greek gods, whilst labelling him a name that those who follow the Abrahamic religions would be more willing to understand. But I must consider all sides of the argument. So I'm going to acknowledge that there are some theological perspectives to the All-Father debate. And these include thoughts that as Odin was the father of the slain, and as we all live in the mortal world, he would eventually become the father of us all, as all of us die. However, strictly speaking, he was father to half the slain, or more specifically, half the people who died in battle. And that is less than half the people who died, and so this reasoning should also be considered somewhat flawed as well. There is another take, and that is that there are other examples of Odin's names which end in father, such as the Fulder, Vanfulder, and Sixthulder, meaning father of men, father of the slain, and father of victory, respectively. And so, what All-Father could mean is that combining all of these father titles into one overall title. Now, whilst the concept could hold here, it doesn't really clarify the issue with the translation of into father, and there are thoughts that it could just be an honorary title, but then why is the term father used so much? Or there are thoughts that it may be a long forgotten relic from the time of Wotan, as when Tacitus wrote to Deus Maximus in his book Germania, referring to the deity who we now know today as Odin. To me, what is clear from all these reasonings around the All-Father title is that they do not really withstand any significant level of scrutiny, even with a flexible theological view. And so, what do we have left to go on? And this is where Fulford's thoughts on this challenge come in. And the consequence of this is very important to understand Odin and who he is and who he replaced in the Old Norse pantheon. Now, Fulford says that Vadir in Old Norse means father, although there is a possessive form of father in Old Norse that is spelled Ulfur, but neither of these match the spell of Ulfur, as used in the Prozeras reference to the Allfather. And these spellings are different enough to make us doubt they are meant to mean father, as father is such a common word, it is unlikely to be misspelt. That once, let alone 20 plus times, it appears in the Prose Edda. However, the real insight Dr. Crawford offers is that there is an Old English word that this spelling could represent, and this has academic credence, as Old English and Old Norse are very similar languages. His view is that the word "futher" is representative of the verb "adian," which means to set in order, and then which would match being spelled as "law." And whilst he admits that the Old English "adian" is not attested to in any examples of Old Norse that we have, and so in effect there are no tangible examples or recorded cognates we can look at, this doesn't actually mean the word wasn't used. It is a viable possibility. It's just that we don't have this evidence to say definitely it was. Now, to counter this claim, there is the appearance of the word Elfavur in the stanza 38 of the El Gakvith Hundingsbach, one within the Poetic Edda. And this has an A and a U within the word, which is very close to an oblique case form of Alfulder. It's not an exact match, but it is referred to Odin. And this cannot be explained other than suggesting this may be a local interpretation. But if you accept Crawford's interpretation, then it would mean that Allfather would mean the one who sets things in order. And to me, this would make much more sense than calling Odin the father of everything or everyone. And let me explain why. If we apply this new meaning of Alfather, and Sigfather, then the meanings change to mean the one who keeps men in order, the one who keeps order of the slain, and the one who creates the order of victory. And these still fit very much within Odin's character. They fit very well. Even taking all that into account, you may still be sitting on the fence over what is the best explanation. And so, this is where I want to take you on a journey. A 5,000-year journey back in time, long before the Old Norse was written, before the Prose Edda was written, and I believe it may help strengthen a link to why Odin was called Olafur and its association with order. But to understand this, I first have to give you a synopsis of the Old Norse creation myth. In the beginning of the cosmos, Ymir, who was neither man nor woman, but both, and Thula, a giant cow, travelled through the cosmos. Ymir suckled on the giant cow and created two beings, and Thula led the ice and created Uri, the first god. Over time, these new gods had children, and Uri's first child was Bor, and Bor had children, losing they wanted to stop wandering and to have a home, and so sacrificed Ymir, and from his body created the earth. Odin travelled down to the earth and wandered, sacrificing men so he would have an army to stay alive, to have victory at Ragnarok, to keep the gods in charge of the world. Here we see that Odin is acting like a priest, sacrificing to the gods to help keep the world in order. But now let me tell you a synopsis of the Proto-Indo-European creation myth I've covered in detail in other videos. And this myth goes as follows. In the beginning of the cosmos, two beings were created, Manu and Jiva. Manu meaning man and Jiva meaning twin. With them was a cat. Manu wanted to stop wandering and to have a home, and so he sacrificed Jiva, and from his body created the earth and the human. Manu then travelled down to the earth and became the earth's first priest, teaching that ritual sacrifice he would keep the world in order. These myths have similarities, and if you keep the cow within the Indo-European myth, replace Yima, Ireland, and replace Manu with Odin, then you have a story which is very much comparable to the old creation myth. And so here, between these two myths, Manu and Odin killed a twin figure, and they both build the world with his body parts. They both build humans, and then they are both on Earth as priest figures who are as a focal point to the gods for whom is known, for who see, and it is Manu and Odin who teach humans about this sacrifice, all to keep the world in order. This similarity isn't found because of the All-Father mistranslation. It could be ascertained without questioning the translation of the All-Father. But what I am saying is that although Odin isn't a cognate of Manu, or indeed there is nothing linking him as being evolved directly from Manu, he has been deliberately placed in this position in Odin's mythology. In effect, Odin doesn't replace the god in the Old Norse pantheon. He replaces Manu in Old Norse mythology. And this more considered translation of Othra, meaning all order, helps evidence this. Odin's position has a purpose for the cosmogony. He was not just filling space in a pantheon because people needed a new god to worship for his attributes. He was needed to create the world and the people because he was replacing the early Proto-Indo-European figure who is doing this in all the other mythologies. Manu, the first man, the first priest. Before I conclude this journey about who Odin was, I really want to thank all my patrons who make these videos possible, who support, help to create the mythology database, and who ask me some great questions and give me some great ideas. And so if you wish to support me, even if it's just on the free tier of Patreon, which doesn't cost a penny, the link is in the description below. But for all those who have supported me, thank you so much. So many people who believe in a religion focused around Germanic gods won't question Odin's position. He is there because that is where he is. He is the most powerful god. He is the chief god. They may not realise that perhaps Freya or maybe even Tiwaz used to hold this position 2,500 years ago, or that Thor is the sky god, the storm god, the normal position of the chief of the pantheon. The average Nordic warrior, the commoner and farmer, would either worship Thor or Freya, but within this video I've shown how there are many layers of Odin that have come together, but perhaps crucially, his role within the pantheon is based on him being positioned as a replacement of the Proto-Indo-European Manu, one of the twins of creation, the first man, the first priest, and the creator of kings. And so, if you understand the Indo-European creation myth, that Manu created all men, priests, warriors, and commoners, but also he created the first king of the Yima sacrificed, or of the Ymir in the Old Norse myth, then you will understand how our ancestors thought Odin, why kings would worship him. Indeed, if Odin is replacing Manu, it emphasizes that he is not a deity representative of the Indo-European pantheon in the traditional sense. He was never the equivalent of Deus Pita, the Sky Father, as some may suggest. Odin is the creator of the world. Odin is the first priest who roamed the world, teaching about ritual sacrifice and teaching us that through this we can keep the world in order from such events as Ragnarok. He is a figure whose name has come from the Wothu, a wild hunt, a name they cognate with Othor, which may have just been another version of him, and it would explain why he wasn't fitting in a pantheon. He is a relic of a different set of beliefs. And then alongside this, we see the Nordic warriors coming back from serving time in the Roman auxilia, having travelled around Europe with ideas of Mithras, writing, as well as understanding what war within the Roman Empire meant. And to win a war, you need a better war god, a war god who is a chief god, especially if your existing god is not fit for war. And gods that lose an arm or a sword aren't fit for war. And all this together would have been the catalyst for Odin and Woden and Wotan to be chief gods, replacing Freya or Tiwaz, for he was a god linked with death. And the jump from death to war is not a big one. Gods had assumed new positions in other pantheons for much less. And with this new god Odin coming into Scandinavia, possibly around the same time as the runes, then, considering this, it makes sense that stories of the runes come from Odin, a name that has links with poetry, or links that are strong enough considering all the other aspects that are going on. And when attached to the existing shamanistic beliefs in Scandinavian society, we see a god we recognise as Odin. Odin is a complex god. There are many gods that are quite complex, probably more complex than you realise. But within Odin, we see evidence of his creation and evolution into the old Norse myths and its pantheon. But I do also have to add that because he is complex, that some of these ideas I put to you may not be correct, and we may have better evidence for some of these theories in the future. But for me, right now, what I've told you is probably as good a study of the evolution of Odin to the chief god of the Old Norse myths as any I have read. And so that leads me to say, and being English with cup of tea in hand, that is best do hard war done. Anyway, watch this video if you want to learn more, and please stay safe and well. And this was Beckenham.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
to
How shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank NA, member of DIC.
The Art of Worldly Wisdom by Balthasar Gracian. Translated by Joseph Jacobs, 1892. Read by Illustratus. The Art of Worldly Wisdom. 1. Everything is at its acme, especially the art of making one's way in the world. There is more required nowadays to make a single wise man than formerly to make 7 sages, and more is needed nowadays to deal with a single person than was required with a whole people in former times. 2. Character and intellect, the 2 poles of our capacity. One without the other is but halfway to happiness. Intellect sufficeth not, character is also needed. On the other hand, it is the fool's misfortune to fail in obtaining the position, the employment, the neighborhood, and the circle of friends that suit him. 3. Keep matters for a time in suspense. Admiration at their novelty heightens the value of your achievements. It is both useless and insipid to play with the cards on the table. If you do not declare yourself immediately, you arouse expectation, especially when the importance of your position makes you the object of general attention. Mix a little mystery with everything, and the very mystery arouses veneration. And when you explain, be not too explicit, just as you do not expose your inmost thoughts in ordinary intercourse. Cautious silence is the holy of holies of worldly wisdom. A resolution declared is never highly thought of. It only leaves room for criticism. And if it happens to fail, you are doubly unfortunate. Besides, you imitate the divine way when you cause men to wonder and watch. 4. Knowledge and courage are the elements of greatness. They give immortality because they are immortal. Each is as much as he knows, and the wise can do anything. A man without knowledge, a world without light, wisdom and strength, eyes and hands. Knowledge without courage is sterile. 5. Create a feeling of dependence. Not he that adorns, but he that adores makes a divinity. The wise man would rather see men needing him than thanking him. To keep them on the threshold of hope is diplomatic. To trust to their gratitude boorish. Hope has a good memory, gratitude a bad one. More is to be got from dependence than from courtesy. He that has satisfied his thirst turns his back on the well, and the orange once sucked falls from the golden platter into the wastebasket. When dependence disappears, good behavior goes with it, as well as respect. Let it be one of the chief lessons of experience to keep hope alive without entirely satisfying it, by preserving it to make oneself always needed, even by a patron on the throne. But let not silence be carried to excess, lest you go wrong, nor let another's failing grow incurable for the sake of your own advantage. 6. A man at his highest point. We are not born perfect. Every day we develop in our personality and in our calling till we reach the highest point of our completed being, to the full round of our accomplishments, of our excellences. This is known by the purity of our taste, the clearness of our thought, the maturity of our judgment, and the firmness of our will. Some never arrive at being complete. Somewhat is always a wanting, others ripen late. The complete man, wise in speech, prudent in act, is admitted to the familiar intimacy of discreet persons, is even sought for by them. 7. Avoid victories over superiors. All victories breed hate, and that over your superior is foolish or fatal. Superiority is always detested, a fortiori superiority over superiority. Caution can gloss over common advantages. For example, good looks may be cloaked by careless attire. There be some that will grant you precedence in good luck or good temper, but none in good sense, least of all a prince. For good sense is a royal prerogative. Any claim to that is a case of lèse majesté. They are princes, and wish to be so in that most princely of qualities. They will allow a man to help them, but not to surpass them, and will have any advice tendered them appear like a recollection of something they have forgotten, rather than as a guide to something they cannot find. The stars teach us this finesse with happy tact. Though they are his children and brilliant like him, they never rival the brilliancy of the sun. 8. To be without passions. It is a privilege of the highest order of mind. Their very eminence redeems them from being affected by transient and low impulses. There is no higher rule than that over oneself, over one's impulses. There is the triumph of free will. While passion rules the character, no aiming at high office, the less the higher. It is the only refined way of avoiding scandals. Nay, it is the shortest way back to good repute. 9. Avoid the faults of your nation. Water shares the good or bad qualities of the strata through which it flows, and man those of the climate in which he is born. Some owe more than others to their native land, because there is a more favorable sky in the zenith. There is not a nation, even among the most civilized, that has not some fault peculiar to itself, which other nations blame, by way of boast, or as a warning. It is a triumph of cleverness to correct in oneself such national failings, or even to hide them. You get great credit for being unique among your fellows, and as it is less expected of you, it is esteemed the more. There are also family failings, as well as faults of position, of office, or of age. If these all meet in one person, and are not carefully guarded against, they make an intolerable monster. 10. Fortune and fame. Where the one is fickle, the other is enduring. The first for life, the second afterwards. The one against envy, the other against oblivion. Fortune is desired, at times assisted. Fame is earned. The desire for fame springs from man's best part. It was and is the sister of the giants. It always goes to extremes, horrible monsters or brilliant prodigies. 11. Cultivate those who can teach you. Let friendly intercourse be a school of knowledge, and culture be taught through conversation. Thus, you make your friends your teachers, and mingle the pleasures of conversation with the advantages of instruction. Sensible persons thus enjoy alternating pleasures. They reap applause for what they say, and gain instruction from what they hear. We are always attracted to others by our own interest. But in this case, it is of a higher kind. Wise men frequent the houses of great noblemen, not because they are temples of vanity, but as theaters of good breeding. There be gentlemen who have the credit of worldly wisdom, because they are not only themselves oracles of all nobleness by their example and their behavior, but those who surround them form a well-bred academy of worldly wisdom of the best and noblest kind. 12. Nature and art, material and workmanship. There is no beauty unadorned, and no excellence that would not become barbaric if it were not supported by artifice. This remedies the evil and improves the good. Nature scarcely ever gives us the very best. For that we must have recourse to art. Without this, the best of natural dispositions is uncultured, and half is lacking to any excellence if training is absent. Everyone has something unpolished without artificial training, and every kind of excellence needs some polish. 13. Act sometimes on second thoughts, sometimes on first impulse. Man's life is a warfare against the malice of men. Sagacity fights with strategic changes of intention. It never does what it threatens. It aims only at escaping notice. It aims in the air with dexterity and strikes home in an unexpected direction, always seeking to conceal its game. It lets a purpose appear in order to attract the opponent's attention, but then turns around and conquers by the unexpected. But a penetrating intelligence anticipates this by watchfulness and lurks in ambush. It always understands the opposite of what the opponent wishes it to understand, and recognizes every feint of guile. It lets the first impulse pass by, and waits for the second, or even the third. Sagacity now rises to higher flights on seeing its artifice foreseen, and tries to deceive by truth itself, changes its game in order to change its deceit, and cheats by not cheating, and founds deception on the greatest candor. But the opposing intelligence is on guard with increased watchfulness, and discovers the darkness concealed by the light, and deciphers every move, the more subtle because more simple. In this way the guile of the python combats the far darting rays of Apollo. 14. The thing itself and the way it is done. Substance is not enough. Accident is also required, as the scholastics say. A bad manner spoils everything, even reason and justice. A good one supplies everything, gilds a no, sweetens truth, and adds a touch of beauty to old age itself. The how plays a large part in affairs. A good manner steals into the affections. Fine behavior is a joy in life, and a pleasant expression helps out of a difficulty in a remarkable way. 15. Keep ministering spirits. It is a privilege of the mighty to surround themselves with the champions of intellect. These extricate them from every fear of ignorance. These worry out for them the moot points of every difficulty. It is a rare greatness to make use of the wise, and far exceeds the barbarous taste of Tigranes, who had a fancy for captive monarchs as his servants. It is a novel kind of supremacy, the best that life can offer, to have as servants by skill those who by nature are our masters. It is a great thing to know, little to live, no real life without knowledge. There is remarkable cleverness in studying without study, in getting much by means of many, and through them all to become wise. Afterwards, you speak in the council chamber on behalf of many, and as many sages speak through your mouth as were consulted beforehand. You thus obtain the fame of an oracle by others' toil. Such ministering spirits distill the best books, and serve up the quintessence of wisdom. But he that cannot have sages in service should have them for his friends. 16. Knowledge and good intentions together ensure continuance of success. A fine intellect wedded to a wicked will was always an unnatural monster. A wicked will envenoms all excellences. Helped by knowledge, it only ruins with greater subtlety. It is a miserable superiority that only results in ruin. Knowledge without sense is double folly. 17. Vary the mode of action, not always the same way, so as to distract attention, especially if there be a rival. Not always from first impulse. They will soon recognize the uniformity, and by anticipating, frustrate your designs. It is easy to kill a bird on the wing that flies straight, not so one that twists, nor always act on second thoughts. They can discern the plan the second time. The enemy is on the watch. Great skill is required to circumvent him. The gamester never plays the card the opponent expects. still less that which he wants. 18. Application and ability. There is no attaining eminence without both, and where they unite, there is the greatest eminence. Mediocrity obtains more with application than superiority without it. Work is the price which is paid for reputation. What costs little is little worth. Even for the highest posts, it is only in some cases application that is wanting, rarely the talent. To prefer moderate success in great things than eminence in a humble post has the excuse of a generous mind, but not so to be content with humble mediocrity when you could shine among the highest. Thus, nature and art are both needed, and application sets on them the seal. 19. Arouse no exaggerated expectations on entering. It is the usual ill luck of all celebrities not to fulfill afterwards the expectations beforehand formed of them. The real can never equal the imagined, for it is easy to form ideals, but very difficult to realize them. Imagination weds hope and gives birth to much more than things are in themselves. However great the excellences, they never suffice to fulfill expectations, and as men find themselves disappointed with their exorbitant expectations, they are more ready to be disillusioned than to admire. Hope is a great falsifier of truth. Let skill guard against this by ensuring that fruition exceeds desire. A few creditable attempts at the beginning are sufficient to arouse curiosity without pledging one to the final object. It is better that reality should surpass the design and is better than was thought. This rule does not apply to the wicked, for the same exaggeration is a great aid to them. They are defeated amid general applause, and what seemed at first extreme ruin comes to be thought quite bearable. 20. A man of the age. The rarest individuals depend on their age. It is not everyone that finds the age he deserves, and even when he finds it, he does not always know how to utilize it. Some men have been worthy of a better century, for every species of good does not always triumph. Things have their period. Even excellences are subject to fashion. The sage has one advantage. He is immortal. If this is not his century, many others will be. 21. The art of being lucky. There are rules of luck. It is not all chance with the wise. It can be assisted by care. Some content themselves with placing themselves confidently at the gate of fortune, waiting till she opens it. Others do better, and press forward, and profit by their clever boldness, reaching the goddess and winning her favor on the wings of their virtue and valor. But on a true philosophy, there is no other umpire than virtue and insight, for there is no luck or ill luck except wisdom and the reverse. 22. A man of knowledge to the point. Wise men arm themselves with tasteful and elegant erudition, a practical knowledge of what is going on, not of a common kind, but more like an expert. They possess a copious store of wise and witty sayings, and of noble deeds, and know how to employ them on fitting occasions. More is often taught by a jest than by the most serious teaching. Pat knowledge helps some more than the 7 arts, be they ever so liberal. 23. Be spotless, the indispensable condition of perfection. Few live without some weak point, either physical or moral, which they pamper because they could easily cure it. The keenness of others often regrets to see a slight defect attaching itself to a whole assembly of elevated qualities, and yet a single cloud can hide the whole of the sun. There are likewise patches on our reputation, which ill will soon finds out, and is continually noticing. The highest skill is to transform them into ornament, so Caesar hid his natural defects with the laurel. 24. Keep the imagination under control, sometimes correcting, sometimes assisting it, for it is all important for our happiness, and even sets the reason right. It can tyrannize, and is not content with looking on, but influences, and even often dominates life, causing it to be happy or burdensome, according to the folly to which it leads. For it makes us either contented or discontented with ourselves. Before some, it continually holds up the penalties of action, and becomes the mortifying lash of these fools. To others, it promises happiness and adventure with blissful delusion. It can do all this unless the most prudent self-control keeps it in subjection. 25. Know how to take a hint. It was once the art of arts to be able to discourse. Now it is no longer sufficient. We must know how to take a hint, especially in disabusing ourselves. He cannot make himself understood, who does not himself easily understand. But on the other hand, there are pretended diviners of the heart and lynxes of the intentions. The very truths which concern us most can only be half spoken, but with attention we can grasp the whole meaning. When you hear anything favorable, keep a tight rein on your credulity. If unfavorable, give it the spur. 26. Find out each man's thumbscrew. It is the art of setting their wills in action. It needs more skill than resolution. You must know where to get at anyone. Every volition has a special motive, which varies according to taste. All men are idolaters, some of fame, others of self-interest, most of pleasure. Skill consists in knowing these idols in order to bring them into play. Knowing any man's mainspring of motive you have, as it were the key to his will. Have resort to primary motors, which are not always the highest, but more often the lowest part of his nature. There are more dispositions badly organized than well. First, guess a man's ruling passion. Appeal to it by a word, set it in motion by temptation, and you will infallibly give checkmate to his freedom of will. 27. Prize intensity more than extent. Excellence resides in quality, not in quantity. The best is always few and rare. Much lowers value. Even among men, giants are commonly the real dwarfs. Some reckon books by the thickness, as if they were written to try the brawn more than the brain. Extent alone never rises above mediocrity. It is the misfortune of universal geniuses that in attempting to be at home everywhere are so nowhere. Intensity gives eminence and rises to the heroic in matters sublime. 28. Common in nothing. First, not in taste. O great and wise, to be ill at ease when your deeds please the mob. The excesses of popular applause never satisfy the sensible. Some there are such chameleons of popularity that they find enjoyment not in the sweet savors of Apollo, but in the breath of the mob. Secondly, not in intelligence. Take no pleasure in the wonder of the mob, for ignorance never gets beyond wonder. While vulgar folly wonders, wisdom watches for the trick. 29. A man of rectitude clings to the sect of right with such tenacity of purpose that neither the passions of the mob nor the violence of the tyrant can ever cause him to transgress the bounds of right. But who shall be such a phoenix of equity? What a scanty following has rectitude! Many praise it indeed, but for others follow it till danger threatens. Then the false deny it, the politic conceal it, for it cares not if it fights with friendship, power, or even self-interest. Then comes the danger of desertion. Then astute men make plausible distinctions so as not to stand in the way of their superiors or of reasons of state, but the straightforward and constant regard dissimulation as a kind of treason, and set more store on tenacity than on sagacity. Such are always to be found on the side of truth, and if they desert a party, they do not change from fickleness, but because the others have first deserted truth. 30. Have naught to do with occupations of ill repute, still less with fads that bring more notoriety than repute. There are many fanciful sects, and from all the prudent man has to flee. There are bizarre tastes that always take to their heart all that wise men repudiate. They live in love with singularity. This may make them well known indeed, but more as objects of ridicule than of repute. A cautious man does not even make profession of his wisdom, still less of those matters that make their followers ridiculous. These need not be specified, for common contempt has sufficiently singled them out. 31. Select the lucky and avoid the unlucky. Ill luck is generally the penalty of folly, and there is no disease so contagious to those who share in it. Never open the door to a lesser evil, for other and greater ones invariably slink in after it. The greatest skill at cards is to know when to discard. The smallest of current trumps is worth more than the ace of trumps of the last game. When in doubt, follow the suit of the wise and prudent. Sooner or later, they will win the odd trick. 32. Have the reputation of being gracious. It is the chief glory of the high and mighty to be gracious, a prerogative of kings to conquer universal goodwill. That is the great advantage of a commanding position, to be able to do more good than others. Those make friends who do friendly acts. On the other hand, there are some who lay themselves out for not being gracious, not on account of the difficulty, but from a bad disposition. In all things, they are the opposite of divine grace. 33. Know how to withdraw. If it is a great lesson in life to know how to deny, it is a still greater to know how to deny oneself as regards both affairs and persons. There are extraneous occupations which eat away precious time. To be occupied in what does not concern you is worse than doing nothing. It is not enough for a careful man not to interfere with others. He must see that they do not interfere with him. One is not obliged to belong so much to all as not to belong at all to oneself. So with friends, their help should not be abused or more demanded from them than they themselves will grant. All excess is a failing, but above all, in personal intercourse, a wise moderation in this best preserves the goodwill and esteem of all, for by this means that precious boon of courtesy is not gradually worn away. Thus you preserve your genius free to select the elect, and never sin against the unwritten laws of good taste. 34. Know your strongest point, your preeminent gift, cultivate that, and you will assist the rest. Everyone would have excelled in something if he had known his strong point. Notice in what quality you surpass, and take charge of that. In some judgment excels, in others valor. Most do violence to their natural aptitude, and thus attain superiority in nothing. Time disillusionizes us too late of what first flattered the passions. 35. Think over things, most over the most important. All fools come to grief from want of thought. They never see even the half of things, and as they do not observe their own loss or gain, still less do they apply any diligence to them. Some make much of what imports little and little of much, always weighing in the wrong scale. Many never lose their common sense, because they have none to lose. There are matters which should be observed with the closest attention of the mind, and thenceforth kept in its lowest depths. The wise man thinks over everything, but with a difference, most profoundly where there is some profound difficulty, and thinks that perhaps there is more in it than he thinks. Thus, his comprehension extends as far as his apprehension. 36. In acting or refraining, weigh your luck. More depends on that than on noticing your temperament. If he is a fool, who at 40 applies to Hippocrates for health, still more is he one who then first applies to Seneca for wisdom. It is a great piece of skill to know how to guide your luck even while waiting for it. For something is to be done with it by waiting so as to use it at the proper moment, since it has periods and offers opportunities. Though one cannot calculate its path, its steps are so irregular. When you find fortune favorable, stride boldly forward, for she favors the bold and, being a woman, the young. But if you have bad luck, keep retired so as not to redouble the influence of your unlucky star. 37. Keep a store of sarcasms, and know how to use them. This is the point of greatest tact in human intercourse. Such sarcasms are often thrown out to test men's moods, and by their means, one often obtains the most subtle and penetrating touchstone of the heart. Other sarcasms are malicious, insolent, poisoned by envy, or envenomed by passion. Unexpected flashes, which destroy at once all favor and esteem. Struck by the slightest word of this kind, many fall away from the closest intimacy with superiors or inferiors, which could not be the slightest shaken by a whole conspiracy of popular insinuation or private malevolence. Other sarcasms, on the other hand, work favorably, confirming and assisting one's reputation. But the greater the skill with which they are launched, the greater the caution with which they should be received, and the foresight with which they should be foreseen. For here a knowledge of the evil is in itself a means of defense, and a shot foreseen always misses its mark. 38. Leave your luck while winning. All the best players do it. A fine retreat is as good as a gallant attack. Bring your exploits under cover when there are enough, or even when there are many of them. Luck long lasting was ever suspicious. Interrupted seems safer, and is even sweeter to the taste for a little infusion of bitter sweet. The higher the heap of luck, the greater the risk of a slip, and down comes all. Fortune pays you sometimes for the intensity of her favors by the shortness of their duration. She soon tires of carrying anyone long on her shoulders. 39. Recognize when things are ripe, and then enjoy them. The works of nature all reach a certain point of maturity. Up to that they improve. After that, they degenerate. Few works of art reach such a point that they cannot be improved. It is an especial privilege of good taste to enjoy everything at its ripest. Not all can do this, nor do all who can know this. There is a ripening point too for fruits of intellect. It is well to know this both for their value in use and for their value in exchange. 40. The goodwill of people. It is much to gain universal admiration, more universal love. Something depends on natural disposition, more on practice. The first founds, the second then builds on that foundation. Brilliant parts suffice not, though they are presupposed. Win good opinion, and it is easy to win goodwill. Kindly acts besides are required to produce kindly feelings, doing good with both hands, good words, and better deeds, loving so as to be loved. Courtesy is the politic witchery of great personages. First lay hand on deeds, and then on pens. Words follow swords, for there is goodwill to be won among writers, and it is eternal. 41. Never exaggerate. It is an important object of attention not to talk in superlatives, so as neither to offend against truth nor to give a mean idea of one's understanding. Exaggeration is a prodigality of the judgment which shows the narrowness of one's knowledge or one's taste. Praise arouses lively curiosity, begets desire, and if afterwards the value does not correspond to the price, as generally happens, expectation revolts against the deception, and revenges itself by underestimating the thing recommended and the person recommending. A prudent man goes more cautiously to work, and prefers to err by omission than by commission. Extraordinary things are rare, therefore moderate ordinary valuation. Exaggeration is a branch of lying, and you lose by it the credit of good taste, which is much, and of good sense, which is more. 42. Born to command. It is a secret force of superiority not to have to get on by artful trickery, but by an inborn power of rule. All submit to it without knowing why, recognizing the secret vigor of connatural authority. Such magisterial spirits are kings by merit and lions by innate privilege. By the esteem which they inspire, they hold the hearts and minds of the rest. If their other qualities permit, such men are born to be the prime motors of the state. They perform more by a gesture than others by a long harangue. 43. Think with the few and speak with the many. By swimming against the stream, it is impossible to remove error, easy to fall into danger. Only a Socrates can undertake it. To dissent from others' views is regarded as an insult, because it is their condemnation. Disgust is doubled on account of the thing blamed and of the person who praised it. Truth is for the few, error is both common and vulgar. The wise man is not known by what he says on the housetops, for there he speaks not with his own voice, but with that of common folly, however much his inmost thoughts may gainsay it. The prudent avoid being contradicted as much as contradicting. Though they have their censure ready, they are not ready to publish it. Thought is free, force cannot and should not be used to it. The wise man therefore retires into silence, and if he allows himself to come out of it, he does so in the shade and before few and fit persons. 44. Sympathy with great minds. It is an heroic quality to agree with heroes. It is like a miracle of nature for mystery and for use. There is a natural kinship of hearts and minds. Its effects are such that vulgar ignorance scents witchcraft. Esteem established, goodwill follows, which at times reaches affection. It persuades without words and obtains without earning. This sympathy is sometimes active, sometimes passive, both alike felicific. The more so, the more sublime. It is a great art to recognize, to distinguish, and to utilize this gift. No amount of energy suffices without that favor of nature. 45. Use, but do not abuse cunning. One ought not to delight in it, still less to boast of it. Everything artificial should be concealed, most of all cunning, which is hated. Deceit is much in use. Therefore our caution has to be redoubled, but not so as to show itself, for it arouses distrust, causes much annoy, awakens revenge, and gives rise to more ills than you would imagine. To go to work with caution is of great advantage in action, and there is no greater proof of wisdom. The greatest skill in any deed consists in the sure mastery with which it is executed. 46. Master your antipathies. We often allow ourselves to take dislikes, and that before we know anything of a person. At times, this innate yet vulgar aversion attaches itself to eminent personalities. Good sense masters this feeling, for there is nothing more discreditable than to dislike those better than ourselves. As sympathy with great men unnobles us, so dislike to them degrades us. 47. Avoid affairs of honor, one of the chiefest aims of prudence. In men of great ability, the extremes are kept far asunder, so that there is a long distance between them, and they always keep in the middle of their caution, so that they take time to break through it. It is easier to avoid such affairs than to come well out of them. They test our judgment. It is better to avoid them than to conquer in them. One affair of honor leads to another, and may lead to an affair of dishonor. There are men so constituted by nature or by nation that they easily enter upon such obligations. But for him that walks by the light of reason, such a matter requires long thinking over. There is more valor needed not to take up the affair than to conquer in it. When there is one fool ready for the occasion, one may excuse oneself from being the second. 48. Be thorough. How much depends on the person? The interior must be at least as much as the exterior. There are natures all frontage, like houses that for want of means have the portico of a palace leading to the rooms of a cottage. It is no use boring into such persons, although they bore you, for conversation flags after the first salutation. They prance through the first compliments like Sicilian barbs, but silence soon succeeds, for the flow of words soon ceases where there is no spring of thoughts. Others may be taken in by them because they themselves have but a view of the surface, but not the prudent, who look within them and find nothing there except material for scorn. 49. Observation and judgment. A man with these rules things, not they him. He sounds at once the profoundest depths. He is a phrenologist by means of physiognomy. On seeing a person he understands him, and judges of his inmost nature. From a few observations he deciphers the most hidden recesses of his nature. Keen observation, subtile insight, judicious inference. With these he discovers, notices, grasps, and comprehends everything. 50. Never lose self-respect, or be too familiar with oneself. Let your own right feeling be the true standard of your rectitude, and owe more to the strictness of your own self-judgment than to all external sanctions. Leave off anything unseemly more from regard for your own self-respect than from fear of external authority. Pay regard to that, and there is no need of Seneca's imaginary tutor. 51. Know how to choose well. Most of life depends thereon. It needs good taste and correct judgment, for which neither intellect nor study suffices. To be choice, you must choose, and for this two things are needed: to be able to choose at all, and then to choose the best. There are many men of fecund and subtle mind, of keen judgment, of much learning, and of great observation, who yet are at a loss when they come to choose. They always take the worst, as if they had tried to go wrong. Thus, this is one of the greatest gifts from above.
At Granger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional grade products. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
52. Never be put out. It is a great aim of prudence never to be embarrassed. It is the sign of a real man, of a noble heart, for magnanimity is not easily put out. The passions are the humors of the soul, and every excess in them weakens prudence. If they overflow through the mouth, the reputation will be in danger. Let a man therefore be so much and so great a master over himself, that neither in the most fortunate nor in the most adverse circumstances can anything cause his reputation injury by disturbing his self-possession, but rather enhance it by showing his superiority. 53. Diligent and intelligent. Diligence promptly executes what intelligence slowly excogitates. Hurry is the failing of fools. They know not the crucial point and set to work without preparation. On the other hand, the wise more often fail from procrastination. Foresight begets deliberation, and remiss action often nullifies prompt judgment. Celerity is the mother of good fortune. He has done much who leaves nothing over till tomorrow. Festina lente is a royal motto. 54. Know how to show your teeth. Even hares can pull the mane of a dead lion. There is no joke about courage. Give way to the first, and you must yield to the second, and so on till the last. And to gain your point at last costs as much trouble as would have gained much more at first. Moral courage exceeds physical. It should be like a sword kept ready for use in the scabbard of caution. It is the shield of great place. Moral cowardice lowers one more than physical. Many have had eminent qualities, yet, for want of a stout heart, they passed inanimate lives and found a tomb in their own sloth. Wise nature has thoughtfully combined in the bee the sweetness of its honey with the sharpness of its sting. 55. Wait. It's a sign of a noble heart dowered with patience. Never to be in a hurry, never to be in a passion. First, be master over yourself, if you would be master over others. You must pass through the circumference of time before arriving at the center of opportunity. A wise reserve seasons the aims and matures the means. Time's crutch effects more than the iron club of Hercules. God himself chasteneth not with a rod, but with time. He spake a great word, who said, Time and I against any two. Fortune herself rewards waiting with the first prize. 56. Have presence of mind, the child of a happy promptitude of spirit. Owing to this vivacity and wide awakeness, there is no fear of danger or mischance. Many reflect much only to go wrong in the end. Others attain their aim without thinking of it beforehand. There are natures of antiperistases who work best in an emergency. They are like monsters who succeed in all they do offhand, but fail in aught they think over. A thing occurs to them at once, or never. For them, there is no court of appeal. Celerity wins applause because it proves remarkable capacity, subtlety of judgment, prudence in action. 57. Slow and sure. Early enough, if well. Quickly done can be quickly undone. To last an eternity requires an eternity of preparation. Only excellence counts. Only achievement endures. Profound intelligence is the only foundation for immortality. Worth much costs much. The precious metals are the heaviest. 58. Adapt yourself to your company. There is no need to show your ability before everyone. Employ no more force than is necessary. Let there be no unnecessary expenditure, either of knowledge or of power. The skillful falconer only flies enough birds to serve for the chase. If there is too much display today, there will be nothing to show tomorrow. Always have some novelty wherewith to dazzle. To show something fresh each day keeps expectation alive and conceals the limits of capacity. 59. Finish off well. In the house of fortune, if you enter by the gate of pleasure, you must leave by that of sorrow, and vice versa. You ought therefore to think of the finish, and attach more importance to a graceful exit than to applause on entrance. It is the common lot of the unlucky to have a very fortunate outset and a very tragic end. The important point is not the vulgar applause on entrance that comes to nearly all, but the general feeling at exit. Few in life are felt to deserve an encore. Fortune rarely accompanies anyone to the door. Warmly as she may welcome the coming, she speeds but coldly the parting guest. 60. A sound judgment. Some are born wise, and with this natural advantage enter upon their studies, with a moiety already mastered. With age and experience their reason ripens, and thus they attain a sound judgment. They abhor everything whimsical as leading prudence astray, especially in matters of state, where certainty is so necessary, owing to the importance of the affairs involved. Such men deserve to stand by the helm of state, either as pilots or as men at the wheel. 61. To excel in what is excellent. A great rarity among excellences. You cannot have a great man without something preeminent. Mediocrities never win applause. Eminence in some distinguished post distinguishes one from the vulgar mob and ranks us with the elect. To be distinguished in a small post is to be great in little. The more comfort, the less glory. The highest eminence in great affairs has the royal characteristic of exciting admiration and winning goodwill. 62. Use good instruments. Some would have the subtlety of their wits proven by the meanness of their instruments. It is a dangerous satisfaction and deserves a fatal punishment. The excellence of a minister never diminished the greatness of his lord. All the glory of exploits reverts to the principal actor, also all the blame. Fame only does business with principles. She does not say, this had good, that had bad servants, but this was a good artist, that a bad one. Let your assistants be selected and tested therefore, for you have to trust to them for an immortality of fame. 63. To be the first of the kind is an excellence, and to be eminent in it as well, a double one. To have the first move is a great advantage when the players are equal. Many a man would have been a veritable phoenix if he had been the first of the sort. Those who come first are the heirs of fame. The others get only a younger brother's allowance. Whatever they do, they cannot persuade the world they are anything more than parents. The skill of prodigies may find a new path to eminence, but prudence accompanies them all the way. By the novelty of their enterprises, sages write their names in the golden book of heroes. Some prefer to be first in things of minor import than second in greater exploits. 64. Avoid worry. Such prudence brings its own reward. It escapes much, and is thus the midwife of comfort, and so of happiness. Neither give nor take bad news unless it can help. Some men's ears are stuffed with the sweets of flattery, others with the bitters of scandal, while some cannot live without a daily annoyance, no more than Mithridates could without poison. It is no rule of life to prepare for yourself lifelong trouble in order to give a temporary enjoyment to another, however near and dear. You never ought to spoil your own chances to please another who advises and keeps out of the affair, and in all cases where to oblige another involves disobliging yourself. It is a standing rule that it is better he should suffer now than you afterwards, and in vain. 65. Elevated taste. You can train it like the intellect. Full knowledge whets desire and increases enjoyment. You may know a noble spirit by the elevation of his taste. It must be a great thing that can satisfy a great mind. Big bites for big mouths, lofty things for lofty spirits. Before their judgment, the bravest tremble, the most perfect lose confidence. Things of the first importance are few. Let appreciation be rare. Taste can be imparted by intercourse. Great good luck to associate with the highest taste, but do not affect to be dissatisfied with everything. It is the extreme of folly, and more odious if from affectation than if from quixotry. Some would have God create another world and other ideals to satisfy their fantastic imagination. 66. See that things end well. Some regard more the rigor of the game than the winning of it, but to the world, the discredit of the final failure does away with any recognition of the previous care. The victor need not explain. The world does not notice the details of the measures employed, but only the good or ill results. You lose nothing if you gain your end. A good end gilds everything, however unsatisfactory the means. Thus, at times, it is part of the art of life to transgress the rules of the art if you cannot end well otherwise. 67. Prefer callings and evidence. Most things depend on the satisfaction of others. Esteem is to excellence what the zephyr is to flowers, the breath of life. There are some callings which gain universal esteem, while others, more important, are without credit. The former, pursued before the eyes of all, obtain the universal favor. The others, though they are rarer and more valuable, remain obscure and unperceived, honored, but not applauded. Among princes, conquerors are the most celebrated, and therefore the kings of Aragon earned such applause as warriors, conquerors, and great men. An able man will prefer callings and evidence, which all men know of and utilize, and he thus becomes immortalized by universal suffrage. 68. It is better to help with intelligence than with memory. The more as the latter needs only recollection, the former knew. Many persons omit the apropos because it does not occur to them. A friend's advice on such occasions may enable them to see the advantages. It is one of the greatest gifts of mind to be able to offer what is needed at the moment, for want of that many things fail to be performed. Share the light of your intelligence when you have any, and ask for it when you have it not. first cautiously, the last anxiously. Give no more than a hint. This finesse is especially needful when it touches the interest of him whose attention you awaken. You should give but a taste at first, and then pass on to more when that is not sufficient. If he thinks of no, go in search of yes. Therein lies the cleverness, for most things are not obtained simply because they are not attempted. 69. Do not give way to every common impulse. He is a great man who never allows himself to be influenced by the impressions of others. Self-reflection is the school of wisdom. To know one's disposition and to allow for it, even going to the other extreme, so as to find the juste milieu between nature and art. Self-knowledge is the beginning of self-improvement. There be some whose humors are so monstrous that they are always under the influence of one or other of them, and put them in place of their real inclinations. They are torn asunder by such disharmony and get involved in contradictory obligations. Such excesses not only destroy firmness of will, all power of judgment gets lost, desire and knowledge pulling in opposite directions. 70. Know how to refuse. One ought not to give way in everything, nor to everybody. To know how to refuse is therefore as important as to know how to consent. This is especially the case with men of position. All depends on the how. Some men's no is thought more of than the yes of others, for a gilded no is more satisfactory than a dry yes. There are some who always have no on their lips, whereby they make everything distasteful. No always comes first with them, and when sometimes they give way after all, it does them no good on account of the unpleasing herald. Your refusal need not be point blank. Let the disappointment come by degrees, nor let the refusal be final. That would be to destroy dependence. Let some spice of hope remain to soften the rejection. Let politeness compensate and fine words supply the place of deeds. Yes and no are soon said, but give much to think over. 71. Do not vacillate. Let not your actions be abnormal either from disposition or affectation. An able man is always the same in his best qualities. He gets the credit of trustworthiness. If he changes, he does so for good reason or good consideration. In matters of conduct, change is hateful. There are some who are different every day. Their intelligence varies, still more their will, and with this, their fortune. Yesterday's white is today's black. Today's no was yesterday's yes. They always give the lie to their own credit and destroy their credit with others. 72. Be resolute. Bad execution of your designs does less harm than irresolution in forming them. Streams do less harm flowing than when dammed up. There are some men so infirm of purpose that they always require direction from others, and this not on account of any perplexity, for they judge clearly, but from sheer incapacity for action. It needs some skill to find out difficulties, but more to find a way out of them. There are others who are never in straits. Their clear judgment and determined character in them for the highest callings. Their intelligence tells them where to insert the thin end of the wedge, their resolution, how to drive it home. They soon get through anything. As soon as they have done with one sphere of action, they are ready for another. Affianced to fortune, they make themselves sure of success. 73. Utilize slips. That is how smart people get out of difficulties. They extricate themselves from the most intricate labyrinth by some witty application of a bright remark. They get out of a serious contention by an airy nothing or by raising a smile. Most of the great leaders are well grounded in this art. When you have to refuse, it is often the polite way to talk of something else. Sometimes it proves the highest understanding not to understand. 74. Do not be unsociable. The truest wild beasts live in the most populous places. To be inaccessible is the fault of those who distrust themselves, whose honors change their manners. It is no way of earning people's goodwill by being ill-tempered with them. It is a sight to see one of those unsociable monsters who make a point of being proudly impertinent. Their dependents, who have the misfortune to be obliged to speak with them, enter as if prepared for a fight with a tiger, armed with patience and with fear. To obtain their post, these persons must have ingratiated themselves with everyone, but having once obtained it, they seek to indemnify themselves by disobliging all. It is a condition of their position that they should be accessible to all, yet, from pride or spleen, they are so to none. It is a civil way to punish such men by letting them alone and depriving them of opportunities of improvement by granting them no opportunity of intercourse. 75. Choose an heroic ideal, but rather to emulate than to imitate. There are exemplars of greatness, living texts of honor. Let everyone have before his mind the chief of his calling, not so much to follow him as to spur himself on. Alexander wept not on account of Achilles dead and buried, but over himself, because his fame had not yet spread throughout the world. Nothing arouses ambition so much in the heart as the trumpet clang of another's fame. The same thing that sharpens envy nourishes a generous spirit. 76. Do not always be jesting. Wisdom is shown in serious matters, and is more appreciated than mere wit. He that is always ready for jests is never ready for serious things. They resemble liars in that men never believe either, always expecting a lie in one, a joke in the other. One never knows when you speak with judgment, which is the same as if you had none. A continual jest soon loses all zest. Many get the repute of being witty, but thereby lose the credit of being sensible. Jest has its little hour, seriousness should have all the rest. 77. Be all things to all men. A discreet Proteus, learned with the learned, saintly with the sainted. It is the great art to gain everyone's suffrages. Their goodwill gains general agreement. Notice men's moods and adapt yourself to each, genial or serious, as the case may be. Follow their lead, glossing over the changes as cunningly as possible. This is an indispensable art for dependent persons, but this savoir-faire calls for great cleverness. He only will find no difficulty who has a universal genius in his knowledge and universal ingenuity in his wit. 78. The art of undertaking things. Fools rush in through the door, for folly is always bold. The same simplicity which robs them of all attention to precautions deprives them of all sense of shame at failure. But prudence enters with more deliberation. Its forerunners are caution and care. They advance and discover whether you can also advance without danger. Every rush forward is freed from danger by caution, while fortune sometimes helps in such cases. Step cautiously where you suspect depth. Sagacity goes cautiously forward, while precaution covers the ground. Nowadays, there are unsuspected depths in human intercourse. You must therefore cast the lead at every step. 79. A genial disposition. If with moderation, it is an accomplishment, not a defect. A grain of gaiety seasons all. The greatest men join in the fun at times, and it makes them liked by all. But they should always on such occasions preserve their dignity, nor go beyond the bounds of decorum. Others, again, get themselves out of difficulty quickest by a joke, for there are things you must take in fun, though others perhaps mean them in earnest. You show a sense of placability, which acts as a magnet on all hearts. 80. Take care to get information. We live by information, not by sight. We exist by faith in others. The ear is the area gate of truth, but the front door of lies. The truth is generally seen, rarely heard. Seldom she comes in elemental purity, especially from afar. There is always some admixture of the moods of those through whom she has passed. The passions tinge her with their colors wherever they touch her, sometimes favorably, sometimes the reverse. She always brings out the disposition. Therefore receive her with caution from him that praises, with more caution from him that blames. Pay attention to the intention of the speaker. You should know beforehand on what footing he comes. Let reflection assay falsity and exaggeration. 81. Renew your brilliance. It is the privilege of the phoenix. Ability is wont to grow old, and with it fame. The staleness of custom weakens admiration, and a mediocrity that's new often eclipses the highest excellence grown old. Try therefore to be born again in valor, in genius, in fortune, in all. Display startling novelties. Rise afresh like the sun every day. Change too the scene on which you shine, so that your loss may be felt in the old scenes of your triumph, while the novelty of your powers wins you applause in the new. 82. Drain nothing to the dregs, neither good nor ill. A sage once reduced all virtue to the golden mean. Push right to the extreme, and it becomes wrong. Press all the juice from an orange, and it becomes bitter. Even in enjoyment, never go to extremes. Thought too subtle is dull. If you milk a cow too much, you draw blood, not milk. 83. Allow yourself some venial fault. Some such carelessness is often the greatest recommendation of talent. For envy exercises ostracism, most envenomed when most polite. It counts it to perfection as a failing that it has no faults. For being perfect in all, it condemns it in all. It becomes an Argus, all eyes for imperfection. It is its only consolation. Blame is like the lightning, it hits the highest. Let Homer nod now and then, and affect some negligence in valor or in intellect, not in prudence, so as to disarm malevolence, or at least to prevent its bursting with its own venom. You thus leave your cloak on the horns of envy in order to save your immortal parts. 84. Make use of your enemies. You should learn to seize things not by the blade, which cuts, but by the handle, which saves you from harm. Especially is this the rule with the doings of your enemies. A wise man gets more use from his enemies than a fool from his friends. Their ill will often levels mountains of difficulties, which one would otherwise not face. Many have had their greatness made for them by their enemies. Flattery is more dangerous than hatred, because it covers the stains which the other causes to be wiped out. The wise will turn ill will into a mirror more faithful than that of kindness, and remove or improve the faults referred to. Caution thrives well when rivalry and ill will are next door neighbors. 85. Do not play menial. It is a fault of excellence that being so much in use, it is liable to abuse, because all covet it, all are vexed by it. It is a great misfortune to be of use to nobody, scarcely less to be of use to everybody. People who reach this stage lose by gaining, and at last bore those who desired them before. These manils wear away all kinds of excellence. Losing the earlier esteem of the few, they obtain discredit among the vulgar. The remedy against this extreme is to moderate your brilliance. Be extraordinary in your excellence if you like, but be ordinary in your display of it. The more light a torch gives, the more it burns away, and the nearer it is to going out. Show yourself less, and you will be rewarded by being esteemed more. 86. Prevent scandal. Many heads go to make the mob, and in each of them are eyes for malice to use, and a tongue for detraction to wag. If a single ill report spread, it casts a blemish on your fair fame, and if it clings to you with a nickname, your reputation is in danger. Generally, it is some salient defect or ridiculous trait that gives rise to the rumors. At times, these are malicious additions of private envy to general distrust, for there are wicked tongues that ruin a great reputation more easily by a witty sneer than by a direct accusation. It is easy to get into bad repute, because it is easy to believe evil of anyone. It is not easy to clear yourself. The wise accordingly avoid these mischances, guarding against vulgar scandal with sedulous vigilance. It is far easier to prevent than to rectify. 87. Culture and elegance. Man is born a barbarian, and only raises himself above the beast by culture. Culture therefore makes the man. The more a man, the higher. Thanks to it, Greece could call the rest of the world barbarians. Ignorance is very raw. Nothing contributes so much to culture as knowledge, but even knowledge is coarse if without elegance. Not alone must our intelligence be elegant, but our desires, and above all our conversation. Some men are naturally elegant in internal and external qualities, in their thoughts, in their address, in their dress, which is the rind of the soul, and in their talents, which is its fruit. There are others, on the other hand, so gauche that everything about them, even their very excellences, is tarnished by an intolerable and barbaric want of neatness. 88. Let your behavior be fine and noble. A great man ought not to be little in his behavior. He ought never to pry too minutely into things, least of all in unpleasant matters. For though it is important to know all, it is not necessary to know all about all. One ought to act in such cases with the generosity of a gentleman, conduct worthy of a gallant man. To overlook forms a large part of the work of ruling. Most things must be left unnoticed among relatives and friends, and even among enemies. All superfluity is annoying, especially in things that annoy. To keep hovering around the object, or your annoyance, is a kind of mania. Generally speaking, every man behaves according to his heart and his understanding. 99. Know yourself, in talents and capacity, in judgment and inclination. You cannot master yourself unless you know yourself. There are mirrors for the face, but none for the mind. Let careful thought about yourself serve as a substitute. When the outer image is forgotten, keep the inner one to improve and perfect. Learn the force of your intellect and capacity for affairs. Test the force of your courage in order to apply it, and keep your foundation secure and your head clear for everything. 90. The secret of long life. Lead a good life. Two things bring life speedily to an end: folly and immorality. Some lose their life because they have not the intelligence to keep it, others because they have not the will. Just as virtue is its own reward, so is vice its own punishment. He who lives a fast life runs through life in a double sense. A virtuous life never dies. The firmness of the soul is communicated to the body, and a good life is long, not only in intention, but also in extension. 91. Never set to work at anything if you have any doubts of its prudence. A suspicion of failure in the mind of the doer is proof positive of it in that of the onlooker, especially if he is a rival. If in the heat of action your judgment feels scruples, it will afterwards in cool reflection condemn it as a piece of folly. Action is dangerous where prudence is in doubt. Better leave such things alone. Wisdom does not trust to probabilities. It always marches in the midday light of reason. How can an enterprise succeed which the judgment condemns as soon as conceived? And if resolutions passed nem con, by inner court often turn out unfortunately, what can we expect of those undertaken by a doubting reason and a vacillating judgment? 92. Transcendent wisdom. I mean, in everything. The first and highest rule of all deed and speech, the more necessary to be followed the higher and more numerous our posts, is: an ounce of wisdom is worth more than tons of cleverness. It is the only sure way, though it may not gain so much applause. The reputation of wisdom is the last triumph of fame. It is enough if you satisfy the wise, for their judgment is the touchstone of true success. 93. Versatility. A man of many excellences equals many men. By imparting his own enjoyment of life to his circle, he enriches their life. Variety in excellences is the delight of life. It is a great art to profit by all that is good, and since nature has made man in his highest development an abstract of herself, so let art create in him a true microcosm by training his taste and intellect. 94. Keep the extent of your abilities unknown. The wise man does not allow his knowledge and abilities to be sounded to the bottom if he desires to be honored by all. He allows you to know them, but not to comprehend them. No one must know the extent of his abilities, lest he be disappointed. No one ever has an opportunity of fathoming him entirely, for guesses and doubts about the extent of his talents arouse more veneration than accurate knowledge of them, be they ever so great. 95. Keep expectation alive. Keep stirring it up. Let much promise more, and great deeds herald greater. Do not rest your whole fortune on a single cast of the die. It requires great skill to moderate your forces so as to keep expectation from being dissipated. 96. The highest discretion. It is the throne of reason, the foundation of prudence. By its means, success is gained at little cost. It is a gift from above, and should be prayed for as the first and best quality. It is the main piece of the panoply, and so important that its absence makes a man imperfect, whereas with other qualities, it is merely a question of more or less. All the actions of life depend on its application. All require its assistance, for everything needs intelligence. Discretion consists in a natural tendency to the most rational course, combined with a liking for the surest. 97. Obtain and preserve a reputation. It is the usufruct of fame. It is expensive to obtain a reputation, for it only attaches to distinguished abilities, which are as rare as mediocrities are common. Once obtained, it is easily preserved. It confers many an obligation, but it does more. When it is owing to elevated powers or lofty spheres of action, it rises to a kind of veneration and yields a sort of majesty. But it is only a well-founded reputation that lasts permanently. 98. Write your intentions in cipher. The passions are the gates of the soul. The most practical knowledge consists in disguising them. He that plays with cards exposed runs a risk of losing the stakes. The reserve of caution should combat the curiosity of inquirers. Adopt the policy of the cuttlefish. Do not even let your tastes be known, lest others utilize them either by running counter to them or by flattering them. 99. Reality and appearance. Things pass for what they seem, not for what they are. Few see inside, many take to the outside. It is not enough to be right if right seem false and ill. 100. A man without illusions. A wise Christian, a philosophic courtier. Be all these, not merely seem to be them, still less affect to be them. Philosophy is nowadays discredited, but yet it was always the chiefest concern of the wise. The art of thinking has lost all its former repute. Seneca introduced it at Rome. It went to court for some time, but now it is considered out of place there. And yet the discovery of deceit was always thought the true nourishment of a thoughtful mind, the true delight of a virtuous soul. 101. One half of the world laughs at the other, and fools are they all. Everything is good, or everything is bad, according to the votes they gain. What one pursues, another persecutes. He is an insufferable ass that would regulate everything according to his ideas. Excellences do not depend on a single man's pleasure. So many men, so many tastes, all different. There is no defect which is not affected by some, nor need we lose heart if things please not some, for others will appreciate them. Nor need their applause turn our head, for there will surely be others to condemn. The real test of praise is the approbation of famous men and of experts in the matter. You should aim to be independent of any one vote, of any one fashion, of any one century. 102. Be able to stomach big slices of luck. In the body of wisdom, not the least important organ is a big stomach, for great capacity implies great parts. Big bits of luck do not embarrass one who can digest still bigger ones. What is a surfeit for one may be hunger for another. Many are troubled, as it were, with weak digestion, owing to their small capacity being neither born nor trained for great employment. Their actions turn sour, and the humors that arise from their undeserved honors turn their head, and they incur great risks in high place. They do not find their proper place, for luck finds no proper place in them. A man of talent, therefore, should show that he has more room for even greater enterprises, and above all, avoid showing signs of a little heart. 103. Let each keep up his dignity. Let each deed of a man in its degree, though he be not a king, be worthy of a prince, and let his action be princely within due limits. Sublime in action, lofty in thought, in all things like a king, at least in merit, if not in might. For true kingship lies in spotless rectitude, and he need not envy greatness who can serve as a model of it. Especially should those near the throne aim at true superiority, and prefer to share the true qualities of royalty rather than take parts in its mere ceremonies, yet without affecting its imperfections, but sharing in its true dignity. 104. Try your hand at office. It requires varied qualities, and to know which is needed taxes attention and calls for masterly discernment. Some demand courage, others tact. Those that merely require rectitude are the easiest, the most difficult those requiring cleverness. For the former, all that is necessary is character. For the latter, all one's attention and zeal may not suffice. It is a troublesome business to rule men, still more fools or blockheads. Double sense is needed with those who have none. It is intolerable when an office engrosses a man with fixed hours and a settled routine. Those are better that leave a man free to follow his own devices, combining variety with importance, for the change refreshes the mind. The most in repute are those that have least or most distant dependence on others. The worst is that which worries us both here and hereafter. 105. Don't be a bore. The man of one business or of one topic is apt to be heavy. Brevity flatters and does better business. It gains by courtesy what it loses by curtness. Good things, when short, are twice as good. The quintessence of the matter is more effective than a whole farrago of details. It is a well-known truth that talkative folk rarely have much sense whether in dealing with the matter itself or its formal treatment. There are that serve more for stumbling stones than centerpieces, useless lumber in everyone's way. The wise avoid being bores, especially to the great, who are fully occupied. It is worse to disturb one of them than all the rest. Well said is soon said. 106. Do not parade your position. To outshine in dignity is more offensive than in personal attractions. To pose as a personage is to be hated. Envy is surely enough. The more you seek esteem, the less you obtain it, for it depends on the opinion of others. You cannot take it, but must earn and receive it from others. Great positions require an amount of authority sufficient to make them efficient. Without it, they cannot be adequately filled. Preserve therefore enough dignity to carry on the duties of the office. Do not enforce respect, but try and create it. Those who insist on the dignity of their office show they have not deserved it, and that it is too much for them. If you wish to be valued for your talents, not for anything adventitious. Even kings prefer to be honored for their personal qualifications rather than for their station. 107. Show no self-satisfaction. You must neither be discontented with yourself, and that were poor-spirited, nor self-satisfied, and that is folly. Self-satisfaction arises mostly from ignorance. It would be a happy ignorance, not without its advantages, if it did not injure our credit. Because a man cannot achieve the superlative perfections of others, he contents himself with any mediocre talent of his own. Distrust is wise, and even useful, either to evade mishaps, or to afford consolation when they come. For a misfortune cannot surprise a man who has already feared it. Even Homer nods at times, and Alexander fell from his lofty state and out of his illusions. Things depend on many circumstances. What constitutes triumph in one set may cause a defeat in another. In the midst of all incorrigible folly remains the same, with empty self-satisfaction, blossoming, flowering, and running all to seed. 108. The path to greatness is along with others. Intercourse works well. Manners and taste are shared. Good sense and even talent grow insensibly. Let the sanguine man then make a comrade of the lymphatic, and so with the other temperaments, so that without any forcing the golden mean is obtained. It is a great art to agree with others. The alternation of contraries beautifies and sustains the world. If it can cause harmony in the physical world, still more can it do so in the moral. Adopt this policy in the choice of friends and defendants. By joining extremes, the more effective middle way is found. 109. Be not censorious. There are men of gloomy character who regard everything as faulty, not from any evil motive, but because it is their nature to. They condemn all, these for what they have done, those for what they will do. This indicates a nature worse than cruel, vile indeed. They accuse with such exaggeration that they make out of motes beams wherewith to force out the eyes. They are always taskmasters who could turn a paradise into a prison. If passion intervenes, they drive matters to the extreme. A noble nature, on the contrary, always knows how to find an excuse for failings, if not in the intention, at least from oversight. 110. Do not wait till you are a sinking sun. It is a maxim of the wise to leave things before things leave them. One should be able to snatch a triumph at the end, just as the sun, even at its brightest, often retires behind a cloud so as not to be seen sinking, and to leave in doubt whether he has sunk or no. Wisely withdraw from the chance of mishaps, lest you have to do so from the reality. Do not wait till they turn you the cold shoulder and carry you to the grave, alive in feeling but dead in esteem. Wise trainers put racers to grass before they arouse derision by falling on the course. A beauty should break her mirror early, lest she do so later with open eyes. 111. Have friends. It is a second existence. Every friend is good and wise for his friend. Among them all, everything turns to good. Everyone is as others wish him, that they may wish him well. He must win their hearts, and so their tongues. There is no magic like a good turn, and the way to gain friendly feelings is to do friendly acts. The most and best of us depend on others. We have to live either among friends or among enemies. Seek someone every day to be a well-wisher if not a friend. By and by after trial, some of these will become intimate. 112. Gain goodwill. For thus the first and highest cause foresees and furthers the greatest objects. By gaining their goodwill, you gain men's good opinion. Some trust so much to merit that they neglect grace, but wise men know that service road without a lift from favor is a long way indeed. Goodwill facilitates and supplies everything. It supposes gifts, or even supplies them, as courage, zeal, knowledge, or even discretion, whereas defects it will not see because it does not search for them. It arises from some common interest, either material, as disposition, nationality, relationship, fatherland, office, or formal, which is of a higher kind of communion, incapacity, obligation, reputation, or merit. The whole difficulty is to gain goodwill. To keep it is easy. It has, however, to be sought for, and when found, to be utilized. 113. In prosperity, prepare for adversity. It is both wiser and easier to collect winter stores in summer. In prosperity, favors are cheap, and friends are many. It is well, therefore, to keep them for more unlucky days, for adversity costs dear, and has no helpers. Retain a store of friendly and obliged persons. The day may come when their price will go up. Low minds never have friends. In luck, they will not recognize them. In misfortune, they will not be recognized by them. 114. Never compete. Every competition damages the credit. Our rivals seize occasion to obscure us so as to outshine us. Few wage honorable war. Rivalry discloses faults which courtesy would hide. Many have lived in good repute while they had no rivals. The heat of conflict gives life, or even new life, to dead scandals and digs up long-buried skeletons. Competition begins with belittling and seeks aid wherever it can, not only where it ought. And when the weapons of abuse do not affect their purpose, as often or mostly happens, our opponents use them for revenge, and use them at least for beating away the dust of oblivion from anything to our discredit. Men of goodwill are always at peace. Men of good repute and dignity are men of goodwill. 115. Get used to the failings of your familiars, as you do to ugly faces. It is indispensable if they depend on us, or we on them. There are wretched characters with whom one cannot live, nor yet without them. Therefore clever folk get used to them, as to ugly faces, so that they are not obliged to do so suddenly under the pressure of necessity. At first they arouse disgust, but gradually they lose this influence, and reflection provides for disgust, or puts up with it. 116. Only act with honorable men. You can trust them, and they you. Their honor is the best surety of their behavior, even in misunderstandings, for they always act having regard to what they are. Hence, it is better to have a dispute with honorable people than to have a victory over dishonorable ones. You cannot treat with the ruined, for they have no hostages for rectitude. With them, there is no true friendship, and their agreements are not binding, however stringent they may appear, because they have no feeling of honor. Never have to do with such men, for if honor does not restrain a man, virtue will not, since honor is the throne of rectitude. 117. Never talk of yourself. You must either praise yourself, which is vain, or blame yourself, which is little-minded. It ill beseems him that speaks, and ill pleases him that hears. And if you should avoid this in ordinary conversation, how much more in official matters, and above all, in public speaking, where every appearance of unwisdom really is unwise. The same want of tact lies in speaking of a man in his presence, owing to the danger of going to one of two extremes, flattery or censure. 118. Acquire the reputation of courtesy, for it is enough to make you liked. Politeness is the main ingredient of culture, a kind of witchery that wins the regard of all as surely as discourtesy gains their disfavor and opposition. If this latter springs from pride, it is abominable. If from bad breeding, it is despicable. Better too much courtesy than too little, provided it be not the same for all, which degenerates into injustice. Between opponents, it is especially due as a proof of valor. It costs little and helps much. Everyone is honored who gives honor. Politeness and honor have this advantage, that they remain with him who displays them to others. 119. Avoid becoming disliked. There is no occasion to seek dislike. It comes without seeking quickly enough. There are many who hate of their own accord without knowing the why or the how. Their ill will outruns our readiness to please. Their ill nature is more prone to do others harm than their cupidity is eager to gain advantage for themselves. Some manage to be on bad terms with all, because they always either produce or experience vexation of spirit. Once hate has taken root, it is, like bad repute, difficult to eradicate. Wise men are feared, the malevolent are abhorred, the arrogant are regarded with disdain, buffoons with contempt, eccentrics with neglect. Therefore, pay respect that you may be respected, and know that to be esteemed, you must show esteem. 120. Live practically. Even knowledge has to be in the fashion, and where it is not, it is wise to affect ignorance. Thought and taste change with the times. Do not be old-fashioned in your ways of thinking, and let your taste be in the modern style. In everything, the taste of the many carries the votes. For the time being, one must follow it in the hope of leading it to higher things. In the adornment of the body, as of the mind, adapt yourself to the present, even though the past appear better. But this rule does not apply to kindness, for goodness is for all time. It is neglected nowadays and seems out of date. Truth speaking, keeping your word, and so too good people, seem to come from the good old times, yet they are liked for all that, but in such a way that even when they all exist, they are not in the fashion and are not imitated. What a misfortune for our age, that it regards virtue as a stranger and vice as a matter of course. If you are wise, live as you can. If you cannot live as you would, think more highly of what fate has given you than of what it has denied. 121. Do not make a business of what is no business. As some make gossip out of everything, so others business. They always talk big, take everything in earnest, and turn it into a dispute or a secret. Troublesome things must not be taken too seriously if they can be avoided. It is preposterous to take to heart that which you should throw over your shoulders. Much that would be something has become nothing by being left alone, and what was nothing has become of consequence by being made much of. At the outset, things can be easily settled, but not afterwards. Often, the remedy causes the disease. It is by no means the least of life's rules, to let things alone. 122. Distinction in speech and action. By this, you gain a position in many places and carry esteem beforehand. It shows itself in everything, in talk, in look, even in gait. It is a great victory to conquer men's hearts. It does not arise from any foolish presumption or pompous talk, but in a becoming tone of authority, born of superior talent combined with true merit. 123. Avoid affectation. The more merit, the less affectation, which gives a vulgar flavor to all. It is wearisome to others and troublesome to the one affected, for he becomes a martyr to care and tortures himself with attention. The most eminent merits lose most by it, for they appear proud and artificial instead of being the product of nature, and the natural is always more pleasing than the artificial. One always feels sure that the man who affects a virtue has it not. The more pains you take with a thing, the more should you conceal them, so that it may appear to arise spontaneously from your own natural character. Do not, however, in avoiding affectation, fall into it by affecting to be unaffected. The sage never seems to know his own merits, for only by not noticing them can you call others' attention to them. He is twice great, who has all the perfections in the opinion of all except of himself. He attains applause by two opposite paths. 124. Get yourself missed. Few reach such favor with the many. If with the wise, it is the height of happiness. When one has finished one's work, coldness is the general rule. But there are ways of earning this reward of goodwill. The sure way is to excel in your office and talents. Add to this agreeable manner, and you reach the point where you become necessary to your office, not your office to you. Some do honor to their post. With others, it is the other way. It is no great gain if a poor successor makes the predecessor seem good, for this does not imply that the one is missed, but that the other is wished away. 125. Do not be a blacklist. It is a sign of having a tarnished name to concern oneself with the ill fame of others. Some wish to hide their own stains with those of others, or at least wash them away. or they seek consolation therein. It is the consolation of fools. They must have bad breath who form the sewers of scandal for the whole town. The more one grubs about in such matters, the more one befouls oneself. There are few without stains somewhere or other, but it is of little known people that the failings are little known. Be careful then to avoid being a registrar of faults. That is to be an abominable thing, a man that lives without a heart. 126. Folly consists not in committing folly, but in not hiding it when committed. You should keep your desires sealed up, still more your defects. All go wrong sometimes, but the wise try to hide the errors, but fools boast of them. Reputation depends more on what is hidden than on what is done. If a man does not live chastely, he must live cautiously. The errors of great men are like the eclipses of the greater lights. Even in friendship, it is rare to expose one's failings to one's friend. Nay, one should conceal them from oneself if one can. But here one can help with that other great rule of life: learn to forget. 127. Grace in everything. It is the life of talents, the breath of speech, the soul of action, and the ornament of ornament. Perfections are the adornment of our nature, but this is the adornment of perfection itself. It shows itself even in the thoughts. It is most a gift of nature, and owes least to education. It even triumphs over training. It is more than ease, approaches the free and easy, gets over embarrassment, and adds the finishing touch to perfection. Without it, beauty is lifeless, graciousness ungraceful. It surpasses valor, discretion, prudence, even majesty itself. It is a short way to dispatch, and an easy escape from embarrassment. 128. High-mindedness. One of the principal qualifications for a gentleman, for it spurs on to all kinds of nobility. It improves the taste, ennobles the heart, elevates the mind, refines the feelings, and intensifies dignity. It raises him in whom it is found, and at times remedies the bad turns of fortune, which only raises by striking. It can find full scope in the will when it cannot be exercised in act. Magnanimity, generosity, and all heroic qualities recognize in it their source. 129. Never complain. To complain always brings discredit. Better be a model of self-reliance opposed to the passion of others than an object of their compassion, for it opens the way for the hearer to what we are complaining of, and to disclose one insult forms an excuse for another. By complaining of past offenses, we give occasion for future ones, and in seeking aid or counsel, we only obtain indifference or contempt. It is much more politic to praise one man's favors, so that others may feel obliged to follow suit. To recount the favors we owe, the absent is to demand similar ones from the present, and thus we sell our credit with the one to the other. The shrewd will therefore never publish to the world his failures or his defects, but only those marks of consideration which serve to keep friendship alive and enmity silent. 130. Do and be seen doing. Things do not pass for what they are, but for what they seem. To be of use, and to know how to show yourself of use, is to be twice as useful. What is not seen is as if it was not. Even the right does not receive proper consideration if it does not seem right. The observant are far fewer in number than those who are deceived by appearances. Deceit rules the roast, and things are judged by their jackets, and many things are other than they seem. A good exterior is the best recommendation of the inner perfection. 131. Nobility of feeling. There is a certain distinction of the soul, a high-mindedness prompting to gallant acts, that gives an air of grace to the whole character. It is not found often, for it presupposes great magnanimity. Its chief characteristic is to speak well of an enemy, and to act even better towards him. It shines brightest when a chance comes of revenge. Not alone does it let the occasion pass, but it improves it by using a complete victory in order to display unexpected generosity. It is a fine stroke of policy, nay, the very acme of statecraft. It makes no pretense to victory, for it pretends to nothing, and while obtaining its deserts, it conceals its merits. 132. Revise your judgments. To appeal to an inner court of revision makes things safe, especially when the course of action is not clear. You gain time either to confirm or improve your decision. It affords new grounds for strengthening or corroborating your judgment, and And if it is a matter of giving, the gift is the more valued from its being evidently well considered than for being promptly bestowed. Long expected is highest prized. And if you have to deny, you gain time to decide how and when to mature the no, that it may be made palatable. Besides, after the first heat of desire is past, the repulse of refusal is felt less keenly in cold blood. But especially when men press for a reply, is it best to defer it, for as often as not, that is only a feint to disarm attention. 133. Better mad with the rest of the world than wise alone. So say politicians. If all are so, one is no worse off than the rest, whereas solitary wisdom passes for folly. So important is it to sail with the stream. The greatest wisdom often consists in ignorance, or the pretense of it. One has to live with others, and others are mostly ignorant. To live entirely alone, one must be very like a god, or quite like a wild beast. But I would turn the aphorism by saying, better be wise with the many than a fool all alone. There be some too who seek to be original by seeking chimeras. 134. Double your resources. You thereby double your life. One must not depend on one thing or trust to only one resource, however preeminent. Everything should be kept double, especially the causes of success, of favor, or of esteem. The moon's mutability transcends everything and gives a limit to all existence, especially of things dependent on human will, the most brittle of all things. To guard against this inconstancy should be the sage's care, and for this, the chief rule of life is to keep a double store of good and useful qualities. Thus, as nature gives us in duplicate the most important of our limbs and those most exposed to risk, so art should deal with the qualities on which we depend for success. 135. Do not nourish the spirit of contradiction. It only proves you foolish or peevish, and prudence should guard against this strenuously. To find difficulties in everything may prove you clever, but such wrangling writes you down a fool. Such folk make a mimic war out of the most pleasant conversation, and in this way act as enemies towards their associates, rather than towards those with whom they do not consort. Grit grates most in delicacies, and so does contradiction in amusement. They are both foolish and cruel, who yoke together the wild beast and the tame. 136. Post yourself in the center of things, so you feel the pulse of affairs. Many lose their way either in the ramifications of useless discussion or in the brushwood of wearisome verbosity, without ever realizing the real matter at issue. They go over a single point 100 times, wearying themselves and others, and yet never touch the all-important center of affairs. This comes from a confusion of mind from which they cannot extricate themselves. They waste time and patience on matters they should leave alone, and cannot spare them afterwards for what they have left alone. 137. The sage should be self-sufficing. He that was all in all to himself carried all with him when he carried himself. If a universal friend can represent to us Rome and the rest of the world, let a man be his own universal friend, and then he is in a position to live alone. Whom could such a man want if there is no clearer intellect or finer taste than his own? He would then depend on himself alone, which is the highest happiness, and like the Supreme Being, he that can live alone resembles the brute beast in nothing, the sage in much, and God in everything. 138. The art of letting things alone. The more so the wilder the waves of public or of private life. There are hurricanes in human affairs, tempests of passion, when it is wise to retire to a harbor and ride at anchor. Remedies often make diseases worse. In such cases, one has to leave them to their natural course and the moral suasion of time. It takes a wise doctor to know when not to prescribe, and at times, the greater skill consists in not applying remedies. The proper way to still the storms of the vulgar is to hold your hand and let them calm down of themselves. To give way now is to conquer by and by. A fountain gets muddy with but little stirring up, and does not get clear by our meddling with it, but by our leaving it alone. The best remedy for disturbances is to let them run their course, for so they quiet down. 139. Recognize unlucky days. They exist. Nothing goes well on them. Even though the game may be changed, the ill luck remains. 2 tries should be enough to tell if one is in luck today or not. Everything is in process of change, even the mind. and no one is always wise. Chance has something to say, even how to write a good letter. All perfection turns on the time. Even beauty has its hours. Even wisdom fails at times by doing too much or too little. To turn out well, a thing must be done on its own day. This is why with some everything turns out ill, with others all goes well, even with less trouble. They find everything ready, their wit prompt, their presiding genius favorable, their lucky star in the ascendant. At such times, one must seize the occasion and not throw away the slightest chance. But a shrewd person will not decide on the day's luck by a single piece of good or bad fortune, for the one may be only a lucky chance, and the other only a slight annoyance. 140. Find the good in a thing at once. It is the advantage of good taste. The bee goes to the honey for her comb, the serpent to the gall for its venom. So with taste, some seek the good, others the ill. There is nothing that has no good in it, especially in books, as giving food for thought. But many have such a scent that amid 1,000 excellences, they fix upon a single defect, and single it out for blame, as if they were scavengers of men's minds and hearts. So they draw up a balance sheet of defects, which does more credit to their bad taste than to their intelligence. They lead a sad life, nourishing themselves on bitters and battening on garbage. They have the luckier taste, who midst 1,000 defects seize upon a single beauty they may have hit upon by chance. 141. Do not listen to yourself. It is no use pleasing yourself if you do not please others, and as a rule, general contempt is the punishment for self-satisfaction. The attention you pay to yourself, you probably owe to others. To speak, and at the same time, listen to yourself cannot turn out well. If to talk to oneself when alone is folly, it must be doubly unwise to listen to oneself in the presence of others. It is a weakness of the great to talk with a recurrent, as I was saying, and which bewilders their hearers. At every sentence, they look for applause or flattery, taxing the patience of the wise. So too, the pompous speak with an echo, and as their talk can only totter on with the aid of stilts, at every word they need the support of a stupid bravo. 142. Never from obstinacy take the wrong side, because your opponent has anticipated you in taking the right one. You begin the fight already beaten, and must soon take to flight in disgrace. With bad weapons, one can never win. It was astute in the opponent to seize the better side first. It would be folly to come lagging after with the worst. Such obstinacy is more dangerous in actions than in words, for action encounters more risk than talk. It is the common failing of the obstinate that they lose the true by contradicting it, and the useful by quarreling with it. The sage never places himself on the side of passion, but espouses the cause of right, either discovering it first or improving it later. If the enemy is a fool, he will in such a case turn round to follow the opposite and worse way. Thus, the only way to drive him from the better course is to take it yourself, for his folly will cause him to desert it, and his obstinacy be punished for so doing. 143. Never become paradoxical in order to avoid the trite. Both extremes damage our reputation. Every undertaking which differs from the reasonable approaches foolishness. The paradox is a cheat. It wins applause at first by its novelty and piquancy, but afterwards it becomes discredited when the deceit is foreseen and its emptiness becomes apparent. It is a species of jugglery, and in matters political would be the ruin of states. Those who cannot or dare not reach great deeds on the direct road of excellence go round by way of paradox, admired by fools, but making wise men true prophets. It argues an unbalanced judgment, and if it is not altogether based on the false, it is certainly founded on the uncertain, and risks the weightier matters of life. 144. Begin with another's to end with your own. It is a politic means to your end. Even in heavenly matters, Christian teachers lay stress on this holy cunning. It is a weighty piece of dissimulation, for the foreseen advantages serve as a lure to influence the other's will. His affair seems to be in train, when it is really only leading the way for another's. One should never advance unless under cover, especially where the ground is dangerous. Likewise, with persons who always say no at first, it is useful to ward off this blow, because the difficulty of conceding much more does not occur to them when your version is presented to them. This advice belongs to the rule about second thoughts, which covers the most subtle maneuvers of life. 145. Do not show your wounded finger, for everything will knock up against it, nor complain about it, for malice always aims where weakness can be injured. It is no use to be vexed. Being the butt of the talk will only vex you the more. Ill will searches for wounds to irritate, aims darts to try the temper, and tries 1,000 ways to sting to the quick. The wise never own to being hit, or disclose any evil, whether personal or hereditary. For even fate sometimes likes to wound us where we are most tender. It always mortifies wounded flesh. Never therefore disclose the source of mortification or of joy, if you wish the one to cease, the other to endure. 146. Look into the interior of things. Things are generally other than they seem, and ignorance that never looks beneath the rind becomes disabused when you show the kernel. Lies always come first, dragging fools along by their irreparable vulgarity. Truth always lags last, limping along on the arm of time. The wise therefore reserve for it the other half of that power, which the common mother has wisely given in duplicate. Deceit is very superficial, and the superficial therefore easily fall into it. Prudence lives retired within its recesses, visited only by sages and wise men. 147. Do not be inaccessible. None is so perfect that he does not need at times the advice of others. He is an incorrigible ass who will never listen to anyone. Even the most surpassing intellect should find a place for friendly counsel. Sovereignty itself must learn to lean. There are some that are incorrigible simply because they are inaccessible. They fall to ruin because none dares to extricate them. The highest should have the door open for friendship. It may prove the gate of help. A friend must be free to advise, and even to upbraid, without feeling embarrassed. Our satisfaction in him, and our trust in his steadfast faith, give him that power. One need not pay respect, or give credit to everyone, but in the innermost of his precaution, man has a true mirror of a confidant, to whom he owes the correction of his errors, and has to thank for it. 148. Have the art of conversation. That is where the real personality shows itself. No act in life requires more attention, though it be the commonest thing in life. You must either lose or gain by it. If it needs care to write a letter, which is but a deliberate and written conversation, how much more the ordinary kind, in which there is occasion for a prompt display of intelligence. Experts feel the pulse of the soul in the tongue, wherefore the sage said, "Speak, that I may know thee." Some hold that the art of conversation is to be without art, that it should be neat, not gaudy, like the garments. This holds good for talk between friends, but when held with persons to whom one would show respect, it should be more dignified to answer to the dignity of the person addressed. To be appropriate, it should adapt itself to the mind and tone of the interlocutor, and do not be a critic of words, or you will be taken for a pedant, nor a tax gatherer of ideas, or men will avoid you, or at least sell their thoughts dear. In conversation, discretion is more important than eloquence. 149. Know how to put off ills on others. To have a shield against ill will is a great piece of skill in a ruler. It is not the resort of incapacity, as ill-wishers imagine, but is due to the higher policy of having someone to receive the censure of the disaffected and the punishment of universal detestation. Everything cannot turn out well, nor can everyone be satisfied. It is well, therefore, even at the cost of our pride, to have such a scapegoat, such a target for unlucky undertakings. 150. Know to get your price for things. Their intrinsic value is not sufficient, for all do not bite at the kernel or look into the interior. Most go with the crowd, and go because they see others go. It is a great stroke of art to bring things into repute, at times by praising them, for praise arouses desire at times, by giving them a striking name, which is very useful for putting things at a premium, provided it is done without affectation. Again, it is generally an inducement to profess to supply only connoisseurs, for all think themselves such, and if not, the sense of want arouses the desire. Never call things easy or common. That makes them depreciated rather than made accessible. All rush after the unusual, which is more appetizing both for the taste and for the intelligence. 151. Think beforehand, today for tomorrow, and even for many days hence. The greatest foresight consists in determining beforehand the time of trouble. For the provident there are no mischances, and for the careful no narrow escapes. We must not put off thought till we are up to the chin in mire. Mature reflection can get over the most formidable difficulty. The pillow is a silent sibyl, and it is better to sleep on things beforehand than lie awake about them afterwards. Many act first, and then think afterwards. That is, they think less of consequences than of excuses. Others think neither before nor after. The whole of life should be one course of thought, how not to miss the right path. Rumination and foresight enable one to determine the line of life. 152. Never have a companion who casts you in the shade. The more he does so, the less desirable a companion he is. The more he excels in quality, the more in repute. He will always play first fiddle, and you second. If you get any consideration, it is only his leavings. The moon shines bright alone among the stars. When the sun rises, she becomes either invisible or imperceptible. Never join one that eclipses you, but rather one who sets you in a brighter light. By this means the cunning Fabula in Martial was able to appear beautiful and brilliant, owing to the ugliness and disorder of her companions. But one should as little imperil oneself by an evil companion as pay honor to another at the cost of one's own credit. When you are on the way to fortune, associate with the eminent. When arrived, with the mediocre. 153. Beware of entering where there is a great gap to be filled. But if you do it, be sure to surpass your predecessor. Merely to equal him requires twice his worth. As it is a fine stroke to arrange that our successor shall cause us to be wished back, so it is policy to see that our predecessor does not eclipse us. To fill a great gap is difficult, for the past always seems best, and to equal the predecessor is not enough, since he has the right of first possession. You must therefore possess additional claims to oust the other from his hold on public opinion. 154. Do not believe or like lightly. Maturity of mind is best shown in slow belief. Lying is the usual thing. Then let belief be unusual. He that is lightly led away soon falls into contempt. At the same time, there is no necessity to betray your doubts in the good faith of others, for this adds insult to discourtesy, since you make out your informant to be either deceiver or deceived. Nor is this the only evil. Want of belief is the mark of the liar, who suffers from two failings. He neither believes nor is believed. Suspension of judgment is prudent in a hearer. The speaker can appeal to his original source of information. There is a similar kind of imprudence in liking too easily, for lies may be told by deeds as well as in words, and this deceit is more dangerous for practical life. 155. The art of getting into a passion. If possible, oppose vulgar importunity with prudent reflection. It will not be difficult for a really prudent man. The first step towards getting into a passion is to announce that you are in a passion. By this means, you begin the conflict with command over your temper, for one has to regulate one's passion to the exact point that is necessary and no further. This is the art of arts, in falling into and getting out of a rage. You should know how and when best to come to a stop. It is most difficult to halt while running at the double. It is a great proof of wisdom to remain clear-sighted during paroxysms of rage. Every excess of passion is a digression from rational conduct, but by this masterly policy reason will never be transgressed, nor pass the bounds of its own synteresis. To keep control of passion, one must hold firm the reins of attention. He who can do so will be the first man wise on horseback, and probably the last. 156. Select your friends. Only after passing the matriculation of experience and the examination of fortune will they be graduates not alone in affection, but in discernment. Though this is the most important thing in life, it is the one least cared for. Intelligence brings friends to some, chance to most. Yet a man is judged by his friends, for there was never agreement between wise men and fools. At the same time, to find pleasure in a man's society is no proof of mere friendship. It may come from the pleasantness of his company more than from trust in his capacity. There are some friendships legitimate, others illicit, the latter for pleasure, the former for their fecundity of ideas and motives. Few are the friends of a man's self, most those of his circumstances. The insight of a true friend is more useful than the goodwill of others, therefore gain them by choice, not by chance. A wise friend wards off worries, a foolish one brings them about, but do not wish them too much luck, or you may lose them. 157. Do not make mistakes about character. That is the worst and yet easiest error. Better be cheated in the price than in the quality of goods. In dealing with men, more than with other things, it is necessary to look within. To know men is different from knowing things. It is profound philosophy to sound the depths of feeling and distinguish traits of character. Men must be studied as deeply as books. 158. Make use of your friends. This requires all the art of discretion. Some are good afar off, some when near. Many are no good at conversation, but excellent as correspondents. For distance removes some failings, which are unbearable in close proximity to them. Friends are for use even more than for pleasure, for they have the three qualities of the good, or, as some say, of being in general, unity, goodness, and truth. For a friend is all in all. Few are worthy to be good friends, and even these become fewer because men do not know how to pick them out. To keep is more important than to make friends. Select those that will wear well. If they are new at first, it is some consolation they will become old. Absolutely the best are those well salted, though they may require soaking in the testing. There is no desert like living without friends. Friendship multiplies the good of life and divides the evil. It is the sole remedy against misfortune, the very ventilation of the soul. 159. Put up with fools. The wise are always impatient, for he that increases knowledge increase impatience of folly. Much knowledge is difficult to satisfy. The first great rule of life, according to Epictetus, is to put up with things. He makes that the moiety of wisdom. To put up with all the varieties of folly would need much patience. We often have to put up with most from those on whom we most depend. A useful lesson in self-control. Out of patience comes forth peace, the priceless boon which is the happiness of the world. But let him that bath no power of patience retire within himself, though even there he will have to put up with himself. 160. Be careful in speaking, with your rivals from prudence, with others for the sake of appearance. There is always time to add a word, never to withdraw one. Talk as if you were making your will. The fewer words, the less litigation. In trivial matters, exercise yourself for the more weighty matters of speech. Profound secrecy has some of the luster of the divine. He who speaks lightly soon falls or fails. 161. Know your pet faults. The most perfect of men has them, and is either wedded to them or has illicit relations with them. They are often faults of intellect, and the greater this is, the greater they are, or at least the more conspicuous. It is not so much that their possessor does not know them. He loves them, which is a double evil. Irrational affection for avoidable faults. They are spots on perfection. They displease the onlooker as much as they please the possessor. It is a gallant thing to get clear of them, and so give play to one's other qualities. For all men hit upon such a failing, and on going over your qualifications, they make a long stay at this blot, and blacken it as deeply as possible in order to cast your other talents into the shade. 162. How to triumph over rivals and detractors. It is not enough to despise them, though this is often wise. A gallant bearing is the thing. One cannot praise a man too much, who speaks well of them, who speak ill of him. There is no more heroic vengeance than that of talents and services, which at once conquer and torment the envious. Every success is a further twist of the cord round the neck of the ill-affected, and an enemy's glory is the rival's hell. The envious die not once, but as oft as the envied wins applause. The immortality of his fame is the measure of the other's torture. The one lives in endless honor, the other in endless pain. The clarion of fame announces immortality to the one and death to the other, the slow death of envy long drawn out. 163. Never, from sympathy with the unfortunate, involve yourself in his fate. One man's misfortune is another man's luck, for one cannot be lucky without many being unlucky. It is a peculiarity of the unfortunate to arouse people's goodwill, who desire to compensate them for the blows of fortune with their useless favor. And it happens that one who was abhorred by all in prosperity is adored by all in adversity. Vengeance on the wing is exchanged for compassion afoot. Yet it is to be noticed how fate shuffles the cards. There are men who always consort with the unlucky, and he that yesterday flew high and happy stands today miserable at their side. That argues nobility of soul, but not worldly wisdom. 164. Throw straws in the air to find how things will be received, especially those whose reception or success is doubtful. One can thus be assured of its turning out well, and an opportunity is afforded for going on in earnest or withdrawing entirely. By trying men's intentions in this way, the wise man knows on what ground he stands. This is the great rule of foresight in asking, in desiring, and in ruling. 165. Wage war honorably. You may be obliged to wage war, but not to use poisoned arrows. Everyone must needs act as he is, not as others would make him to be. Gallantry in the battle of life wins all men's praise. One should fight so as to conquer, not alone by force, but by the way it is used. A mean victory brings no glory, but rather disgrace. Honor always has the upper hand. An honorable man never uses forbidden weapons, such as using a friendship that's ended for the purposes of a hatred just begun. A confidence must never be used for a vengeance. The slightest taint of treason tarnishes the good name. In men of honor, the smallest trace of meanness repels. The noble and the ignoble should be miles apart. Be able to boast that if gallantry, generosity, and fidelity were lost in the world, men would be able to find them again in your own breast. 166. Distinguish the man of words from the man of deeds. Discrimination here is as important as in the case of friends, persons, and employments, which have all many varieties. Bad words, even without bad deeds, are bad enough. Good words with bad deeds are worse. One cannot dine off words, which are wind, nor off politeness, which is but polite deceit. To catch birds with a mirror is the ideal snare. It is the vain alone who take their wages in windy words. Words should be the pledges of work, and, like pawn tickets, have their market price. Trees that bear leaves but not fruit have usually no pith. Know them for what they are, of no use except for shade. 167. Know how to take your own part. In great crises, there is no better companion than a bold heart, and if it becomes weak, it must be strengthened from the neighboring parts. Worries die away before a man who asserts himself. One must not surrender to misfortune, or else it would become intolerable. Many men do not help themselves in their troubles, and double their weight by not knowing how to bear them. He that knows himself knows how to strengthen his weakness, and the wise man conquers everything, even the stars in their courses. 168. Do not indulge in the eccentricities of folly, like vain, presumptuous, egotistical, untrustworthy, capricious, obstinate, fanciful, theatrical, whimsical, inquisitive, paradoxical, sectarian people, and all kinds of one-sided persons. They are all monstrosities of impertinence. All deformity of mind is more obnoxious than that of the body, because it contravenes a higher beauty. Yet who can assist such a complete confusion of mind? Where self-control is wanting, there is no room for others' guidance. Instead of paying attention to other people's real derision, men of this kind blind themselves with the unfounded assumption of their imaginary applause. 169. Be more careful not to miss once than to hit 100 times. No one looks at the blazing sun, all gaze when he is eclipsed. The common talk does not reckon what goes right, but what goes wrong. Evil report carries farther than any applause. Many men are not known to the world till they have left it. All the exploits of a man taken together are not enough to wipe out a single small blemish. Avoid therefore falling into error, seeing that ill will notices every error and no success. 170. In all things keep something in reserve. It is a sure means of keeping up your importance. A man should not employ all his capacity and power at once and on every occasion. Even in knowledge, there should be a rear guard, so that your resources are doubled. One must always have something to resort to when there is fear of a defeat. The reserve is of more importance than the attacking force, for it is distinguished for valor and reputation. Prudence always sets to work with assurance of safety. In this matter, the piquant paradox holds good that the half is more than the whole. 171. Waste, not influence. The greatest friends are for great occasions. One should not make use of great confidence for little things, for that is to waste a favor. The sheet anchor should be reserved for the last extremity. If you use up the great for little ends, what remains afterwards? Nothing is more valuable than a protector, and nothing costs more nowadays than a favor. It can make or unmake a whole world. It can even give sense and take it away. As nature and fame are favorable to the wise, so luck is generally envious of them. It is therefore more important to keep the favor of the mighty than goods and chattels. 172. Never contend with a man who has nothing to lose, for thereby you enter into an unequal conflict. The other enters without anxiety. Having lost everything, including shame, he has no further loss to fear. He therefore resorts to all kinds of insolence. One should never expose a valuable reputation to so terrible a risk, lest what has cost years to gain may be lost in a moment, since a single slight may wipe out much sweat. A man of honor and responsibility has a reputation because he has much to lose. He balances his own and the other's reputation. He only enters into the contest with the greatest caution, and then goes to work with such circumspection that he gives time to prudence to retire in time and bring his reputation under cover. For even by victory, he cannot gain what he has lost by exposing himself to the chances of loss. 173. Do not be glass in intercourse, still less in friendship. Some break very easily, and thereby show their want of consistency. They attribute to themselves imaginary offenses, and to others oppressive intentions. Their feelings are even more sensitive than the eye itself, and must not be touched in jest or in earnest. Motes offend them. They need not wait for beams. Those who consort with them must treat them with the greatest delicacy, have regard to their sensitiveness, and watch their demeanor, since the slightest slight arouses their annoyance. They are mostly very egoistic, slaves of their moods, for the sake of which they cast everything aside. They are the worshippers of punctilio. On the other hand, the disposition of the true lover is firm and enduring, so that it may be said that the errant is half adamant. 174. Do not live in a hurry. To know how to separate things is to know how to enjoy them. Many finish their fortunes sooner than their life. They run through pleasures without enjoying them, and would like to go back when they find they have overleaped the mark. Postilions of life, they increase the ordinary pace of life by the hurry of their own calling. They devour more in one day than they can digest in a whole lifetime. They live in advance of pleasures, eat up the years beforehand, and by their hurry get through everything too soon. Even in the search for knowledge, there should be moderation, lest we learn things better left unknown. We have more days to live through than pleasures. Be slow in enjoyment, quick at work, for men see work ended with pleasure, pleasure ended with regret. 175. A solid man, one who finds no satisfaction in those that are not. It is a pitiable eminence that is not well founded. Not all are men that seem to be so. Some are sources of deceit. Impregnated by chimeras, they give birth to impositions. Others are like them so far that they take more pleasure in a lie, because it promises much, than in the truth, because it performs little. But in the end, these caprices come to a bad end, for they have no solid foundation. Only truth can give true reputation. Only reality can be of real profit. One deceit needs many others, and so the whole house is built in the air and must soon come to the ground. Unfounded things never reach old age. They promise too much to be much trusted, just as that cannot be true, which proves too much. 176. Have knowledge, or know those that have knowledge. Without intelligence, either one's own or another's, true life is impossible. But many do not know that they do not know, and many think they know when they know nothing. Failings of the intelligence are incorrigible, since those who do not know themselves, and cannot therefore seek what they lack. many would be wise if they did not think themselves wise. Thus it happens that though the oracles of wisdom are rare, they are rarely used. To seek advice does not lessen greatness or argue incapacity. On the contrary, to ask advice proves you well advised. Take counsel with reason if you do not wish to court defeat. 177. Avoid familiarities in intercourse. Neither use them nor permit them. He that is familiar loses any superiority his influence gives him, and so loses respect. The stars keep their brilliance by not making themselves common. The divine demands decorum. Every familiarity breeds contempt. In human affairs, the more a man shows, the less he has. For in open communication, you communicate the failings that reserve might keep under cover. Familiarity is never desirable. With superiors because it is dangerous, with inferiors because it is unbecoming, least of all with the common herd, who become insolent from sheer folly. They mistake favor shown them for need felt of them. Familiarity trenches on vulgarity. 178. Trust your heart, especially when it has been proved. Never deny it a hearing. It is a kind of house oracle that often foretells the most important. Many have perished because they feared their own heart, but of what use is it to fear it without finding a better remedy? Many are endowed by nature with a heart so true that it always warns them of misfortune and wards off its effects. It is unwise to seek evils unless you seek to conquer them. 179. Reticence is the seal of capacity. A breast without a secret is an open letter. Where there is a solid foundation, secrets can be kept profound. There are spacious cellars where things of moment may be hid. Reticence springs from self-control, and to control oneself in this is a true triumph. You must pay ransom to each you tell. The security of wisdom consists in temperance in the inner man. The risk that reticence runs lies in the cross-questioning of others, in the use of contradiction to worm out secrets, in the darts of irony. To avoid these, the prudent become more reticent than before. What must be done need not be said, and what must be said need not be done. 180. Never guide the enemy to what he has to do. The fool never does what the wise judge wise, because he does not follow up the suitable means. He that is discreet follows still less a plan laid out, or even carried out, by another. One has to discuss matters from both points of view, turn it over on both sides. Judgments vary. Let him that has not decided attend rather to what is possible than what is probable. 181. The truth, but not the whole truth. Nothing demands more caution than the truth. It is the lancet of the heart. It requires as much to tell the truth as to conceal it. A single lie destroys a whole reputation for integrity. The deceit is regarded as treason, and the deceiver as a traitor, which is worse. Yet not all truths can be spoken, some for our own sake, others for the sake of others. 182. A grain of boldness in everything. It is an important piece of prudence. You must moderate your opinion of others, so that you may not think so high of them as to fear them. The imagination should never yield to the heart. Many appear great till you know them personally, and then dealing with them does more to disillusionize than to raise esteem. No one o'ersteps the narrow bounds of humanity. All have their weaknesses either in heart or head. Dignity gives apparent authority, which is rarely accompanied by personal power. For fortune often redresses the height of office by the inferiority of the holder. The imagination always jumps too soon, and paints things in brighter colors than the real. It thinks things not as they are, but as it wishes them to be. Attentive experience disillusionized in the past soon corrects all that. Yet if wisdom should not be timorous, neither should folly be rash. And if self-reliance helps the ignorant, how much more the brave and wise? 183. Do not hold your views too firmly. Every fool is fully convinced, and everyone fully persuaded is a fool. The more erroneous his judgment, the more firmly he holds it. Even in cases of obvious certainty, it is fine to yield. Our reasons for holding the view cannot escape notice. Our courtesy in yielding must be the more recognized. Our obstinacy loses more than our victory yields. That is not to champion truth, but rather rudeness. There be some heads of iron most difficult to turn. Add caprice to obstinacy, and the sum is a wearisome fool. Steadfast steadfastness should be for the will, not for the mind. Yet there are exceptions where one would fail twice, owning oneself wrong both in judgment and in the execution of it. 184. Do not be ceremonious. Even in a king, affectation in this was renowned for its eccentricity. To be punctilious is to be a bore, yet whole nations have this peculiarity. The garb of folly is woven out of such things. Such folk are worshippers of their own dignity, yet show how little it is justified, since they fear that the least thing can destroy it. It is right to demand respect, but not to be considered a master of ceremonies. Yet it is true that a man to do without ceremonies must possess supreme qualities, neither affect nor despise etiquette. He cannot be great who is great at such little things. 185. Never stake your credit on a single cast, for if it miscarries, the damage is irreparable. It may easily happen that a man should fail once, especially at first. Circumstances are not always favorable, hence they say, every dog has his day. Always connect your second attempt with your first. Whether it succeed or fail, the first will redeem the second. Always have resort to better means and appeal to more resources. Things depend on all sorts of chances. That is why the satisfaction of success is so rare. 186. Recognize faults, however high placed. Integrity cannot mistake vice, even when clothed in brocade or perchance crowned with gold, but will not be able to hide its character for all that. Slavery does not lose its vileness, however it vaunt the nobility of its lord and master. Vices may stand in high place, but are low for all that. Men can see that many a great man has great faults, yet they do not see that he is not great because of them. The example of the great is so specious that it even glosses over viciousness, till it may so affect those who flatter it that they do not notice that what they gloss over in the great, they abominate in the lower classes. 187. Do pleasant things yourself, unpleasant things through others. By the one course you gain goodwill, by the other you avoid hatred. A great man takes more pleasure in doing a favor than in receiving one. It is the privilege of his generous nature. One cannot easily cause pain to another without suffering pain, either from sympathy or from remorse. In high place, one can only work by means of rewards and punishment. So grant the first yourself, inflict the other through others. Have someone against whom the weapons of discontent, hatred, and slander may be directed. For the rage of the mob is like that of a dog. Missing the cause of its pain, it turns to bite the whip itself, and though this is not the real culprit, it has to pay the penalty. 188. Be the bearer of praise. This increases our credit for good taste, since it shows that we have learned elsewhere to know what is excellent, and hence how to prize it in the present company. It gives material for conversation and for imitation, and encourages praiseworthy exertions. We do homage besides in a very delicate way to the excellences before us. Others do the opposite. They accompany their talk with a sneer, and fancy they flatter those present by belittling the absent. This may serve them with superficial people, who do not notice how cunning it is to speak ill of everyone to everyone else. Many pursue the plan of valuing more highly the mediocrities of the day than the most distinguished exploits of the past. Let the cautious penetrate through these subtleties, and let him not be dismayed by the exaggerations of the one, or made overconfident by the flatteries of the other, knowing that both act in the same way by different methods, adapting their talk to the company they are in. 189. Utilize another's wants. The greater his wants, the greater the turn of the screw. Philosophers say privation is non-existent. Statesmen say it is all-embracing, and they are right. Many make ladders to attain their ends out of wants of others. They make use of the opportunity and tantalize the appetite by pointing out the difficulty of satisfaction. The energy of desire promises more than the inertia of possession. The passion of desire increases with every increase of opposition. It is a subtle point to satisfy the desire and yet preserve the dependence. 190. Find consolation in all things. Even the useless may find it in being immortal. No trouble without compensation. Fools are held to be lucky, and the good luck of the ugly is proverbial. Be worth little, and you will live long. It is the cracked glass that never gets broken, but worries one with its durability. It seems that fortune envies the great, so it equalizes things by giving long life to the useless, a short one to the important. Those who bear the burden come soon to grief, while those who are of no importance live on and on. In one case it appears so, in the other it is so. The unlucky thinks he has been forgotten by both death and fortune. 191. Do not take payment in politeness, for it is a kind of fraud. Some do not need the herbs of Thessaly for their magic, for they can enchant fools by the grace of their salute. Theirs is the bank of elegance, and they pay with the wind of fine words. To promise everything is to promise nothing. Promises are the pitfalls of fools. The true courtesy is performance of duty. The spurious, and especially the useless, is deceit. It is not respect, but rather a means to power. Obeisance is paid not to the man, but to his means, and compliments are offered not to the qualities that are recognized, but to the advantages that are desired. 192. Peaceful life, a long life. To live, let live. Peacemakers not only live, they rule life. Hear, see, and be silent. A day without dispute brings sleep without dreams. Long life, and a pleasant one, is life enough for two. That is the fruit of peace. He has all that makes nothing of what is nothing to him. There is no greater perversity than to take everything to heart. There is equal folly in troubling our heart about what does not concern us, and in not taking to heart what does. 193. Watch him that begins with another's, to end with his own. Watchfulness is the only guard against cunning. Be intent on his intentions. Many succeed in making others do their own affairs, and unless you possess the key to their motives, you may at any moment be forced to take their chestnuts out of the fire, to the damage of your own fingers. 194. Have reasonable views of yourself and of your affairs, especially in the beginning of life. Everyone has a high opinion of himself, especially those who have least ground for it. Everyone dreams of his good luck and thinks himself a wonder. Hope gives rise to extravagant promises, which experience does not fulfill. Such idle imaginations merely serve as a wellspring of annoyance when disillusion comes with the true reality. The wise man anticipates such errors. He may always hope for the best, but he always expects the worst, so as to receive what comes with equanimity. True, it is wise to aim high, so as to hit your mark, but not so high that you miss your mission at the very beginning of life. This correction of the ideas is necessary, because before experience comes, expectation is sure to soar too high. The best panacea against folly is prudence. If a man knows the true sphere of his activity and position, but can reconcile his ideals with reality. 195. Know how to appreciate. There is none who cannot teach somebody something, and there is none so excellent, but he is excelled. To know how to make use of everyone is useful knowledge. Wise men appreciate all men, for they see the good in each, and know how hard it is to make anything good. Fools depreciate all men, not recognizing the good, and selecting the bad. 196. Know your ruling star. None so helpless as not to have one. If he is unlucky, that is because he does not know it. Some stand high in the favor of princes and potentates, without knowing why or wherefore, except that good luck itself has granted them favor on easy terms, merely requiring them to aid it with a little exertion. Others find favor with the wise. One man is better received by one nation than by another, or is more welcome in one city than in another. He finds more luck in one office or position than another, and all this though his qualifications are equal or even identical. Luck shuffles the cards, how and when she will. Let each man know his luck as well as his talents, for on this depends whether he loses or wins. Follow your guiding star, and help it without mistaking any other for it, for that would be to miss the north, though its neighbor, the pole star, calls us to it with a voice of thunder. 197. Do not carry fools on your back. He that does not know a fool when he sees him is one himself. Still more he that knows him, but will not keep clear of him. They are dangerous company and ruinous confidants. Even though their own caution and others' care keeps them in bounds for a time, Still at length they are sure to do or to say some foolishness, which is all the greater for being kept so long in stock. They cannot help another's credit, who have none of their own. They are most unlucky, which is the nemesis of fools, and they have to pay for one thing or the other. There is only one thing which is not so bad about them, and this is that, though they can be of no use to the wise, they can be of much use to them as signposts or as warnings. 198. Know how to transplant yourself. There are nations with whom one must cross their borders to make one's value felt, especially in great posts. Their native land is always a stepmother to great talents. Envy flourishes there on its native soil, and they remember one's small beginnings rather than the greatness one has reached. A needle is appreciated that comes from one end of the world to the other, and a piece of painted glass might outvie the diamond in value if it comes from afar. Everything foreign is respected, partly because it comes from afar, partly because it is ready-made and perfect. We have seen persons once the laughing-stock of their village, and now the wonder of the whole world, honored by their fellow countrymen and by the foreigners. By the latter, because they come from afar, by the former, because they are seen from afar. The statue on the altar is never reverenced by him who knew it as a trunk in the garden. 199. To find a proper place by merit, not by presumption. The true road to respect is through merit, and if industry accompany merit, the path becomes shorter. Integrity alone is not sufficient. Push and insistence is degrading, for things arrive by that means so besprinkled with dust that the discredit destroys reputation. The true way is the middle one, halfway between deserving a place and pushing oneself into it. 200. Leave something to wish for, so as not to be miserable from very happiness. The body must respire, and the soul aspire. If one possessed all would be disillusion and discontent. Even in knowledge, there should be always something left to know, in order to arouse curiosity and excite hope. Surfeits of happiness are fatal. In giving assistance, it is a piece of policy not to satisfy entirely. If there is nothing left to desire, there is everything to fear, an unhappy state of happiness. When desire dies, fear is born. 201. They are all fools, who seem so besides half the rest. Folly arose with the world, and if there be any wisdom, it is folly compared with the divine. But the greatest fool is he who thinks he is not one, and all others are. To be wise, it is not enough to seem wise, least of all to oneself. He knows who does not think that he knows, and he does not see who does not see that others see. Though all the world is full of fools, there is none that thinks himself one, or even suspects the fact. 202. Words and deeds make the perfect man. One should speak well and act honorably. The one is an excellence of the head, the other of the heart, and both arise from nobility of soul. Words are the shadows of deeds. The former are feminine, the latter masculine. It is more important to be renowned than to convey renown. Speech is easy, action hard. Actions are the stuff of life, words its frippery. Eminent deeds endure, striking words pass away. Actions are the fruit of thought. If this is wise, they are effective. 203. Know the great men of your age. They are not many. There is one phoenix in the whole world, one great general, one perfect orator, one true philosopher in a century, a really illustrious king in several. Mediocrities are as numerous as they are worthless. Eminent greatness is rare in every respect, since it needs complete perfection, and the higher the species, the more difficult is the highest rank in it. Many have claimed the title great, like Caesar and Alexander, but in vain, for without great deeds, the title is a mere breath of air. There have been few Senecas, and fame records, but one Apelles. 204. Attempt easy tasks as if they were difficult, and difficult as if they were easy. In the one case, that confidence may not fall asleep, in the other, that it may not be dismayed. For a thing to remain undone, nothing more is needed than to think it done. On the other hand, patient industry overcomes impossibilities. Great undertakings are not to be brooded over, lest their difficulty when seen causes despair. 205. Know how to play the card of contempt. It is a shrewd way of getting things you want, by affecting to depreciate them. Generally, They are not to be had when sought for, but fall into one's hands when one is not looking for them. As all mundane things are but shadows of the things eternal, they share with shadows this quality, that they flee from him who follows them, and follow him that flees from them. Contempt is besides the most subtle form of revenge. It is a fixed rule with the wise never to defend themselves with the pen. For such defense always leaves a stain, and does more to glorify one's opponent than to punish his offense. It is a trick of the worthless to stand forth as opponents of great men, so as to win notoriety by a roundabout way, which they would never do by the straight road of merit. There are many we would not have heard of if their eminent opponents had taken notice of them. There is a revenge, like oblivion, through which they are buried in the dust of their unworthiness. Audacious persons hope to make themselves eternally famous by setting fire to one of the wonders of the world and of the ages. The art of reproving scandal is to take no notice of it. To combat it damages our own case. Even if credited, it causes discredit, and is a source of satisfaction to our opponent. For this shadow of a stain dulls the luster of our fame, even if it cannot altogether deaden it. 206. Know that there are vulgar natures everywhere, even in Corinth itself, even in the highest families. Everyone may try the experiment within his own gates. But there is also such a thing as vulgar opposition to vulgarity, which is worse. This special kind shares all the qualities of the common kind, just as bits of a broken glass. But this kind is still more pernicious. It speaks folly, blames impertinently, is a disciple of ignorance, a patron of folly, and past master of scandal. You need not notice what it says, still less what it thinks. It is important to know vulgarity in order to avoid it, whether it is subjective or objective. For all folly is vulgarity, and the vulgar consist of fools. 207. Be moderate. One has to consider the chance of a mischance. The impulses of the passions cause prudence to slip, and there is the risk of ruin. A moment of wrath or of pleasure carries you on farther than many hours of calm, and often a short diversion may put a whole life to shame. The cunning of others uses such moments of temptation to search the recesses of the mind. They use such thumbscrews as are wont to test the best caution. Moderation serves as a counterplot, especially in sudden emergencies. Much thought is needed to prevent a passion taking the bit in the teeth, and he is doubly wise who is wise on horseback. He who knows the danger may with care pursue his journey. Light as a word may appear to him who throws it out, it may import much to him that hears it and ponders on it. 208. Do not die of the fool's disease. The wise generally die after they have lost their reason, fools before they have found it. To die of the fool's disease is to die of too much thought. Some die because they think and feel too much. Others live because they do not think and feel. These are fools because they do not die of sorrow, the others because they do. A fool is he that dies of too much knowledge. Thus some die because they are too knowing, others because they are not knowing enough. Yet though many die like fools, few die fools. 209. Keep yourself free from common follies. This is a special stroke of policy. They are of special power because they are general, so that many who would not be led away by any individual folly cannot escape the universal failing. Among these are to be counted the common prejudice that anyone is satisfied with his fortune, however great, or unsatisfied with his intellect, however poor it is. Or again, that each, being discontented with his own lot, envies that of others. Or further, that persons of today praise the things of yesterday, and those here the things there. Everything past seems best, and everything distant is more valued. He is as great a fool that laughs at all as he that weeps at all. 210. Know how to play the card of truth. It is dangerous, yet a good man cannot avoid speaking it. But great skill is needed here. The most expert doctors of the soul pay great attention to the means of sweetening the pill of truth. For when it deals with the destroying of illusion, it is the quintessence of bitterness. A pleasant manner has here an opportunity for a skill. With the same truth, it can flatter one and fell another to the ground. Matters of today
256
are
Garfield.
treated as if they were long past. For those who can understand a word is sufficient. Princes must not be cured with bitter draughts. It is therefore desirable in their case to gild the pill of disillusion. 211. In heaven all is bliss, in hell all misery. On earth, between the two, both one thing and the other. We stand between the two extremes, and therefore share both. Fate varies. All is not good luck, nor all mischance. This world is merely zero. By itself, it is of no value, but with heaven in front of it, it means much. Indifference at its ups and downs is prudent, nor is there any novelty for the wise. Our life gets as complicated as a comedy as it goes on, but the complications get gradually resolved. See that the curtain comes down on a good denouement. 212. Keep to yourself the final touches of your art. This is a maxim of the great masters who pride themselves on this subtlety in teaching their pupils. One must always remain superior, remain master. One must teach an art artfully. The source of knowledge need not be pointed out no more than that of giving. By this means a man preserves the respect and the dependence of others. In amusing and teaching, you must keep to the rule.
$258 Garfield.
Ancient
Crisis.
gods are supernatural beings conceived by early human societies to embody forces of nature, human experiences, and cosmic order. They often possess anthropomorphic traits, human-like forms, emotions, and behaviors, yet wield powers far beyond mortal capability. These deities were integral to polytheistic religions, where multiple gods govern specific domains like the sky, sea, war, love, or death. Monotheistic traditions, such as early Judaism, they were believed to interact with humanity through miracles, omens, and rituals. Temples, sacrifices, and priesthoods facilitated this relationship, reflecting the god's centrality to daily life. Myths, stories about their origins, rivalries, and deeds preserved cultural values and explained the unexplainable, from thunderstorms to the afterlife. The diversity of ancient gods reflects humanity's varied attempts to make sense of existence. Their characteristics evolved with trade, conquest, and cultural exchange, often leading to syncretism, where gods of one culture merged with those of another. Let's delve into some of the most influential ancient pantheons. Mesopotamian gods. Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization in modern-day Iraq, birthed some of the earliest known gods around 3000 BCE. This region, encompassing Sumer, Akkad, Assyria, and Babylon, developed a complex pantheon tied to city-states and natural forces. Anu, also spelled in Sumerian, stands as one of the most ancient and revered deities in Mesopotamian mythology, emerging around 3000 BCE in the cradle of civilization, modern-day Iraq. As the god of the sky and the heavens, Anu held a primordial role in the pantheons of Sumer, Akkad, Assyria, and Babylon, symbolizing cosmic authority and the overarching order of the universe. His name, derived from the Sumerian word and meaning sky or heaven, reflects his domain, the vast, unreachable expanse above, a realm of divine supremacy. In Mesopotamian cosmology, Anu was the father of the gods and the progenitor of the Anunnaki, a group of deities who governed earthly and celestial affairs. According to the Sumerian creation myth, he existed at the beginning alongside the earth goddess Ki, or Namu in some versions. Their union produced Enlil, the god of air and storms, who separated heaven from earth, establishing Anu's lofty reign. This act cemented Anu's status as a distant patriarchal figure, less involved in daily human life than his offspring, but foundational to the divine hierarchy. Anu's primary cult center was the city of Uruk, where the Grandiana temple complex honored him alongside Inanna, his great-granddaughter and the goddess of love and war. Though he was worshipped across Mesopotamia, his role was more symbolic than active. Priests and kings invoked his name to legitimize authority, as Anu was seen as the ultimate source of kingship. The phrase, "by the will of Anu," often accompanied royal decrees, linking earthly rulers to divine sanction. His emblem, a horned cap, signified his exalted rank, a motif echoed in art and seals depicting gods and kings. Mythologically, Anu appears in key tales, though often as a background figure. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, he is petitioned by the people of Uruk to curb Gilgamesh's excesses, leading to Enkidu's creation, an indirect but pivotal act. In the Enuma Elish, Babylon's creation epic, circa 1800 BCE, Anu fathers Ea Enki, who aids Marduk in defeating the chaos monster Tiamat. Here, Anu's role underscores his generative power, though Marduk eclipses him as Babylon rises, reflecting shifting political realities. Anu's personality is less defined than that of interventionist gods like Enlil or Inanna. He embodies a serene, unchanging authority, aloof yet omnipresent. This detachment may explain his limited direct worship. His children, like Enlil and Ea, handled earthly concerns, leaving Anu as a cosmic overseer. Offerings to him were grand but rare, often tied to state rituals rather than personal devotion. His influence waned as Babylon favored Marduk, yet Anu's legacy endured in Mesopotamian theology as the sky's eternal ruler. His name persisted in Akkadian as Anum, and his archetype influenced later Near Eastern gods. Anu represents the ancient human impulse to personify the infinite, a distant, majestic force watching over a world he helped create. Enlil, one of the most powerful deities in Mesopotamian mythology, emerged around 2900 BCE in the Sumerian pantheon, embodying the forces of wind, air, and storms. His name, combining En, Lord, and Lil, air or storm, reflects his dominion over the atmosphere, a realm both life-giving and destructive in the unpredictable Tigris-Euphrates Valley. Revered as the Lord of the Air, Enlil was a central figure in Sumer, Akkad, Assyria, and Babylon, second only to his father Anu, the sky god, in the divine hierarchy. In Sumerian cosmology, Enlil played a foundational role. Born to Anu and the earth goddess Ki, or Namu in some accounts, he separated heaven from earth, creating the space where humanity could thrive. This act established him as a creator and enforcer of cosmic order, wielding the Tablet of Destinies, a mythical artifact granting control over fate. His cult center, Nippur, housed the Eker Temple, a mountain house symbolizing his earthly authority, where priests and kings sought his favor through offerings of grain, livestock, and incense. Enlil's myths reveal a complex character, benevolent yet tempestuous. In the Sumerian flood myth, he unleashes a deluge to punish noisy humans, only relenting when Enki intervenes to save mankind, showcasing his authority and wrath. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, he blesses Utnapishtim's survival post-flood, hinting at a capacity for mercy. His dual nature mirrors Mesopotamia's climate. Winds brought fertile silt, but also devastating storms. As a patron of kingship, Enlil legitimized rulers, granting them the me, divine powers, to govern. His horned cap, a symbol of divinity, adorned statues and reliefs, often alongside his wife, Ninlil, goddess of grain. Over time, his prominence shifted. Babylon's rise elevated Marduk, relegating Enlil to a secondary role, though Assyrian kings still honored him as a warlike deity. Enlil's worship declined with Mesopotamia's fall, but his legacy as a stormy, authoritative god endures in cuneiform texts and archaeological finds. He represents humanity's awe of nature's power, an unpredictable force shaping both creation and destruction in the ancient world. Ishtar, known as Inanna in Sumerian mythology, was one of the most important and complex deities of the ancient Mesopotamian pantheon, worshipped by the Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians. She embodied love, fertility, war, and power. Ishtar's dual nature as both a nurturing goddess of love and a fierce warrior goddess made her a unique figure in mythology. Origins and attributes. Ishtar's origins trace back to Inanna, the Sumerian goddess of love and fertility. As Mesopotamian culture evolved, Inanna was later identified with Ishtar, the Akkadian goddess who inherited similar attributes. She was associated with the planet Venus, appearing as the morning and evening star, symbolizing both her nurturing and destructive aspects. Her depictions in art often show her adorned with a crown, wings, and weapons, emphasizing her divine authority. She was also linked to lions, symbolizing her strength and dominance. Goddess of love and fertility. As the goddess of love, Ishtar was associated with sexuality, passion, and reproduction. She was revered as a powerful goddess who could bless mortals with fertility and abundance. Temples dedicated to her, such as the famous Iana Temple in Uruk, were centers of religious and social life, where priestesses served in her name. However, her love was often dangerous. Many of her lovers, both mortal and divine, met tragic fates, reinforcing her reputation as a goddess whose affection could be both rewarding and destructive. Goddess of war and power. Unlike many fertility goddesses, Ishtar was also a goddess of war and conquest. She was a fierce warrior, leading kings and armies to victory. Many Mesopotamian rulers sought her favor before battles, believing that her divine intervention would ensure success. Her warlike nature is evident in her hymns, where she is described as a fearsome deity who brings destruction to her enemies. The descent to the underworld. One of the most famous myths about Ishtar is her descent into the underworld. Seeking to expand her power, she journeyed to the realm of her sister, Ereshkigal, the goddess of the underworld. To enter, she was forced to remove her garments and divine symbols at each of the 7 gates, symbolizing the stripping away of her power. Upon reaching the underworld, she was killed and imprisoned, causing all fertility and life on earth to cease. After much intervention from the gods, she was eventually resurrected and allowed to return, but only by sacrificing her lover, Tammuz, Dumuzi, in her place. Marduk, a towering figure in Mesopotamian mythology, rose to prominence around 1800 BCE as the patron deity of Babylon, symbolizing order, wisdom, and royal authority. Originally a minor Sumerian god, his ascent reflects Babylon's political dominance under King Hammurabi, transforming him into the chief deity of a unified Mesopotamian pantheon. His name, possibly derived from Maru, sun, and Duku, mound, ties him to creation and the sacred city he elevated. In Babylonian cosmology, Marduk's defining myth is the Enuma Elish, a creation epic celebrating his triumph over chaos. Born to Ea Enki, god of wisdom and Damkina, Marduk emerges as a youthful, dynamic deity with 4 eyes and ears, signifying omniscience. When the primordial goddess Tiamat, a monstrous embodiment of chaos, threatens the gods, Marduk volunteers to fight her. Armed with a bow, net, and winds gifted by older gods, he slays Tiamat, splitting her body to form the heavens and earth. This victory establishes him as the universe's architect, earning him the Tablet of Destinies and leadership over the gods, surpassing Anu and Enlil. Marduk's cult centered on the Asagila Temple in Babylon, a sprawling complex beneath the Edamananke Ziggurat, symbolizing his cosmic mount. His sacred animal, The Mu, a dragon-like creature with scales and horns, adorned the Ishtar Gate, reflecting his protective might. Priests celebrated his glory in the Akita festival, a New Year rite reenacting his victory, reinforcing Babylon's divine mandate. Kings invoked Marduk to legitimize their rule, portraying him as a just, wise sovereign. Unlike the capricious Enlil or distant Anu, Marduk blended martial prowess with benevolence. He was credited with creating humanity from the blood of Tiamat's ally, Kingu, to serve the gods, a pragmatic yet paternal act. His 50 titles in the Enuma Elish, like Lord of the Lands, highlight his multifaceted power, absorbing traits of older deities. Marduk's supremacy waned with Babylon's decline after 539 BCE, when Persia conquered the city, but his influence lingered in Near Eastern theology. He embodies the triumph of order over chaos, a narrative resonating with urban civilizations. Excavations of Babylon's ruins and cuneiform tablets preserve his legacy as Mesopotamia's ultimate divine king. Ancient Egypt's pantheon, flourishing from 3100 BCE, blended human and animal forms, symbolizing the unity of nature and divinity. These gods sustained Ma'at, the cosmic order, amid the Nile's life-giving cycles. Ra, the ancient Egyptian sun god, stands as one of the most enduring and powerful deities in human history, revered from around 3100 BCE during the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt. As the embodiment of the sun, Ra was the source of light, warmth, and life, traversing the sky daily in a solar boat to sustain the world. His name, likely meaning sun in Egyptian, reflects his centrality in a civilization dependent on the Nile's solar-driven cycles. Over time, Ra became a symbol of creation, kingship, and cosmic order, blending with other gods to amplify his dominance. In Egyptian cosmology, Ra was the self-created deity who emerged from the primordial waters of Nun, birthing Shu, air, and Tefnut, moisture, who in turn produced Geb, earth, and Nut, sky. This lineage established him as the universe's originator, a role celebrated in hymns like those from the Book of the Dead. Each day, Ra sailed across the sky, aging from youthful vigor at dawn to an elderly form at dusk. At night, he journeyed through the underworld, Duat, battling the serpent Apophis, a chaos entity, to ensure the sun's rebirth. This cycle mirrored Egypt's belief in eternal renewal, linking Ra to the afterlife. Ra's iconography is striking, often depicted with a falcon head crowned by a solar disk encircled by a cobra, the Uraeus. He radiated divine power. His cult center, Heliopolis, Unu, housed priests who shaped solar theology, influencing pharaohs who claimed descent from him as sons of Ra. During the Old Kingdom, 2686 to 2181 BCE, his worship peaked, with massive obelisks and sun temples honoring his rays. In the New Kingdom, 1550 to 1070 BCE, he merged with Ammonius to form Ammonius Ra, reflecting Thebes' rise, blending solar might with hidden power. Mythologically, Ra features in tales of creation and vulnerability. In one story, Isis tricks him into revealing his secret name, gaining power over him, a rare glimpse of his mortality. His daily struggle with Apophis, aided by gods like Set, underscores his role as order's defender. The Eye of Ra, often personified as a goddess, e.g., Hathor or Sekhmet, protected him, sometimes violently, as when Sekhmet nearly annihilated humanity for disrespecting him. Ra's influence permeated Egyptian life. Pharaohs like Ramesses II built monuments in his name, and solar boats buried with kings symbolized their journey with him in death. His worship declined with Christianity spread by the 4th century CE, but his legacy endures in art, architecture, and modern fascination with Egypt. Ra encapsulates the ancient Egyptian reverence for the sun, a a life-giving force battling chaos, guiding mortals and kings alike through eternity. Isis, one of ancient Egypt's most beloved and enduring deities, rose to prominence by the Old Kingdom circa 2686 to 2181 BCE as a goddess of magic, motherhood, and healing. Known as a Set in Egyptian, meaning throne, her name reflects her role as the divine mother of the pharaoh, symbolized by her headdress, a throne, or later, a solar disk with cow horns. Isis's versatility and compassion made her a universal figure, worshipped across Egypt and beyond, her influence stretching into Greco-Roman times. Her defining myth intertwines with Osiris, her brother husband, cementing her as a symbol of devotion and power. When Set murdered Osiris, trapping him in a coffin and dismembering his body, Isis's quest to resurrect him showcased her magical prowess. With her sister Nephthys, she scoured Egypt, collecting Osiris's scattered pieces. Using spells in her wings, depicted in art as a kite, a bird. She reassembled and mummified him, breathing life into him long enough to conceive Horus, their son. This act not only birthed the falcon-headed god who avenged Osiris, but also established Isis as the archetype of the grieving yet triumphant wife and mother. Isis's iconography is striking. Often shown with outstretched wings protecting Osiris or nursing Horus, she radiates maternal care. Her cult centers, like Philae, flourished, especially in the Ptolemaic period, 305 to 30 BCE, where her temple became a pilgrimage site. As a mistress of magic, she outwitted Ra, tricking him into revealing his secret name, thus gaining power over creation. A tale highlighting her cunning and sovereignty. Egyptians invoked her in spells for healing, protection, and love, her knot-like Tayet amulet symbolizing her safeguarding presence. Her role extended beyond mythology into daily life. As mother to Horus, she linked to kingship. Pharaohs were sons of Isis, their authority tied to her nurturing. Her compassion resonated with commoners too. Unlike distant gods like Ra, Isis was approachable, a comforter in grief. Her worship spread via trade and conquest, merging with goddesses like Hathor and, in the Greco-Roman world, Demeter and Aphrodite. The mysteries of Isis, secretive rites in places like Rome, rivaled early Christianity, offering initiates spiritual rebirth. Isis's influence peaked in the late period, 664 to 332 BCE, and Hellenistic era, her temples dotting the Mediterranean. Even as Christianity rose, her image, nursing Horus, echoed in Virgin Mary iconography. Her decline came with Egypt's Christianization by the 4th century CE, but her legacy persists in art, literature, and modern paganism. Isis embodies resilience and magic, a goddess who turned loss into life, weaving her spell across millennia. Isis, one of ancient Egypt's most beloved and enduring deities, rose to prominence by the Old Kingdom circa 2686 to 2181 BCE as a goddess of magic, motherhood, and healing. Known as a Set in Egyptian, meaning throne, her name reflects her role as the divine mother of the pharaoh, symbolized by her headdress, a throne, or, later, a solar disk with cow horns. Isis's versatility and compassion made her a universal figure, worshipped across Egypt and beyond, her influence stretching into Greco-Roman times. Her defining myth intertwines with Osiris, her brother husband, cementing her as a symbol of devotion and power. When Set murdered Osiris, trapping him in a coffin and dismembering his body, Isis's quest to resurrect him showcased her magical prowess. With her sister Nephthys, she scoured Egypt, collecting Osiris's scattered pieces. Using spells in her wings, depicted in art as a kite, a bird. She reassembled and mummified him, breathing life into him long enough to conceive Horus, their son. This act not only birthed the falcon-headed god who avenged Osiris, but also established Isis as the archetype of the grieving yet triumphant wife and mother. Isis's iconography is striking. Often shown with outstretched wings protecting Osiris or nursing Horus, she radiates maternal care. Her cult centers, like Philae, flourished, especially in the Ptolemaic period, 305 to 30 BCE, where her temple became a pilgrimage site. As a mistress of magic, she outwitted Ra, tricking him into revealing his secret name, thus gaining power over creation. A tale highlighting her cunning and sovereignty. Egyptians invoked her in spells for healing, protection, and love, her knot-like Tayet amulet symbolizing her safeguarding presence. Her role extended beyond mythology into daily life. As mother to Horus, she linked to kingship. Pharaohs were sons of Isis, their authority tied to her nurturing. Her compassion resonated with commoners too. Unlike distant gods like Ra, Isis was approachable, a comforter in grief. Her worship spread via trade and conquest, merging with goddesses like Hathor and, in the Greco-Roman world, Demeter and Aphrodite. The mysteries of Isis, secretive rites in places like Rome, rivaled early Christianity, offering initiates spiritual rebirth. Isis's influence peaked in the late period, 664 to 332 BCE, and Hellenistic era, her temples dotting the Mediterranean. Even as Christianity rose, her image, nursing Horus, echoed in Virgin Mary iconography. Her decline came with Egypt's Christianization by the 4th century CE, but her legacy persists in art, literature, and modern paganism. Isis embodies resilience and magic, a goddess who turned loss into life, weaving her spell across millennia. Greek gods. The Greek pantheon, codified by poets like Hesiod, circa 1200 BCE, and Homer, is among the most famous, influencing Western culture through mythology, art, and philosophy. Zeus, the supreme ruler of the Greek pantheon, emerged as a central figure in mythology around 1200 BCE during the Mycenaean period and reached his zenith in the classical era, 5th to 4th centuries BCE. As god of the sky, thunder, and justice, Zeus wielded unparalleled power from Mount Olympus, his name, rooted in the Indo-European Dayus, sky, linking him to ancient sky deities like the Vedic Dyaus. His dominion over weather and order made him the ultimate authority in a dynamic, often chaotic Greek cosmos. Zeus's origin myth, detailed in Hesiod's Theogony, is a tale of rebellion and triumph. Son of the Titans Cronus and Rhea, he escaped Cronus's paranoia. His father swallowed his siblings to prevent overthrow, when Rhea hit him in Crete, substituting a stone for the infant. Raised by nymphs and the goat Amalthea, Zeus returned as a young god, forcing Cronus to regurgitate his siblings, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon, with a potion. Leading them in the Titanomachy, a decade-long war, Zeus defeated the Titans with his thunderbolt, forged by Cyclopes, imprisoning them in Tartarus and claiming kingship over gods and mortals. Depicted as a bearded, regal figure wielding a lightning bolt, often with an eagle at his side, Zeus radiated might and majesty. His sacred sites, like the oracle at Dodona and the colossal statue at Olympia, one of the 7 wonders, drew worshippers seeking his favor through sacrifices and games. Yet, his myths reveal a flawed character, passionate, impulsive, and amorous. His countless affairs with goddesses, e.g., Hera, his wife, and mortals, e.g., Leda, Europa, produced heroes like Hercules and Perseus, sparking Hera's jealousy and epic tales of divine intrigue. Zeus's role transcended weather control. As upholder of Xenia, hospitality, and justice, he punished oath-breakers and tyrants, as in the Iliad, where he oversees the Trojan War's moral balance. His will, interpreted through oracles like Delphi's, guided Greek society. However, his capriciousness, flooding humanity in the Deucalion myth or seducing mortals in disguises, a swan, a bull, reflected human flaws writ large, making him relatable yet awe-inspiring. His worship peaked in the classical period, with festivals like the Olympics honoring him, but philosophical critiques, e.g., Plato's skepticism, and Rome's adoption as Jupiter shifted his legacy. By the 4th century CE, Christianity supplanted his cult, yet Zeus endures in art, literature, and pop culture, e.g., Marvel's adaptations. He embodies the Greek ideal of power tempered by humanity, a sky god whose thunder still echoes through time. Poseidon, one of the most formidable Olympian gods, emerged in Greek mythology around 1200 BCE during the Mycenaean period, revered as the ruler of the seas, earthquakes, and horses. His name, possibly from pauses, Lord, and to earth, reflects his dominion over both water and the trembling land, a duality vital to a maritime nation like Greece. Brother to Zeus and Hades, Poseidon shared rulership of the cosmos after the Titanomachy, claiming the oceans as his realm while Zeus took the sky and Hades the underworld. In Hesiod's Theogony, Poseidon's origin mirrors Zeus's. Born to the Titans Cronus and Rhea, he was swallowed by Cronus to prevent rebellion, only to be freed when Zeus forced their father to regurgitate his siblings. During the Titanomachy, Poseidon fought alongside his brothers, wielding a trident, forged by Cyclopes, that could stir seas and split earth. After victory, the brothers drew lots, and Poseidon's oceanic domain cemented his identity as the Earthshaker, a god whose moods mirrored the tempestuous waves, depicted as a bearded, muscular figure with a trident, often crowned with a wreath of seaweed or riding a chariot pulled by hippocampi, horse sea creature hybrids. Poseidon exuded raw power. His sacred sites, like the temple at Cape Sounion, overlooked the Aegean, where sailors offered sacrifices to calm his wrath. His myths, recounted in Homer's Odyssey, reveal a volatile temperament, punishing Odysseus for blinding his son, the Cyclops Polyphemus, with storms and shipwrecks, yet also granting boons like horses to favored mortals. Poseidon's influence extended beyond the sea. As god of earthquakes, he shaped Greece's rugged landscape, splitting mountains or flooding plains. His equine connection, tied to myths like his creation of the first horse or his rivalry with Athena over Athens, won by her olive tree over his saltwater spring, reflected his role in taming nature for human use. His offspring, monsters like Polyphemus and heroes like Theseus, highlight his wild, generative force. His worship thrived in coastal cities like Corinth, where the Isthmian Games honored him, blending athleticism with maritime devotion. Though less supreme than Zeus, Poseidon's power rivaled his brothers, their rivalry echoing in tales like the contest for Athens. His cult waned with Greece's Christianization by the 4th century CE, but Rome preserved him as Neptune, and his trident remains a cultural icon. Poseidon embodies the untamed sea, a god of beauty and terror, shaping Greece's destiny with every crashing wave. Poseidon, one of the most formidable Olympian gods, emerged in Greek mythology around 1200 BCE during the Mycenaean period, revered as the ruler of the seas, earthquakes, and horses. His name, possibly from pauses, Lord, and to earth, reflects his dominion over both water and the trembling land, a duality vital to a maritime nation like Greece. Brother to Zeus and Hades, Poseidon shared rulership of the cosmos after the Titanomachy, claiming the oceans as his realm while Zeus took the sky and Hades the underworld. In Hesiod's Theogony, Poseidon's origin mirrors Zeus's. Born to the Titans Cronus and Rhea, he was swallowed by Cronus to prevent rebellion, only to be freed when Zeus forced their father to regurgitate his siblings. During the Titanomachy, Poseidon fought alongside his brothers, wielding a trident forged by Cyclopes that could stir seas and split earth. After victory, the brothers drew lots, and Poseidon's oceanic domain cemented his identity as the Earthshaker, a god whose moods mirrored the tempestuous waves. Depicted as a bearded, muscular figure with a trident, often crowned with a wreath of seaweed or riding a chariot pulled by hippocampi, horse-sea creature hybrids, Poseidon exuded raw power. His sacred sites, like the temple at Cape Sounion, overlooked the Aegean, where sailors offered sacrifices to calm his wrath. His myths, recounted in Homer's Odyssey, reveal a volatile temperament, punishing Odysseus for blinding his son, the Cyclops Polyphemus, with storms and shipwrecks, yet also granting boons like horses to favored mortals. Poseidon's influence extended beyond the sea. As god of earthquakes, he shaped Greece's rugged landscape, splitting mountains or flooding plains. His equine connection, tied to myths like his creation of the first horse or his rivalry with Athena over Athens, won by her olive tree over his saltwater spring, reflected his role in taming nature for human use. His offspring, monsters like Polyphemus and heroes like Theseus, highlight his wild, generative force. His worship thrived in coastal cities like Corinth, where the Isthmian Games honored him, blending athleticism with maritime devotion. Though less supreme than Zeus, Poseidon's power rivaled his brothers, their rivalry echoing in tales like the contest for Athens. His cult waned with Greece's Christianization by the 4th century CE, but Rome preserved him as Neptune, and his trident remains a cultural icon. Poseidon embodies the untamed sea, a god of beauty and terror, shaping Greece's destiny with every crashing wave. Rome's gods, emerging around 1000 BCE, mirrored Greece's but emphasized state order and practicality. They blended Etruscan and Latin traditions with Hellenic influence after contact with Greece, 3rd century BCE. Jupiter, the supreme deity of Roman mythology, emerged around 1000 BCE in early Italic traditions, evolving into the dominant god of the Roman state by the Republic's height, 509 to 27 BCE. As god of the sky, thunder, and justice, he paralleled the Greek Zeus, his name derived from Iopater, combining Iovis, Jove, and Pater, father. Rooted in the Indo-European Dayus Pater, sky father, Jupiter embodied Rome's imperial might, overseeing both natural forces and civic order. Roman mythology adapted Greek tales for Jupiter, though with less focus on personal exploits. Born to Saturn, Cronus, and Ops Rhea, he led his siblings, Juno, Neptune, Pluto, Vesta, and Ceres, against the Titans, overthrowing Saturn to claim the heavens. His weapon, the thunderbolt, symbolized his authority, hurled from the Capitoline Hill where his grand temple, Jupiter Optimus Maximus, best and greatest, stood as Rome's religious heart. Dedicated in 509 BCE, this temple hosted triumphs and oaths, tying Jupiter to the state's destiny. Depicted as a bearded, majestic figure wielding a lightning bolt, often with an eagle Rome's emblem, Jupiter exuded regal power. His cult was practical, less mythic than Zeus's. Priests, flamens, offered white oxen during festivals like the Ferii Latini, seeking his favor for victories and harvests. As Jupiter Lapis, he sanctified treaties with a sacred stone. As Jupiter Tonans, thunderer, he warned of storms. Romans saw omens in lightning or bird flights, interpreting his will. Jupiter's role as protector of Rome elevated him above earlier gods like Mars. Consuls swore allegiance to him, and triumphs ended at his temple, cementing his link to Imperium. His wife, Juno, and daughter Minerva formed the Capitoline Triad, mirroring Rome's structured piety. Unlike Zeus's amorous escapades, Jupiter's myths focus on sovereignty, though he absorbed local deities, e.g., Tinia from the Etruscans through syncretism. His worship peaked during the Empire, 27 BCE for 76 CE, with emperors claiming his favor, but Christianity's rise by the 4th century CE diminished his cult. Jupiter's legacy endures in language, e.g., jovial, and astronomy, the planet Jupiter. He represents Rome's ordered power, a sky god whose thunder upheld an empire. Mars, a foundational deity in Roman mythology, emerged around 1000 BCE in early Italic traditions, evolving into one of Rome's most revered gods by the Republic, 509 to 27 BCE. Unlike his Greek counterpart, Ares, who embodied chaotic violence, Mars combined martial prowess with agricultural fertility, reflecting Rome's dual identity as a warrior and farming society. His name, possibly from Mavers or an Etruscan root maris, suggests an ancient lineage predating Greek influence, marking him as distinctly Roman. In Roman myth, Mars was the son of Jupiter and Juno, born alongside his twin, Remus, in some tales. His most famous legend ties him to Rome's founding. He fathered Romulus and Remus with Rhea Silvia, a Vestal virgin, after appearing as a divine lover. Raised by a she-wolf, the twins established Rome, and Mars's paternity imbued the city with martial destiny. Unlike Ares' peripheral role in Greek epics, Mars was central to Roman identity, second only to Jupiter in prominence. Depicted as a youthful, armored warrior with a crested helmet, spear, and shield, often accompanied by a wolf or woodpecker, his sacred animals, Mars exuded disciplined strength. His cult centered on the Campus Martius, Field of Mars, a training ground outside Rome's walls, and the Era Martis, an altar for sacrifices. Festivals like the Armilustrium, October 19th, purified weapons after campaigns, while the Fury Marti, March 1st, opened the war season, blending bloodshed with spring's renewal, his agricultural aspect tied to protecting crops and livestock. Mars's duality set him apart. As Mars Gradivus, the Strider, he led armies. As Mars Silvanus, he guarded fields. This reflects Rome's practical ethos. War secured peace for farming. His consort, Bellona, and offspring, like the warlike Cupid with Venus, reinforced his martial lineage. Priests called Salii danced with sacred shields, and Cilia, believed fallen from heaven, to invoke his favor. His worship peaked during Rome's expansion, 3rd to 1st centuries BCE, with generals vowing temples, like Mars' altar, Avenger, built by Augustus to honor victories. Unlike Ares, scorned by Greeks, Mars was a noble guardian. His temple on the Capitoline Hill symbolizing Rome's might. His influence waned with Christianity's rise by the 4th century CE, but his legacy endures. The planet Mars, the month March, and martial mythology echo his name. Mars embodies Rome's disciplined aggression, a god who fought not for chaos but for empire, sowing seeds in both blood and soil. Venus, a luminous figure in Roman mythology, emerged around 1000 BCE in early Italic traditions, evolving into the goddess of love, beauty, fertility, and desire by the Republic, 509 to 27 BCE. Unlike her Greek counterpart, Aphrodite, whose origins were more chaotic, Venus blended sensuality with Roman virtues, becoming a maternal protector of the state. Her name, linked to Venere, to come, or venerare, to honor, evokes charm and reverence, reflecting her broad appeal. In Roman myth, Venus's origins vary. Some tales cast her as Jupiter's daughter, born of his union with Dion, while others echo Hesiod's Greek version, emerging from sea foam after Saturn, Cronus, castrated Uranus, her foam-born beauty washing ashore. Her Roman significance soared with her role as mother of Aeneas, the Trojan hero who fled to Italy, founding the lineage of Romulus and Rome. Virgil's Aeneid, 1st century BCE, cemented this, portraying Venus guiding Aeneas, linking her to Rome's divine destiny. Depicted as a radiant woman with flowing hair, often nude or draped in a diaphanous gown, Venus held a mirror or apple, symbols of vanity and allure. Her sacred animals, doves and swans, graced her temples, like the one on the Capitoline Hill. Festivals such as the Veneralia, April 1st, honored her with myrtle wreaths and baths, celebrating love and renewal. Unlike Aphrodite's capricious affairs, Venus's liaisons, like with Mars, producing Cupid, served Roman narratives, emphasizing harmony between war and passion. Venus's role transcended romance. As Venus Genitrix, mother, Julius Caesar claimed her as ancestor, dedicating a temple in 46 BCE to bolster his divine lineage. Augustus later exalted her as Venus Victrix, victorious, tying her to imperial triumph. Her fertility aspect protected gardens and childbirth, blending domesticity with cosmic allure. Priests and poets invoked her in love charms and hymns, her influence permeating Roman art. Think Pompeii's frescoes or statues like the Venus de Milo, a Greek echo. Her worship peaked during the Empire, 27 BCE for 76 CE, with temples and cults spreading to provinces, often merging with local goddesses like Celtic Sulis. Christianity's rise by the 4th century CE diminished her rights, but her legacy thrived. The planet Venus, Friday, Dies Veneris, and Renaissance art, e.g., Botticelli's Birth of Venus, immortalize her. Venus embodies Rome's idealized beauty, a goddess who seduced hearts and shaped an empire's soul. India's ancient gods trace to the Vedic period, 1500 to 500 BCE, evolving into the rich Hindu pantheon still worshipped today. The Rig Veda, an ancient text, names early deities tied to nature and ritual. Indra, a towering figure in Vedic mythology, emerged around 1500 BCE in the hymns of the Rig Veda, the oldest sacred text of ancient India. As the god of rain, thunder, and war, he reigned as king of the Devas, gods, wielding the Vajra, thunderbolt, to bring storms and vanquish chaos. His name, possibly linked to Hindu, drop, or a root meaning to conquer, reflects his dual role as life-giver and warrior, vital to the pastoral Aryan tribes of the Indus Valley. In Vedic cosmology, Indra's most celebrated feat is slaying Vritra, the serpent dragon of drought. The Rig Veda recounts how Vritra hoarded the world's waters, plunging the earth into barrenness. Fortified by Soma, a divine drink, Indra shattered Vritra's 99 fortresses with his Vajra, splitting the beast and releasing rivers to flow. This victory, praised in over 250 hymns, established Indra as a cosmic hero, ensuring fertility and order. Born to the sky god Yaush and earth goddess Prithvi, or Aditi in later texts, he ascended to lead the Devas, often depicted riding the elephant Airavata or a golden chariot. Visually, Indra is a robust, golden-skinned warrior with 1,000 eyes, gained after a curse, wielding his Vajra and bow. His thunderous presence, flanked by storm gods, Maruts, animated Vedic rituals where priests chanted his praises, offering Soma to summon rain. His abode, Svarga, a heavenly realm atop Mount Meru, shimmered with splendor, reflecting his dominion over the skies. Yet, Indra's character is flawed, boisterous, indulgent, and prone to jealousy, as when he battles Krishna in later myths over divine supremacy. Indra's significance lies in his practical and symbolic power. For nomadic Aryans, his reign sustained cattle and crops, while his martial valor mirrored their warrior ethos. Temples were rare. Instead, Fire altars hosted his worship during sacrifices like the Ashvamedha horse sacrifice, linking him to kingship. Over time, his prominence waned as Hinduism evolved, circa 500 BCE, with Vishnu and Shiva eclipsing him in epics like the Mahabharata, where he appears as a diminished, often comical figure, father to Arjuna but humbled by newer gods. By the medieval period, Indra's Vedic primacy faded, but his legacy endures in Hindu cosmology, Southeast Asian art, e.g., Angkor Wat reliefs, and meteorology, thunder as Indra's roar. He embodies the raw, heroic spirit of early India, a storm god whose might watered a civilization's roots. Agni, the fire god of Vedic mythology, blazed into prominence around 1500 BCE in the hymns of the Rigveda, one of ancient India's oldest sacred texts. As the embodiment of fire, both domestic and sacrificial, Agni served as a vital link between humans and the divine. His name derived from the Sanskrit root Agni, fire, akin to Latin ignis, revered as a messenger, purifier, and sustainer. He illuminated the spiritual and physical worlds of the Aryan tribes who composed the Vedas. In Vedic cosmology, Agni's origins vary. Some hymns call him the son of Dyaush, sky, and Prithvi, earth, born from their cosmic friction, while others depict him emerging from the waters or kindled by human hands. The Rigveda praises his three forms: the terrestrial fire of hearts, the atmospheric lightning, and the celestial sun, each a facet of his omnipresence. His most celebrated myth involves hiding after the gods overburdened him with sacrifices. Lured back by frogs or sages, he resumed his role, underscoring his indispensable nature. Visually, Agni is a radiant figure with flaming hair, golden skin, and two faces, one serene, one fierce, symbolizing his dual capacity to nurture and destroy. Riding a ram or chariot pulled by fiery steeds, he wields a spear or torch, his 7 tongues licking up offerings. Over 200 Rigveda hymns extol him, second only to Indra, portraying him devouring butter and wood to carry prayers skyward as smoke. His abode shifts, sometimes on earth in altars, sometimes among gods, reflecting his intermediary role. Agni's significance in Vedic culture was profound. As the sacrificial fire, he mediated rituals like the Agnikayana, where elaborate altars channeled divine favor for prosperity and protection. Priests invoked him first in every rite, chanting Agni, come hither, to ignite the cosmic connection. His heat purified, his light guided, and his presence blessed marriages and cremations, life's bookends. Unlike Indra's martial flair, Agni's power was domestic yet divine, sustaining the hearth-centric Aryan life. His prominence persisted into later Hinduism, circa 500 BCE, though subordinated to Vishnu and Shiva in epics like the Mahabharata, where he aids heroes, e.g., burning the Kandava forest for Arjuna. By the medieval period, his worship merged into broader fire rituals, but his legacy glows in Hindu homam ceremonies, Zoroastrian fire temples, via shared Indo-Iranian roots, and language, e.g., ignite. Agni embodies fire's eternal dance, a god who warmed, purified, and bridged humanity to the heavens. In Hindu cosmology, Vishnu rests on the cosmic serpent Shisha in the infinite ocean, dreaming reality into existence between creation cycles. From his navel blooms a lotus-bearing Brahma, symbolizing his generative power. His most famous myths involve his 10 avatars, Dashavatara, chronicled in texts like the Puranas. As Matsya, fish, he saved Manu from a flood. As Varha boar, he lifted the earth from watery depths. As Rama, Ramayana, and Krishna, Mahabharata, he battled evil and taught righteousness. These incarnations, spanning Vedic to epic periods, adapt his role to humanity's needs. Visually, Vishnu is a serene, blue-skinned figure, hue evoking the infinite sky, adorned with a garland of flowers, holding a conch, shankha, discus, chakra, mace, and lotus. Riding Garuda, the eagle, he radiates calm strength. His consort, Lakshmi, goddess of wealth, complements his benevolence. Their union blessing devotees with prosperity. Major temples like Tirupati and Badrinath draw millions, where rituals and chants, e.g. Vishnu Sahasranama, honor his 1,000 names, protector, sustainer, lord of all. Vishnu's significance lies in his accessibility and compassion. Unlike Brahma's obscurity or Shiva's austerity, he engages the world directly, his avatars bridging divine and human realms. In the Bhagavad Gita, as Krishna, he advises Arjuna on duty and devotion, bhakti, inspiring Vaishnavism, a sect elevating him as supreme being. His preservation extends beyond crises. He upholds Dharma daily, ensuring seasons turn and righteousness prevails. Festivals like Diwali, celebrating Rama's return, and Holi, Krishna's playfulness, embed him in cultural life. From the Gupta period, 4th to 6th century CE, Vishnu's worship surged, rivaling Shiva's, with temples and art, e.g., Angkor Wat's carvings, spreading his influence across Asia, while Vedic Indra faded, Vishnu's adaptability, absorbing local deities, kept him vital. Today, Vaishnavism thrives globally, his legacy echoing in philosophy, dance, and film. Vishnu embodies eternal stability, a blue-threaded guardian weaving order through time's chaos. Shiva, a towering deity in Hindu tradition, solidified his prominence around 500 BCE, evolving from the Vedic Rudra into the multifaceted god of destruction, transformation, and transcendence. Known as the Auspicious One, Shiva in Sanskrit, he completes the Trimurti with Brahma, creator, and Vishnu, preserver, embodying the cyclical nature of existence, where endings fuel new beginnings. His enigmatic persona, blending ferocity with serenity, has captivated devotees for millennia, making him a cornerstone of Indian spirituality. Shiva's myths weave a tapestry of cosmic power. In the Linga Purana, he manifests as a fiery pillar lingam, humbling Brahma and Vishnu, proving his primacy as the eternal source. Another tale recounts his drinking of halahala, a poison churned from the cosmic ocean, turning his throat blue, Nilkan, to save creation, a selfless act of sacrifice. With Parvati, his consort, he balances asceticism and love. Their union births Ganesha, wisdom, and Kartikeya, war, while Sati's earlier immolation fuels tales of devotion and rebirth. His slaying of Tripurasura, a trio of demon cities, with a single arrow showcases his destructive might, portrayed with ash-smeared skin, a coiled serpent around his neck, and a trident in hand. Shiva's matted locks cradle the Ganges, tamed when he cushioned her fall from heaven. His third eye blazes with insight, his drum beats time's rhythm, and his dance, Tandava or Natraja, whirls the universe into dissolution and renewal. Temples like Somnath house his lingam, a symbol of formless energy, while his bull, Nandi, guards his sanctuaries. Shaivites chant Mahamrityunjaya for liberation, especially during Mahashivaratri, a night of fasting and reverence. Shiva's role transcends mere destruction. He annihilates illusion, Maya, guiding souls to moksha, liberation. His meditative stillness on Kailash inspiring yogic traditions. As Ardhanarishvara, half man, half woman with Parvati, he unites opposites, reflecting life's harmony. His rural roots as a hunter or herdsman god contrast with urban reverence, bridging folk and elite worship. Unlike Vishnu's worldly avatars, Shiva's presence is abstract yet intimate, felt incrementally cremation grounds and mountain caves alike. From the post-Vedic era, Shaivism flourished, with rock-cut shrines like Elephanta, 6th century CE, and texts like the Shvetashvatara Upanishad exalting him as supreme. His iconography, dancing in Chidambaram or brooding in Varanasi, spans Asia, influencing Khmer art and Tibetan Buddhism. Today, Shiva resonates in meditation, tattoos, and cinema, a timeless force of dissolution and grace.
This recording is brought to you by Ancient History Encyclopedia and the YouTube channel The Study of Antiquity and the Middle Ages. Enuma Elish, the Babylonian Epic of Creation. Full text. Written by Joshua J. Mark. Narrated by D.W. Graffin. The Enuma Elish, also known as the Seven Tablets of Creation, is the Mesopotamian creation myth whose title is derived from the opening lines of the piece When on High. All of the tablets containing the myth, found at Ashur, Kish, Ashurbanipal's library at Nineveh, Sultan Tepe, and other excavated sites, date to circa 1200 BCE. But their colophons indicate that these are all copies of a much older version of the myth, dating from long before the fall of Sumer in circa 1750 BCE. As Marduk, the champion of the young gods in their war against Tiamat, is of Babylonian origin, the Sumerian Ea Enki, or Enlil, is thought to have played the major role in the original version of the story. The copy found at Ashur has the god Ashur in the main role, as was the custom of the cities of Mesopotamia. The god of each city was always considered the best and most powerful. Marduk, the god of Babylon, only figures as prominently as he does in the story because most of the copies found are from Babylonian scribes. Even so, Ea does still play an important part in the Babylonian version of the Enuma Elish by creating human beings. Summary of the story. The story, one of the oldest, if not the oldest, in the world, concerns the birth of the gods and the creation of the universe and human beings. In the beginning, there was only undifferentiated water swirling in chaos. Out of this swirl, the waters divided into sweet, fresh water, known as the god Apsu, and salty, bitter water, the goddess Tiamat. Once differentiated, the union of these two entities gave birth to the younger gods. These young gods, however, were extremely loud, troubling the sleep of Apsu at night and distracting him from his work by day. Upon the advice of his vizier, Mummu, Apsu decides to kill the younger gods. Tiamat, hearing of their plan, warns her eldest son Enki, sometimes
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Granger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facility safe and your people safer. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Sometimes Ea, and he puts Apsu to sleep and kills him. From Apsu's remains, Enki creates his home. Tiamat, once the supporter of the younger gods, now is enraged that they have killed her mate. She consults with the god Pungu, who advises her to make war on the younger gods. Tiamat rewards Pungu with the tablets of destiny, which legitimize the rule of a god and control the fates, and he wears them proudly as a breastplate. With Pungu as her champion, Tiamat summons the forces of chaos and creates 11 horrible monsters to destroy her children. Ea, Enki, and the younger gods fight against Tiamat futilely until from among them emerges the champion Marduk, who swears he will defeat Tiamat. Marduk defeats Kuingu and kills Tiamat by shooting her with an arrow which splits her in two. From her eyes flow the waters of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Out of Tiamat's corpse, Marduk creates the heavens and the earth. He appoints gods to various duties and binds Tiamat's 11 creatures to his feet as trophies, to much adulation from the other gods, before setting their images in his new home. He also takes the tablets of destiny from Kuingu, thus legitimizing his reign. After the gods have finished praising him for his great victory and the art of his creation, Marduk consults with the god Ea, the god of wisdom, and decides to create human beings from the remains of whichever of the gods instigated Tiamat to war. Kuingu is charged as guilty and killed, and from his blood, Ea creates Lulu, the first man, to be a helper to the gods in their eternal task of maintaining order and keeping chaos at bay. As the poem phrases it, Ea created mankind, on whom he imposed the service of the gods and set the gods free. Following this, Marduk arranged the organization of the netherworld and distributed the gods to their appointed stations. The poem ends in Tablet 7, with long praise of Marduk for his accomplishments. Commentary. The Enuma Elish would later be the inspiration for the Hebrew scribes, who created the text now known as the biblical book of Genesis. Prior to the 19th century CE, the Bible was considered the oldest book in the world, and its narratives were thought to be completely original. In the mid-19th century CE, however, European museums, as well as academic and religious institutions, sponsored excavations in Mesopotamia to find physical evidence for historical corroboration of the stories in the Bible. These excavations found quite the opposite, however, in that once cuneiform was translated, it was understood that a number of biblical narratives were Mesopotamian in origin. Famous stories such as the fall of man and the great flood were originally conceived and written down in Sumer, translated and modified later in Babylon, and reworked by the Assyrians before they were used by the Hebrew scribes for the versions which appear in the Bible. Although the basic paradigm of the biblical narratives and the Mesopotamian stories align closely, there are still significant differences, as noted by scholar Stephen Berkman. Both Genesis and Enuma Elish are religious texts which detail and celebrate cultural origins. Genesis describes the origin and founding of the Jewish people under the guidance of the Lord. Enuma Elish recounts the origin and founding of Babylon under the leadership of the god Marduk. Contained in each work is a story of how the cosmos and man were created. Each work begins by describing the watery chaos, primeval darkness that once filled the universe. Then light is created to replace the darkness. Afterward, the heavens are made, and in them heavenly bodies are placed. Finally, man is created. These similarities notwithstanding, The two accounts are more different than alike. In revising the Mesopotamian creation story for their own ends, the Hebrew scribes tightened the narrative and the focus, but retained the concept of the all-powerful deity who brings order from chaos. Marduk, in the Enuma Elish, establishes the recognizable order of the world, just as God does in the Genesis tale. And human beings are expected to recognize this great gift and honor the deity through service. In Mesopotamia, in fact, it was thought that humans were co-workers with the gods to maintain the gift of creation and keep the forces of chaos at bay. The Enuma Elish in Babylon. Marduk gained prominence in Babylon during the reign of Hammurabi, 1792 to 1750 BCE, and superseded the popular goddess Inanna in worship. During Hammurabi's reign, in fact, a number of previously popular female deities were replaced by male gods. The Enuma Elish, praising Marduk as the most powerful of all the gods, therefore became increasingly popular as the god himself rose in prominence and his city of Babylon grew in power. Scholar Jeremy Black writes, "The rise of the cult of Marduk is closely connected with the political rise of Babylon from city-state to the capital of an empire. From the Kassite period, Marduk became more and more important until it was possible for the author of the Babylonian epic of creation to maintain that not only was Marduk king of all the gods, but that many of the latter were no more than aspects of his persona." The Enuma Elish was read and recited widely throughout Mesopotamia, but was especially important at the New Year festival in Babylon. During this festival, the statue of Marduk would be taken from the temple and, amidst the revelers, was paraded through the streets of the city, out the gates, to vacation in a small house built for this purpose. The Enuma Elish, especially, it is thought, the praise from Tablet 7, would be sung or chanted during this procession. The text of Enuma Elish. The following translation comes from Mesopotamian Creation Stories by W.G. Lambert and is used under Creative Commons license from the Etana website. Enuma Elish, the Babylonian Epic of Creation. Tablet 1. When the heavens above did not exist, and earth beneath had not come into being, there was Apsu, the first in order, their begetter, and demiurge Tiamat, who gave birth to them all. They had mingled their waters together, before meadowland had coalesced and reedbed was to be found, when not one of the gods had been formed, or had come into being, when no destinies had been decreed. The gods were created within them. Lachmu and Lachamu were formed and came into being. While they grew and increased in stature, Anshar and Kishar, who excelled them, were created. They prolonged their days, they multiplied their years. Anu, their son, could rival his fathers. Anu, the son, equaled Anshar, and Anu begat Nudimut, his own equal. Nudimut was the champion among his fathers, profoundly discerning, wise, of robust strength, very much stronger than his father's begetter Anshar. He had no rival among the gods, his brothers. The divine brothers came together. Their clamor got loud, throwing Tiamat into a turmoil. They jarred the nerves of Tiamat, and by their dancing they spread alarm in Anduruna. Apsu did not diminish their clamor, and Tiamat was silent when confronted with them. Their conduct was displeasing to her, yet though their behavior was not good, she wished to spare them. Thereupon Apsu, The begetter of the great gods called Mumu his vizier and addressed him, Vizier Mumu, who gratifies my pleasure, come, let us go to Tiamat. They went and sat, facing Tiamat, as they conferred about the gods, their sons. Apsu opened his mouth and addressed Tiamat. Their behavior has become displeasing to me, and I cannot rest in the daytime or sleep at night. I will destroy and break up their way of life, that silence may reign and we may sleep. When Tiamat heard this, she raged and cried out to her spouse. She cried in distress, fuming within herself. She grieved over the plotted evil. How can we destroy what we have given birth to? Though their behavior causes distress, let us tighten discipline graciously. Mumu spoke up with counsel for Apsu. As from a rebellious vizier was the counsel of his Mumu, destroy, my father, that lawless way of life, that you may rest in the daytime and sleep by night. Apsu was pleased with him. His face beamed because he had plotted evil against the gods, his sons. Mumu put his arms around Apsu's neck. He sat on his knees, kissing him. What they plotted in their gathering was reported to the gods, their sons. The gods heard it and were frantic. They were overcome with silence and sat quietly. Ea, who excels in knowledge, the skilled and learned, Ea, who knows everything, perceived their tricks. He fashioned it and made it to be all-embracing. He executed it skillfully as supreme, his pure incantation. He recited it and set it on the waters. He poured sleep upon him as he was slumbering deeply. He put Apsu to slumber as he poured out sleep. And Mumu, the counselor, was breathless with agitation. He split Apsu's sinews, ripped off his crown, carried away his aura, and put it on himself. He bound Apsu and killed him. Mumu he confined and handled roughly. He set his dwelling upon Apsu and laid hold on Mumu, keeping the nose rope in his hand. After Ea had bound and slain his enemies, had achieved victory over his foes, he rested quietly in his chamber. He called it Apsu, whose shrines he appointed. Then he founded his living quarters within it, and Ea and Damkina, his wife, sat in splendor. In the chamber of the destinies, the room of the archetypes, the wisest of the wise, the sage of the gods, Be'el, was conceived. In Apsu was Marduk born. In pure Apsu was Marduk born. Ea his father begat him. Damkina his mother bore him. He sucked the breasts of goddesses. A nurse reared him and filled him with terror. His figure was well developed. The glance of his eyes was dazzling. His growth was manly. He was mighty from the beginning. Anu, his father's begetter, saw him. He exulted and smiled, his heart filled with joy. Anu rendered him perfect. His divinity was remarkable, and he became very lofty, excelling them in his attributes. His members were incomprehensibly wonderful, incapable of being grasped with the mind, hard even to look on. 4 were his eyes, 4 his ears. Flame shot forth as he moved his lips. His 4 ears grew large, and his eyes likewise took in everything. His figure was lofty and superior in comparison with the gods. His limbs were surpassing. His nature was superior. Mari Utu, the sun god, the sun god of the gods. He was clothed with the aura of the 10 gods, so exalted was his strength. The 50 dreads were loaded upon him. Anu formed and gave birth to the 4 winds. He delivered them to him. My son, let them whirl. He formed dust and set a hurricane to drive it. He made a wave to bring consternation on Tiamat. Tiamat was confounded. Day and night she was frantic. The gods took no rest. In their minds, they plotted evil and addressed their mother Tiamat. When Apsu, your spouse, was killed, you did not go at his side, but sat quietly. The 4 dreadful winds have been fashioned to throw you into confusion, and we cannot sleep. You gave no thought to Apsu, your spouse, nor to Mumu, who is a prisoner. Now you sit alone. Henceforth you will be in frantic consternation, and as for us, who cannot rest, you do not love us. Consider our burden. Our eyes are hollow. Break the immovable yoke, that we may sleep. Make battle. Avenge them. Reduce to nothingness. Tiamat heard. The speech pleased her. She said, "Let us make demons, as you have advised." The gods assembled within her. They conceived evil against the gods, their begetters. And took the side of Tiamat. Fiercely plotting, unresting by night and day, lusting for battle, raging, storming, they set up a host to bring about conflict. Mother Uber, who forms everything, supplied irresistible weapons and gave birth to giant serpents. They had sharp teeth. They were merciless. With poison instead of blood, she filled their bodies. She clothed the fearful monsters with dread. She loaded them with an aura and made them godlike. She said, "Let their onlooker feebly perish. May they constantly leap forward and never retire." She created the Hydra, the dragon, the hairy hero, the great demon, the savage dog, and the scorpion man, fierce demons, the fish man, and the bull man, carriers of merciless weapons, fearless in the face of battle. Her commands were tremendous, not to be resisted. Although she made 11 of that kind, among the gods her sons, whom she constituted her host, she exalted Chingu and magnified him among them. The leadership of the army, the direction of the host, the bearing of weapons, campaigning, the mobilization of conflict, the chief executive power of battle, supreme command, she entrusted to him and set him on a throne. I have cast the spell for you and exalted you in the host of the gods. I have delivered to you the rule of all the gods. You are indeed exalted, my spouse. You are renowned. Let your commands prevail over all the Anunnaki. She gave him the tablet of destinies and fastened it to his breast, saying, "Your order may not be changed. Let the utterance of your mouth be firm." After Chingu was elevated and had acquired the power of Anuship, he decreed the destinies for the gods, her sons. May the utterance of your mouths subdue the fire god. May your poison by its accumulation put down aggression. Tablet 2. Tiamat gathered together her creation and organized battle against the gods, her offspring. Henceforth Tiamat plotted evil because of Apsu. It became known to Ea that she had arranged the conflict. Ea heard this matter. He lapsed into silence in his chamber and sat motionless. After he had reflected and his anger had subsided, he directed his steps to Anshar, his father. He entered the presence of the father of his begetter, Anshar, and related to him all of Tiamat's plotting. "My father, Tiamat, our mother, has conceived a hatred for us. She has established a host in her savage fury. All the gods have turned to her. Even those you begat also take her side. They took the side of Tiamat, fiercely plotting, unresting by night and day, lusting for battle, raging, storming. They set up a host to bring about conflict. Mother Huber, who forms everything, supplied irresistible weapons and gave birth to giant serpents. They had sharp teeth. They were merciless. With poison instead of blood, she filled their bodies. She clothed the fearful monsters with dread. She loaded them with an aura and made them godlike. She said, "Let their onlooker feebly perish. May they constantly leap forward and never retire." She created the Hydra, the dragon, the hairy hero, the great demon, the savage dog, and the scorpion man, fierce demons, the fish man, and the bull man, carriers of merciless weapons, fearless in the face of battle. Her commands were tremendous, not to be resisted. Although she made 11 of that kind among the gods her sons whom she constituted her host, she exalted Chingu and magnified him among them. The leadership of the army, the direction of the host, the bearing of weapons, campaigning, the mobilization of conflict, the chief executive power of battle, supreme command, she entrusted to him and set him on a throne. "I have cast a spell for you and exalted you in the host of the gods. I have delivered to you the rule of all the gods. You are indeed exalted, my spouse. You are renowned. Let your commands prevail over all the Anunnaki." She gave him the tablet of destinies and fastened it to his breast, saying, "Your order may not be changed. Let the utterance of your mouth be firm." After Chingu was elevated and had acquired the power of Anuship, he decreed the destinies for the gods, her sons. "May the utterance of your mouths subdue the fire god. May your poison by its accumulation put down aggression." Anshar heard. The matter was profoundly disturbing. He cried, "Woe," and bit his lip. His heart was in fury. His mind could not be calmed. Over Ea, his son, his cry was faltering. "My son, you who provoked the war, take responsibility for whatever you alone have done. You set out and killed Apsu. And as for Tiamat, whom you made furious, where is her equal?" The gatherer of counsel, the learned prince, the creator of wisdom, the god Nubimu, with soothing words and calming utterance, gently answered his father Anshar. "My father, deep mind, who decrees destiny, who has the power to bring into being and destroy, Anshar, deep mind, who decrees destiny, who has the power to bring into being and to destroy, I want to say something to you. Calm down for me for a moment and consider that I performed a helpful deed. Before I killed Apsu, who could have seen the present situation? Before I quickly made an end of him, what were the circumstances were I to destroy him?" Anshar heard. The words pleased him. His heart relaxed to speak to Ea. "My son, your deeds are fitting for a god. You are capable of a fierce, unequaled blow. Ea, your deeds are fitting for a god. You are capable of a fierce, unequaled blow. Go before Tiamat and appease her attack, her fury, with your incantation." He heard the speech of Anshar, his father. He took the road to her, proceeded on the route to her. He went. He perceived the tricks of Tiamat. He stopped, fell silent, and turned back. He entered the presence of Anshar, the father who begat him, penitently addressing him. "My father, Tiamat's deeds are too much for me. I perceived her planning, but my incantation was not equal to it. Her strength is mighty. She is full of dread. She is altogether very strong. No one can go against her. Her very loud noise does not diminish. I became afraid of her cry and turned back. My father, do not lose hope. Send another person against her. Though a woman's strength is very great, it is not equal to a man's. Disband her cohorts, break up her plans, before she lays her hands on us." Anshar lapsed into silence, staring at the ground. He nodded to Ea, shaking his head. The Igigi and all the Anunnaki had assembled. They sat in tight-lipped silence. No god would go to face, would go out against Tiamat. Yet the Lord Anshar, the father of the great gods, was angry in his heart. did not summon anyone. A mighty son, the avenger of his father, he who hastens to war, the warrior Marduk. Ea summoned him to his private chamber to explain to him his plans. Marduk, give counsel. Listen to your father. You are my son, who gives me pleasure. Go reverently before Anshar. Speak, take your stand. Appease him with your glance. Be'el rejoiced at his father's words. He drew near and stood in the presence of Anshar. Anshar saw him, his heart filled with satisfaction. He kissed his lips and removed his fear. My father, do not hold your peace, but speak forth. I will go and fulfill your desires. Anshar, do not hold your peace, but speak forth. I will go and fulfill your desires. Which man has drawn up his battle array against you? And will Tiamat, who is a woman, attack you with her weapons? My father, beget her. Rejoice and be glad. Soon you will tread on the neck of Tiamat. Anshar, beget her. Rejoice and be glad. Soon you will tread on the neck of Tiamat. Go, my son, conversant with all knowledge. Appease Tiamat with your pure spell. Drive the storm chariot without delay, and with a which cannot be repelled, turn her back. Be'el rejoiced at his father's words. With glad heart he addressed his father. Lord of the gods, destiny of the great gods, if I should become your avenger, if I should bind Tiamat and preserve you, convene an assembly and proclaim for me an exalted destiny. Sit, all of you, in Upshuk-Kenaku with gladness, and let me, with my utterance, decree destinies instead of you. Whatever I instigate must not be changed, nor may my command be nullified or altered. Tablet 3. Anshar opened his mouth and addressed Kaka, his vizier. Vizier Kaka, who gratifies my pleasure, I will send you to Lachmu and La'amu. You are skilled in making inquiry, learned in address. Have the gods my fathers brought to my presence. Let all the gods be brought. Let them confer as they sit at table. Let them eat grain. Let them drink ale. Let them decree the destiny from Marduk, their avenger. Go, be gone, Kaka. Stand before them and repeat to them all that I tell you. Anshar, your son, has sent me, and I am to explain his plans. I sent Anu, but he could not face her. Nudimut took fright and retired. Marduk, the sage of the gods, your son, has come forward. He has determined to meet Tiamat. He has spoken to me and said, quickly now, decree your destiny for him without delay, that he may go and face your powerful enemy. Kaka went. He directed his steps to Lachmu and Lahamu, the gods his fathers. He prostrated himself. He kissed the ground before them. He got up, saying to them he stood. When Lachaha and Lahamu heard, they cried aloud. All the Igiji moaned in distress. What has gone wrong, that she took this decision? About us, we did not know what Tiamat was doing. All the great gods who decree destinies gathered as they went. They entered the presence of Anshar, and they became filled with joy. They kissed one another as they, in the assembly. They conferred as they sat at table. They ate grain. They drank ale. They strained the sweet liquor through their straws. As they drank beer and felt good, they became quite carefree. Their mood was merry, and they decreed the fate for Marduk, their avenger. Tablet 4. They set a lordly dais for him, and he took his seat before his fathers to receive kingship. They said, you are the most honored among the great gods. Your destiny is unequaled. Your command is like Anu's. Marduk, you are the most honored among the great gods. Your destiny is unequaled. Your command is like Anu's. Henceforth your order will not be annulled. It is in your power to exalt and abase. Your utterance is sure. Your command cannot be rebelled against. None of the gods will transgress the line you draw. Shrines for all the gods needs provision, that you may be established where their sanctuaries are. You are Marduk, our avenger. We have given you kingship over the sum of the whole universe. Take your seat in the assembly. Let your word be exalted. Let your weapons not miss the mark, but may they slay your enemies. Baal, spare him who trusts in you, but destroy the God who set his mind on evil. They set a constellation in the middle and addressed Marduk, their son. Your destiny, Baal, is superior to that of all the gods. Command and bring about annihilation and recreation. Let the constellation disappear at your utterance. With a second command, let the constellation reappear. He gave the command, and the constellation disappeared. With a second command, the constellation came into being again. When the gods, his fathers, saw the effect of his utterance, they rejoiced and offered congratulation. Marduk is the king. They addressed to him a mace, a throne, and a rod. They gave him an irresistible weapon that overwhelms the foe. They said, go, cut Tiamat's throat, and let the winds bear up her blood to give the news. The gods, his fathers, decreed the destiny of Baal, and set him on the road, the way of prosperity and success. He fashioned a bow and made it his weapon. He set an arrow in place, put the bowstring on. He took up his club and held it in his right hand. His bow and quiver he hung at his side. He placed lightning before him and filled his body with tongues of flame. He made a net to enmesh the entrails of Tiamat and stationed the four winds that no part of her escaped: the south wind, the north wind, the east wind, the west wind. He put beside his net winds given by his father Anu. He fashioned the evil wind, the dust storm, tempest, the fourfold wind, the sevenfold wind, the chaos-spreading wind, the wind. He set out the seven winds that he had fashioned, and they took their stand behind him to harass Tiamat's entrails. Baal took up the storm flood, his great weapon. He rode the fearful chariot of the irresistible storm. 4 steeds he yoked to it, and harnessed them to it: the destroyer, the merciless, the trampler, the fleet. Their lips were parted, their teeth bore venom. They were strangers to weariness, trained to sweep forward. At his right hand he stationed raging battle and strife. On the left, conflict that overwhelms a united battle array. He was clad in a tunic, a fearful coat of mail, and on his head he wore an aura of terror. Baal proceeded and set out on his way. He set his face toward the raging Tiamat. In his lips he held a spell. He grasped a plant to counter poison in his hand. Thereupon they milled around him. The gods milled around him. The gods, his fathers, milled around him. The gods milled around him. Baal drew near, surveying the maw of Tiamat. He observed the tricks of Chingu, her spouse. As he looked, he lost his nerve. His determination went, and he faltered. His divine aides, who were marching at his side, saw the warrior, the foremost, and their vision became dim. Tiamat cast her spell without turning her neck. In her lips she held untruth and lies. In there they have assembled by you. Baal lifted up the storm flood, his great weapon, and whipped these words through it at the raging Tiamat. Why are you aggressive and arrogant and strive to provoke battle? The younger generation have shouted, outraging their elders, but you, their mother, hold pity in contempt. Chingu you have named to be your spouse, and you have improperly appointed him to the rank of Anushir. Against Anshar, king of the gods, you have stirred up trouble, and against the gods, my fathers, your trouble is established. Deploy your troops, gird on your weapons, you and I will take our stand and do battle. When Tiamat heard this, she went insane and lost her reason. Tiamat cried aloud and fiercely. All her lower members trembled beneath her. She was reciting an incantation, kept reciting her spell, while the battle gods were sharpening their weapons of war. Tiamat and Marduk, the sage of the gods, came together, joining in strife, drawing near to battle. Baal spread out his net and enmeshed her. He let loose the evil wind, the rear guard, in her face. Tiamat opened her mouth to swallow. She let the evil wind in so that she could not close her lips. The fierce winds weighed down her belly. Her inwards were distended, and she opened her mouth wide. He let fly an arrow and pierced her belly. He tore open her entrails and slit her inwards. He bound her and extinguished her life. He threw down her corpse and stood on it. After he had killed Tiamat, the leader, her assembly dispersed, her host scattered. Her divine aides who went beside her in trembling and fear beat a retreat to save their lives. But they were completely surrounded, unable to escape. He bound them and broke their weapons, and they lay enmeshed, sitting in a snare, hiding in corners filled with grief, bearing his punishment, held in a prison. The 11 creatures who were laden with fearfulness, the throng of devils who went as grooms at her right hand. He put ropes upon them and bound their arms. Together with their warfare, he trampled them beneath him. Now Chingu, who had risen to power among them, he bound and reckoned with the dead gods. He took from him the tablet of destinies, which was not properly his, sealed it with a seal, and fastened it to his own breast. After the warrior Marduk had bound and slain his enemies, the arrogant enemy, had established victory for Anshar over all his foes, had fulfilled the desire of Nudimud. He strengthened his hold on the bound gods and returned to Tiamat, whom he had bound. Baal placed his feet on the lower parts of Tiamat, and with his merciless club smashed her skull. He severed her arteries, and let the north wind bear up her blood to give the news. His fathers saw it and were glad and exulted. They brought gifts and presents to him. Baal rested, surveying the corpse. In order to divide the lump by a clever scheme, he split her into two like a dried fish. One half of her he set up and stretched out as the heavens. He stretched the skin and appointed a watch, with the instruction not to let her waters escape. He crossed over the heavens, surveyed the celestial parts, and adjusted them to match the Apsu, Nudimud's abode. Baal measured the shape of the Apsu and set up Ashara, a replica of Eshgala. In Eshgala, Ashara which he had built, and the heavens, he settled in their shrines Anu and Leel and Ea. Tablet 5. He fashioned heavenly stations for the great gods, and set up constellations, the patterns of the stars. He appointed the year, marked off divisions, and set up 3 stars each for the 12 months. After he had organized the year, he established the heavenly station of Neberu to fix the stars' intervals, that none should transgress or be slothful. He fixed the heavenly stations of Enlil and Ea with it. Gates he opened on both sides, and put strong bolts at the left and the right. He placed the heights of heaven in her, Tiamat's, belly. He created Nanar, entrusting to him the night. He appointed him as the jewel of the night to fix the days, And month by month, without ceasing, he elevated him with a crown, saying, "Shine over the land at the beginning of the month, resplendent with horns to fix 6 days. On the 7th day, the crown will be half size. On the 15th day, halfway through each month, stand in opposition. When Shamash sees you on the horizon, diminish in the proper stages and shine backwards. On the 29th day, draw near to the path of Shamash. The 30th day, stand in conjunction and rival Shamash. I have the sign, follow its track. Draw near, give judgment. Shamash, constrain murder and violence. Me. At the end, let there be the 29th day. After he had the decrees, the organization of front, and he made the day. Let the year be equally at the new year. The year, let there be regularly. The projecting bolt after he had the watches of night and day. The foam which Tiamat Marduk fashioned. He gathered it together and made it into clouds, the raging of the winds, violent rainstorms, the billowing of mist, the accumulation of her spittle. He appointed for himself and took them in his hand. He put her head in position and poured out. He opened the abyss, and it was sated with water. From her 2 eyes he let the Euphrates and Tigris flow. He blocked her nostrils, but left. He heaped up the distant mountains of her breasts. He bored wells to channel the springs. He twisted her tail and wove it into the Durmaku, the Alps beneath his feet. He set up her crotch. It wedged up the heavens. Thus, the half of her, he stretched out and made it firm as the earth. After he had finished his work inside Tiamat, he spread his net and let it right out. He surveyed the heavens and the earth, their bonds. After he had formulated his regulations and composed his decrees, he attached guide ropes and put them in Ea's hands. The tablet of destinies which Chingu had taken and carried, he took charge of it as a trophy and presented it to Anu. The of battle, of which he had tied on or had put on his head, he brought before his fathers. Now the 11 creatures to which Tiamat had given birth, and he broke their weapons and bound them, the creatures, to his feet. He made images of them and stationed them at the gate of the Apsu, to be a sign, never to be forgotten. The gods saw it and were jubilantly happy. That is, Lachmu, Lahamu, and all his fathers. Anshar embraced him and published abroad his title, Victorious King. Anu, Enlil, and Ea gave him gifts. Mother Damkina, who bore him, hailed him. With a clean festal robe she made his face shine. To Usmu, who held her present to give the news, he entrusted the vizierate of the Apsu and the care of the holy places. The Agigi assembled, and all did obeisance to him. Every one of the Anunnaki was kissing his feet. They all gathered to show their submission. They stood, they bowed down. Behold the king, his fathers, and took their fill of his beauty. Ba'el listened to their utterance, being girded with the dust of battle, anointing his body with cedar perfume. He clothed himself in his lordly robe, with a crown of terror as a royal aura. He took up his club and held it in his right hand. He grasped in his left. He set his feet. He put upon The scepter of prosperity and success he hung at his side. After he had the aura, he adorned his sack, the apsu, with a fearful, was settled like, in his throne room, in his cellar, every one of the gods, Lakmu and Lahamu, opened their mouths and addressed the Igigi gods. Previously, Marduk was our beloved son. Now he is your king. Heed his command. Next, they all spoke up together. His name is Lugal Dimaran Kia. Trust in him. When they had given kingship to Marduk, they addressed to him a benediction for prosperity and success. Henceforth, you are the caretaker of our shrine. Whatever you command, we will do. Marduk opened his mouth to speak and addressed the gods his fathers. Above the Apsu, the emerald abode, opposite Ashara, which I built for you, beneath the celestial parts whose floor I made firm, I will build a house to be my luxurious abode. Within it, I will establish its shrine. I will found my chamber and establish my kingship. When you come up from the Apsu to make a decision, this will be your resting place before the assembly. When you descend from heaven to make a decision, this will be your resting place before the assembly. I shall call its name Babylon, the homes of the great gods. Within it we will hold a festival. That will be the evening festival. The gods, his fathers, heard this speech of his. They said, with regard to all that your hands have made, who has your? With regard to the earth that your hands have made, who has your? In Babylon, as you have named it, put our resting place forever. Let them, bring regular offerings. Whoever our tasks which we, therein its toil, they rejoiced. The gods, he who knows them. He opened his mouth, showing them light. His speech, he made wide them. And the gods bowed down, speaking to him. They addressed Lugal Dimaran Kia, their lord. Formerly, Lord, you were our beloved son. Now you are our king, he who preserved us. The aura of club and scepter. Let him conceive plans that we. Tablet 6. When Marduk heard the god's speech, he conceived a desire to accomplish clever things. He opened his mouth, addressing Ea. He counsels that which he has pondered in his heart. I will bring together blood to form bone. I will bring into being Lulu, whose name shall be man. I will create Lulu, man, on whom the toil of the gods will be laid, that they may rest. I will skillfully alter the organization of the gods. Though they are honored as one, they shall be divided into two. Ea answered as he addressed a word to him, expressing his comments on the resting of the gods. Let one brother of theirs be given up. Let him perish, that people may be fashioned. Let the great gods assemble, and let the guilty one be given up, that they may be confirmed. Marduk assembled the great gods, using gracious direction as he gave his order. As he spoke, the gods heeded him. The king addressed a word to the Anunnaki. Your former oath was true indeed. Now also, tell me the solemn truth. Who is the one who instigated warfare, who made Tiamat rebel, and set battle in motion? Let him who instigated warfare be given up, that I may lay his punishment on him. But you sit and rest. The Agigi, the great gods, answered him. That is Lugaldimaran Kia, the counselor of the gods, the Lord. Chingu is the one who instigated warfare, who made Tiamat rebel and set battle in motion. They bound him, holding him before Ea. They inflicted the penalty on him and severed his blood vessels. From his blood, he, Ea, created mankind, on whom he imposed the service of the gods and set the gods free. After the wise Ea had created mankind and had imposed the service of the gods upon them, that task is beyond comprehension, for Nu Dimud performed the creation with the skill of Marduk. King Marduk divided the gods, all the Anunnaki, into upper and lower groups. He assigned 300 in the heavens to guard the decrees of Anu and appointed them as a guard. Next, he arranged the organization of the netherworld. In heaven and netherworld, he stationed 600 gods. After he had arranged all the decrees and had distributed incomes among the Anunnaki of heaven and netherworld, the Anunnaki opened their mouths and addressed their Lord Marduk. Now, Lord, seeing you have established our freedom, what favor can we do for you? Let us make a shrine of great renown. Your chamber will be our resting place wherein we may repose. Let us erect a shrine to house a pedestal wherein we may repose when we finish the work. When Marduk heard this, he beamed as brightly as the light of day. Build Babylon, the task you have sought. Let bricks for it be molded and raise the shrine. The Anunnaki wielded the pick. For 1 year they made the needed bricks. When the second year arrived, they raised the peak of Esagil, a replica of the Apsu. They built the lofty temple tower of the Apsu, and for Anu and Leal and Ea, they established its as a dwelling. He sat in splendor before them, surveying its horns, which were level with the base of Eshara. After they had completed the work on Esagil, all the Anunnaki constructed their own shrines. 300 Ikiji of heaven and 600 of the Apsu, all of them, had assembled. Baal seated the gods, his fathers, at the banquet, in the lofty shrine which they had built for his dwelling, saying, "This is Babylon, your fixed dwelling. Take your pleasure here. Sit down in joy." The great gods sat down. Beer mugs were set out, and they sat at the banquet. After they had enjoyed themselves inside, they held a service in awesome Esagil. The regulations and all the rules were confirmed. All the gods divided the stations of heaven and netherworld. The college of the 50 great gods took their seats. The 7 gods of destinies were appointed to give decisions. Baal received his weapon, the bow, and laid it before them. His divine fathers saw the net which he had made. His fathers saw how skillfully wrought was the structure of the bow, as they praised what he had made. Anu lifted it up in the divine assembly. He kissed the bow, saying, "It is my daughter." Thus he called the names of the bow. Long stick was the first. The second was, "May it hit the mark." With the third name, Bow Star, he made it to shine in the sky. He fixed its heavenly position along with its divine brothers. After Anu had decreed the destiny of the bow, he set down a royal throne, a lofty one, even for a god. Anu set it there in the assembly of the gods. The great gods assemble. They exalted the destiny of Marduk and did obeisance. They invoked a curse on themselves and took an oath with water and oil and put their hands to their throats. They granted him the right to exercise kingship over the gods. They confirmed him as Lord of the gods of heaven and netherworld. Anshar gave him his exalted name, Asaluhi. At the mention of his name, let us show submission. When he speaks, let the gods heed him. Let his command be superior. in upper and lower regions. May the Sun, our avenger, be exalted. Let his lordship be superior, and himself without rival. Let him shepherd the blackheads, his creatures. Let them tell of his character to future days without forgetting. Let him establish lavish food offerings for his fathers. Let him provide for their maintenance and be caretaker of their sanctuaries. Let him burn incense to rejoice their sanctums. Let him do on earth the same as he has done in heaven. Let him appoint the blackheads to worship him. The subject humans should take note and call on their gods, since he commands they should heed their goddesses. Let food offerings be brought for their gods and goddesses. May they not be forgotten. May they remember their gods. May they, their shrines. Though the blackheads worship someone, some another god, he is the God of each and every one of us. Come, let us call the 50 names of him whose character is resplendent, whose achievement is the same, Marduk, as he was named by his father Anu from his birth, who supplies pasturage and watering, making the stables flourish, who bound the boastful with his weapon, the storm flood, and saved the gods his fathers from distress. He is the sun god of the gods. He is dazzling. Let them ever walk in his bright light. On the peoples that he created, the living beings, he imposed the service of the gods, and they took rest. Creation and annihilation, forgiveness and exacting the penalty occur at his command. So let them fix their eyes on him. Maruka, he is the god who created them, who put the Anunnaki at ease, the Igigi at rest. Marutuku, he is the support of land, city, and its peoples. Henceforth let the peoples ever heed him. Mershakushu, fierce yet deliberating, angry yet relenting. His mind is wide, his heart is all-embracing. Lugal Dimarankia is the name by which we all called him, whose command we have exalted above that of the gods his fathers. He is the Lord of all the gods of heaven and netherworld, the king at whose injunctions the gods in upper and lower regions shudder. Nari Lugal Dimarankia is the name we gave him, the mentor of every god, who established our dwellings in heaven and netherworld in time of trouble, who distributed the heavenly stations between Igigi and Anunnaki. Let the gods tremble at his name and quake on their seats. Asaluhi is the name by which his father Anu called him. He is the light of the gods, a mighty hero, who, as his name says, is a protecting angel for God and land, who, by a terrible combat, saved our dwelling in time of trouble. Asaluhi Namtila, they called him secondly, the life-giving God, who, in accordance with the form of his name, restored all the ruined gods. The Lord, who brought to life the dead gods by his pure incantation. Let us praise him as the destroyer of the crooked enemies. Asaluhi Namru, as his name is called thirdly, the pure God, who cleanses our character. Ansha, Lakmu, and Lahamu each called him by 3 of his names. Then they addressed the gods, their sons. We have each called him by 3 of his names. Now you call his names, like us. The gods rejoiced as they heard their speech. In Upshuuk Tinaki they held a conference. Of the warrior son, our avenger. Of the provisioner, let us extol the name. They sat down in their assembly, summoning the destinies, and with all due rights, they called his name. Tablet 7. Asare, the giver of arable land, who established plowland, the creator of barley and flax, who made plant life grow. Asaralim, who is revered in the council chamber, whose counsel excels. The gods heeded and grasped fear of him. Asaralim Nuna, the noble, the light of the Father, his begetter, who directs the decrees of Anu, Enlil, and Ea, that is Ninshiku. He is their provisioner, who assigns their incomes, whose turban multiplies abundance for the land. Tutu is he, who accomplishes their renovation. Let him purify their sanctuaries, that they may repose. Let him fashion an incantation, that the gods may rest. Though they rise up in fury, let them withdraw. He is indeed exalted in the assembly of the gods, his fathers. No one among the gods can equal him. Tutuziokina, the life of his host, who established the pure heavens for the gods, who took charge of their courses, who appointed their stations. May he not be forgotten among mortals, but let them remember his deeds. Tutuziku, they called him thirdly, the establisher of purification, the god of the pleasant breeze, lord of success and obedience, who produces bounty and wealth, who establishes abundance, who turns everything scant that we have into profusion, whose pleasant breeze we sniff in times of terrible trouble. Let men command that his praises be constantly uttered. Let them offer worship to him. As Tutu Agaku, fourthly, let humans extol him, Lord of the pure incantation, who brought the dead back to life, who showed mercy on the bound gods, who threw the imposed yoke on the gods, his enemies, and to spare them created mankind, the merciful, in whose power it is to restore to life. Let his words be sure and not forgotten from the mouths of the blackheads, his creatures. As Tututuku, fifthly, let their mouth give expression to his pure spell, who extirpated all the wicked by his pure incantation. Shazu, who knew the heart of the gods, who saw the reins, who did not let an evildoer escape from him, who established the assembly of the gods, who rejoiced their hearts, who subjugated the disobedient. He is the God's encompassing protection. He made truth to prosper. He uprooted perverse speech. He separated falsehood from truth. As Shazuzizi, secondly, let them continually praise him, the subduer of aggressors, who ousted consternation from the bodies of the gods, his fathers. Shazu Su, thirdly, who extirpated every foe with his weapons, who confounded their plans and turned them into wind. He snuffed out all the wicked who came against him. Let the gods ever shout acclamations in the assembly. Shatsu Shu Urim, fourthly, who established success for the gods, his fathers, who extirpated foes and destroyed their offspring, who scattered their achievements, leaving no part of them. Let his name be spoken and proclaimed in the land. As Shasu Zachrim, fifthly, let future generations discuss him, the destroyer of every rebel, of all the disobedient, who brought all the fugitive gods into the shrines. Let this name of his be established. As Shasu Zachrim, sixthly, let them all together and everywhere worship him, who himself destroyed all the foes in battle. Enbilulu is he, the Lord who supplies them abundantly, their great chosen one, who provides cereal offerings, who keeps pasturage and watering in good condition, and established it for the land, who opened water courses and distributed plentiful water. Enbilulu Epadun, Lord of common land, and let them call him secondly, canal supervisor of heaven and netherworld, who sets the furrow, who establishes clean, arable land in the open country, who directs irrigation ditch and canal, and marks out the furrow. As Enbilulu Gugal, canal supervisor of the water courses of the gods, let them praise him thirdly, Lord of abundance, profusion, and huge stores of grain, who provides bounty, who enriches human habitations, who gives wheat and brings grain into being. Enbilulu Gal, who accumulates abundance for the peoples, who rains down riches on the broad earth and supplies abundant vegetation. Sir, who heaped up a mountain on top of Tiamat, who plundered the corpse of Tiamat with his weapons, the guardian of the land, their trustworthy shepherd, whose hair is a growing crop, whose turban is a furrow, who kept crossing the broad sea in his fury, and kept crossing over the place of her battle as though it were a bridge. Sir Malah, they named him secondly, so be it. Tiamat was his boat, he was her sailor. Gil, whoever heaps up piles of barley, massive mounds, the creator of grain and flocks, who gives seed for the land. Gilima, who made the bond of the gods firm, who created stability, a snare that overwhelmed them, who yet extended favors. Agalima, the lofty, who snatches off the crown, who takes charge of snow, who created the earth on the water and made firm the height of heaven. Zulum, who assigns meadows for the gods and divides up what he has created, who gives incomes and food offerings, who administers shrines. Mumu, creator of heaven and underworld, who protects refugees, the god who purifies heaven and underworld. Secondly, Zulumu, in respect of whose strength none other among the gods can equal him. Gishnumunab, creator of all the peoples, who made the world regions, who destroyed Tiamat's gods and made peoples from part of them. Lugal of Dubur, the king who scattered the works of Tiamat, who uprooted her weapons, whose foundation is secure on the fore and aft. Pagal Guwen, foremost of all lords, whose strength is exalted, who is the greatest among the gods, his brothers, the most noble of them all. Lugal Dorma, king of the bond of the gods, lord of Dorma-U, who is the greatest in the royal abode, infinitely more lofty than the other gods. Aranun, counselor of Ea, creator of the gods, his fathers, whom no god can equal in respect of his lordly walk. Dumuduku, who renews for himself in his pure abode in Duku. Dumuduku, without whom Lugal Duku does not make a decision. Lugal Shuana, the king whose strength is exalted among the gods, the Lord, the strength of Anda, he who is supreme, chosen of Anshar. Iruka, who plundered them all in the sea, who grasps all wisdom, is comprehensive in understanding. Irchingu, who plundered Chingu in battle, who directs all decrees and establishes lordship. Kinma, the director of all the gods, who gives counsel, at whose name the gods bend down in reverence, as before a hurricane. Dingir Esiskur, let him take his lofty seat in the house of benediction. Let the gods bring their presents before him until he receives their offerings. No one but he accomplishes clever things. The four regions of blackheads are his creation. Apart from him, no god knows the measure of their days. Giru, who makes weapons hard, who accomplished clever things in the battle with Tiamat, comprehensive in wisdom, skilled in understanding, a deep mind that all the gods combined do not understand. Let Adu be his name. Let him cover the whole span of heaven. Let him thunder with his pleasant voice upon the earth. May the rumble fill the clouds and give sustenance to the peoples below. Ashavu, who, as his name says, mustered the divine fates, he indeed is the warden of absolutely all peoples. As Neberu let him hold the crossing place of heaven and underworld, they should not cross above or below, but should wait for him. Neberu is his star, which he caused to shine in the sky. Let him take his stand on the heavenly staircase, that they may look at him. Yes, he who constantly crosses the sea without resting. Let his name be Neberu, who grasps her middle. Let him fix the paths of the stars of heaven. Let him shepherd all the gods like sheep. Let him bind Tiamat and put her life in mortal danger. To generations yet unborn, to distant future days, may he continue unchecked. May he persist into eternity. Since he created the heavens and fashioned the earth, Enlil, the Father, called him by his own name, Lord of the lands. Ea heard the names which all the Igigi called, and his spirit became radiant. Why? He whose name was extolled by his fathers, let him, like me, be called Ea. Let him control the sum of all my rights. Let him administer all my decrees with the word 50. The great gods called his 50 names and assigned him an outstanding position. They should be remembered. A leading figure should expound them. The wise and learned should confer about them. A father should repeat them and teach them to his son. One should explain them to shepherd and herdsman. If one is not negligent to Marduk, the Enlil of the gods, may one's land flourish and oneself prosper. For his word is reliable, his command unchanged. No god can alter the utterance of his mouth. When he looks in fury, he does not relent. When his anger is ablaze, no god can face him. His mind is deep, his spirit is all-embracing. Before whom sin and transgression are sought out. Instruction which a leading figure repeated before him, Marduk. He wrote it down and stored it so that generations to come might hear it. Marduk, who created the Igigi gods, though they diminish, let them call on his name, the Song of Marduk, who defeated Tiamat and took kingship. Conclusion. The Enuma Elish as a mythological work is timeless, but some scholars have argued that, in its day, it would have resonated with an audience who understood Babylon as a city breaking with the traditions of the past to create a new and better future. Scholar Thorkild Jacobson, for example, notes, Babylon warred with the territory of ancient Sumer and all its renowned and venerable ancient cities and their gods. It waged an upstart's war with its own parent civilization, and that this was a live issue, that Babylon was keenly aware of being heir to and continuer of Sumerian civilization, is clear from the fact that its kings, especially those of the latter half of the Sealand dynasty, sport elaborate Sumerianized names. Understandably, therefore, Babylon might have felt, consciously or unconsciously, its victory to be in some sense patricidal. The story, then, can be read not only as a grand tale of the triumph of order over chaos and light over darkness, but as a parable of the rise of Babylon and Babylonian culture over the old Sumerian model of civilization. Further, the tale can be understood as an illustration of the concept of life as perpetual change. The old static gods in the story are replaced by the younger and more dynamic gods, who then introduce the concept of change and mutability to the universe through their creation of mortal beings who are subject to death. These creatures are tasked with helping the gods maintain their creation, and so, although they are not themselves eternal, play an integral role in the... My name is D.W. Draffen. I do voiceover, and I'm available for hire.
to the study of antiquity and the Middle Ages. As always, I'm your host, Nick Barksdale. Today we're joined once again by Dr. Aaron Mayer. Many of you are going to be familiar with his work on the Philistines and the interviews he's done on the channel. I am very excited to say that this next series is going to deal with a subject that many of you have requested, and that is ancient Israel and the Israelites. Dr. Aaron Mayer, thank you so much for coming on today.
It's my pleasure, like always.
So I'd like to start off by asking a very basic question, and that is, who were the ancient Israelites?
Well, that's the $63,000 question, as they say. We'll start like this. The ancient Israelites were a group that was eventually identified both by themselves and by others, but to a large extent based on the traditions that come through in the biblical texts and the biblical traditions. Now, we do have sources that talk about the ancient Israelites or groups like the ancient Israelites from the very end of the late Bronze Age and onwards, and not enough and too far, too few and far between, but they do enable us to sort of build a picture of who they are, where they came from, how they developed, etc. So, for example, the earliest non-biblical source which mentions the Israelites is an inscription of the Egyptian pharaoh Merodach around 1200 or slightly before 1200 BCE, and a description of his activities, mainly military activities in Canaan. That's more or less modern Israel, Jordan, Palestine, Lebanon of today. Battles against various peoples, towns. And one of the peoples that he mentions are the Israelites. And he claims that he destroyed them. Now, that's the first mention. And then the name Israel is not mentioned in an extra biblical source for several hundred years later, till the 9th century BCE, and what we call the Iron 2A. That would be parallel to the biblical chronology after the time of David and Solomon. This is after the separation of the Israelite kingdom and the Judaic kingdom into two kingdoms. And they're mentioned, the Israelites are mentioned in 3 or 4 sources as the king of Israel, something of the sort. So we know that at 1200, let's say in 10 BCE, the Egyptians knew of a group that was somewhere in Canaan, Palestine, land of Israel, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, we got real.
They called that group Israelite. We don't know based on that source very much, just that there was a group with the name Israel out there. Now, in parallel to this, you have all the biblical traditions, which give us a narrative of a very long development of the background and development of the peoples and the groups that eventually became the Israelites, and the tradition of the fathers of the Israelites, and the sojourn in Egypt, and then the Exodus and the conquest of the land of Israel, etc. Now, of course, the big question is, and again, if there are people here who feel very strong about biblical texts, you'll excuse me if I offend anybody, but as an archaeologist, as a historian, as a scientist, we have to always question our sources. And the big question is, of course, what of the narrative that we receive in the biblical text is historical in the modern sense of history, that it actually describes events that occurred one by one at the time, and on the other hand, what parts of the biblical text are ideologically oriented to try to tell a story from a certain point of view, from an ideological point of view, spoken much later than the events that supposedly happened. So then, when we have the depiction, for example, in the biblical text of the Exodus, or the conquest of the land by Joshua, or David and Solomon, and actually any event described in the Bible, it's not that we assume it's not correct, but we say we have to use critical evidence of trying to find other sources that corroborate, whether it's other historical sources, archaeological evidence that tell us that these events, depictions here, actually occurred in some way or another. So that's the problem when dealing with the Israelites. When we look for external sources depicting, telling us about Israelites, we have very few. So back to the question, who are the Israelites? They are eventually peoples who settled down and somewhere in the 10th or 9th century, kingdoms were formed in what we would call now the Central Hills of Israel, or the West Bank in some, jargon. And there you had the Judite kingdom in the south and the Israelite kingdom in the north. And these people had two kingdoms, which are probably the people that we would call Israelites lived. Although the kingdom of Israel is probably the original.
I love you.
The kingdom of Judah were the Judites. And once the kingdom of Israel fell to the Assyrians in 722,
he's just handsome.
then apparently the kingdom of Judah took
world.
upon it the name Israelites. And that's why nowadays when we talk about Israelite history, for example, in the Iron Age, we're often talking about really Israelite history and Judite history, which we've put together in the same basket. Now, the Israelites, if you want to call them that, we don't know for sure exactly their components, and was Israel the only main component, or were the other components? And we'll talk about later the various theories of how the Israelites appeared, whether from outside, from inside, all kinds of different views on this. But we do know that after the Iron Age, after the first destruction of the Israelite kingdom, and then in 586 the destruction of the Judite kingdom and the temple in Jerusalem, the traditions relating to the Israelites during the Iron Age continue in various manners. Now, to a certain extent, that's where Jewish traditions coming from the Bible and other sources develop. And by the way, we have another group very closely related to the Jews, the Samaritans, who see themselves as being continuation of the Israelites also. So it's and from there the historical wall rolls along, and these develop, and all kinds of narratives connected to it.
Now let's talk etymological histories and origin. Where does the term Israelite come from?
Well, that's a very problematic question. There are various suggestions. What does Israel mean? One of the possibilities is it's the name is El, is one of the main Semitic gods, so that perhaps part of it. There have been various suggestions of implying that they came from somewhere in Arabia or somewhere in to the north of Israel, but that's very unclear. The bottom line is you have a group was mentioned by Merneptah, and it's Israel, and by the way, the Egyptians at that time didn't have what we would call an L. So anything that was with an L, it's actually Israel, something like that. And we see that in many languages. For example, you think of between Japanese and English, the problem of the L and R. So at that time, it's probably Israel. And that is, we don't know what the group was exactly, where they were exactly, but they were somewhere in Canaan, modern Israel more or less. And the Egyptians considered them a people because along with the name Israel, they had the Egyptian sign for an ethnic group. So it was considered by the Egyptians some sort of group.
That's very interesting. I didn't realize that about the Egyptian and the R. So that's really interesting. It's kind of like, reminds me how there's no soft C in Latin. So in reality, everything's with a hard K. Kind of like, or if you want to say Julius Caesar, or I'm not too fond of saying Tacitus. That just ruins it for me. So also Tacitus. Like that's what everybody's familiar with.
Well, by the way, the story goes that in World War II, the American codes In the Pacific Theater, they purposely put in many words with L in it because it would be harder for a native Japanese speaker to fake them. So I mean that occurs in many interactions between languages. Now, by the way, there has been a suggestion that another Egyptian inscription mentions Israel on the map, or the inscription from the time of Ramses II. This was suggested by a couple of scholars, but overall, it's
527 Garfield. My boy done.
Work and play
That's delicious.
without delay. Choose the browser engineered for speed.
I love you.
I should say no surprise to those listeners of in the theurgic and hieratic modes of spiritual ascent, that worship takes many forms, often culturally determined. Ancient cultures chose to express their devotion and worship of their indigenous and foreign deities with a multitude of varying gestures and rituals. There is, in fact, no universal framework that dictates how the gods should be approached and worshipped. Just as each culture has its own particularity, that particular nature expresses itself in a multitude of ritualized forms. We could also take this a step further and claim an even more singular level of particularity, which is the fact that the gods and the goddesses themselves determine the mode of worship that is most pleasing to them. That being said, however, we can speak in universal and philosophical terms with respect to an analysis of power that operates across pantheons and cultural milieux. To be clear, in this video, I am not suggesting that ancient Greek and Roman practices of salutation, prayer, and ritual were directly influenced by older civilizations, or that Akkadian, Sumerian, and Egyptian priestly rites with respect to addressing and supplicating the gods were the same. But I do want to analyze some early visual and literary evidence from Western Asia and the Mesopotamian region, and where appropriate, to discuss universal power dynamics between a god, a king, and their intermediaries in the context of approaching, greeting, or honoring the deity. Whenever appropriate, I will try to incorporate the late antique Neoplatonic tradition, particularly Plotinus, Proclus, and Iamblichus, the latter hailing from a line of Emesene dynastic priest kings who ruled Syria many empires later. My concern in this video is not power as a metaphysical force, which is of course implicit in much of what we will be analyzing, but power as reflected and expressed visually as a differentiation of data. The Akkadian civilization was followed by the Babylonian, which was then followed by the Assyrian, and later back to the Neo-Babylonian, and then the Neo-Assyrian, ending finally in the Persian Empire. The first empire in the world ever created was the Akkadian. Due to the court ritual and cultural context, entering an audience with a superior, whether a king or a god, required certain formalized gestures. These gestures are typically called shuiya, or hand gestures. Shu coming from
to lift or lifting. These hand-lifting gestures emphasize the formal salutations and the greetings appropriate to encountering a god, even a god who resided in the underworld. Sometimes shrilas are conflated with prayer or general supplication, but often ancient writers interpreted shrilas as expressing an action that occurred prior to any petition or request to the superior being from the petitioner or subordinate. It is unclear whether shuela refers to the raising of one hand or two hands, but regardless, this gesture of greeting had to be acknowledged and returned by a similar gesture from the god or the king for any petition or prayer to be heard or granted. By doing so, the god is silently receiving an admission of respect, loyalty, and acknowledgement of the petitioner's lowly status, while at the same time acknowledging their presence and giving them attention, thus establishing a ground for the potential for communication.
What?
From a theurgic perspective,
There's no more
we can
kibble.
understand this preliminary
Now there's no
stage
kibble.
prior to prayer or
There's only
petition
sweet potatoes.
as the evocation and engagement,
All you have,
hence
sweet
the
potatoes.
unlocking of
No
the
kibble.
god's primordial symbol, that being silence. In the Mithras liturgy, there is a moment when the initiate is instructed, quote, "And do you put immediately
And we almost have
your
sweet potatoes
finger
too,
on your
so
mouth and
we'll
say,
figure out the thing.
silence, silence, silence,
But yeah,
symbol
you feel bad, sweet potatoes and rice.
God, silence, guard." In this sense,
Yeah, I'm
the
concerned about someone
petitioner,
coming in last
whether
night
a
and doing good
subordinate
too.
entering
Because that's what they fucking do.
the king or the king entering the presence of the god, is first enveloped in silence.
They sneak into my house, they fuck my shit, try to poison my cat. So I understand why you just want to eat it now.
We can find a similar depiction.
Because they're fucking evil and they live right over there. Right over there.
Egyptian hieroglyph meaning to speak or to think, but also for the verb to be silent. However, typically, the gesture of the hand is palms facing outward, typically in front of one's mouth.
Oh, that's interesting. Your lifelines. It's like they've intersected before. You've walked in each other's path. Oh, Straley, you learned a lesson. A lesson that may serve you again. Okay, that's enough. Thank you. Let's go. Bye. Did you feel that?
Do they do it every night? No, I've done it before though. And that's my concern.
Oh my God! What was that?
Dude, every night, I think Darwin like pretty much immortal.
It's a look in my body. It's okay. It's me, Harp. It's Mom. Wait, what? If you're me and I'm you, then
Like they probably would do,
my
like.
grandma, sweetheart. My face looks like a Birkin bag that's been left out in the sun to rot.
They probably didn't weed in the back of it, I assume.
We convinced everyone to ignore each other until we switched back.
Yeah, Gar? What's up? Do we want to go get some free kibble?
God, that doesn't work. Ow! I just peed a little. Okay, I'll let you know when it's time for you to make your sexy grand
Let me
entrance.
call Aaron.
Sexy grand
He's fucking
entrance.
drunk. This is good.
Oh, like that.
Sorry.
Hey,
What are you doing? I'm gonna step on you. I'm dumb.
Join the more than 7 million adults. Like Michael, who take a note that day.
As cheering musicians, my tattoos and tattoos could slow us down. I didn't let it. I'm Michael from the Orange Street, and this is what my Ozempic era.
Garfield.
I'm lowering my A1C.
My hand.
And also weight too. I also learned some people take Ozempic to lower the risk of
Want a
major
Negro?
cardiovascular events like stroke, heart attack, or death. And others take it to lower the risk of worsening chronic kidney disease.
Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take if you or your family had MTC, MEN2, or if allergic to it. Stop taking and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck or
Those are good, your
allergic reactions. Tell your provider if you plan to have surgery or a procedure, are nursing, pregnant, or plan to be. Serious side effects may include inflamed pancreas, gallbladder or severe stomach problems, or changes in vision. Call your prescriber if you have any of these symptoms. Taking lisinopril or insulin may raise your blood sugar risk. Common side effects include nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, stomach pain, constipation. Some side effects lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems. Discover the GLP-1 with the most FDA-approved uses. Ozempic.
From another perspective, we can see from the PGM, spell 7, lines 505 to 528,
You both did it.
cystasis
You're good.
with your own demo. Cystasis.
We don't like it? It's too fucking bad.
The magician in this context is establishing
All I fucking have.
conjunction or connection with the deity. This being a rather precise definition of cystasis. In this instance, it is either a personal daemon or a paretos. But from a royal scenario, we can see a similar encounter taking place between the king and the god.
This is fucking
Or
ghosts.
another
They're
definition
fucking
of
evil Garfield.
cystasis is
And they're all gonna burn in hell pretty much.
a similar word used.
So I'm trying to scare you away from me.
two
Which
kings,
means
which
when I'm
can
done
either
with them,
mean prayer, petition, or a meeting.
damnation.
Effectively making a
Almost all.
meeting and a cystasis synonymous. In the cystasis spell,
They're liars,
Theurgist must greet
manipulators.
and therefore establish a bond of recognition with the goddess.
See, that wasn't the lie, Garfield. That was truth.
Known as genius Loki,
And now they're saying you're lying about it.
the
Oh,
hour,
it's the demons.
god of the day, as well as the abstract philosophical notion.
Telling you I'm a liar.
encompassing
No, you can't go outside right now, Garfield. No.
Propheriacum and the sun
They're
god.
trying to leave you there too. I said no.
This
Yeah, they're all gonna be fucking
can refer to the
damnation.
environment as such, the place in which the
You're
theory
trying to
is situated.
get you to
But
run
this
away.
only works in a rather narrow sense, since the word also encompasses the abstract concept of cosmic space. What is happening is a movement from externalities of astrological
Yeah, they're starting to realize it's the truth, too.
environmental
No.
space into the
I was just talking
philosophical
shit before, but
encompassing
if you're fucking aware of it, you're not talking shit, dude.
itself. And finally,
You guys aren't even hardly aware of what you're doing.
communication centered in the god Helios himself, all establishing the external element
Garfield,
that is a
knock your shit off this morning. I'm not playing this game.
Comprises the emergence of the personal daemon from the side of the human being. It is
Sit
only
there
after both
and wait for
external and internal forces are engaged and aligned.
You don't have any food. There's no food outside. There's no food in there unless you want to eat it.
It is precisely in this asymmetrical relationship of power, reflecting their difference in status, that a channel of communication
There
is
you go.
established.
We're trying to get out of
So
it.
that the Benu, the Lord, and his or her Ardu, the servant, meet, albeit through different planes of being, yet interacting and engaging with one another in a mode that allows for both parties.
All these ghosts can get anything but what damnation is fucking retarded.
Relationship that is at least temporarily on parity.
No, they're like, oh yeah, we're professional runners. We want to possess the cat and get him to run like what, 20 feet until he pants away.
Asymmetry that would obviously exist between a human worshiper.
You want me to go run in the fucking woods?
A common establishment of a
Like, no,
communicative
no,
bond
no.
where one party first gestures in greeting.
No, they're hungry and better than you
superior
ghosts.
party responds in like suggests an establishment of reciprocity. As Christopher Frechette observes, this reciprocity.
The time to be paranoid, well, that's too bad. You can fucking go to fucking hell. You had a mission, you've been failing the whole fucking time.
More powerful gods. He also says
Now you want to escape it by, getting me killed?
when personal gods were thought to have turned away from the individual, one could petition a high-ranking god to intercede. with
Getting
the
Garfield killed?
gods on the
Think it'd be
human
better if
behalf.
Garfield got killed? No,
What this
I'd just
seems
be
to
dead too.
suggest is that there is firstly, in accordance with Proclus's 5 stages of prayer, a preliminary knowledge by the supplicant of all the divine ranks. And
Garfield,
secondly, that these ranks can be approached at multiple levels, depending on whichever level of divinity the worshipper is attempting to contact. The British Museum contains what is known as the Broken
Oh, you don't want to see them trying to attack me all
which
the
has been
time?
attributed to the king of Assyria,
Who's gonna attack you?
Ashur-bel-kala. Depicted in the
The ghosts all trying to hurt me?
relationship
Are they?
and power differential between deity, king, and prisoners. The fragmentary nature of the text indicates that what is being conveyed is a declaration of a relationship between the god and the king, and in support of the king's victims. Looking closely at the image, we can observe 5 divine symbols occupying the topmost portion. From left to right, a 4 in the cap, which is a symbol of Ashur, crescent moon, a symbol of Sin, lower half of the solar disk, symbol of Shamash, a lightning bolt, symbol of Adad, and a rosette,
We want to go back to bed?
symbol of
Give me a
Ishtar.
second.
Quoting
Eat-
Khrushchev,
Eat your food.
centered among the
Give me
symbols
out
and
the
directly
fucking lemon
above
in your
the
voice,
first
my fucking
row of
shit.
the prisoners,
Yeah.
2 hands extend from the solar disk. The right hand gestures toward the king below with a flat palm, as is typical of salutation gestures. The king's right forearm is positioned in front of him, angling upward at less than 45 degrees with respect to the torso, with the hand cupped upward toward the hand gesturing from the solar disk. The left hand extending from the solar disk grasps
Well, you guys
the
wait
bow,
until people die so you
which
can blame
is
me some more.
positioned horizontally but angling downward slightly in the direction of the king's raised hand.
Well, technically, they don't know
King's
shit
left
about me.
hand, which is positioned waist high just in front of him, holds a mace and what appears to be a rope that coils and hangs down. Based on this image, we can decipher the spatiality of power.
Other than that,
Since
he's
this image
luckier than
illustrates
fuck.
the asymmetrical but reciprocal relationship between the god and
The
the
rest of
king,
the times.
therefore establishing a favorable relationship. Observing the horizontal axis, we can see that the deity's outstretched hand is in line with the king's face. Along the vertical axis, we can note the king, although elevated in comparison to the prisoners, is still at a level beneath the deity, which emerges into the frame at the topmost edge of the relief's border. The king's forearm holding a position with respect to his torso, and his hand is angled upward toward the outstretched hand of the deity,
What?
which makes it angled precisely so that the deity descends directly on the cupping hand of the king.
Ready to go potty now?
Gesture of reception. What is being received by the king
What?
are the symbols of power, along
You know
with
that.
the prisoners, whose outstretched hands receive nothing but the binding of rope.
I know you're
The
hungry, but I have
spatiality
no
of
kill.
power is also reflected in the literary evidence, where the subordinate,
You want to go outside?
in this case
Why?
the king, is physically
evil
quote,
humans outside.
below,
They
and
want
so
to catch you.
therefore must quote,
And they want to
lift
eat you.
the hand,
They want to get me killed.
perform a
And they want to eat me too,
gesture
basically.
upward to salute the deity, and the deity must
Yeah,
perform
not nicely,
modestly
Garfield.
and
They put us in those
powerfully
sheds over
reach
there.
out,
They rip out our
a gesture that is
voice box
similarly
painfully.
understood
Keeps
as
us alive.
to reach down.
Yeah,
I
our
see
shed's
the
right over there.
illustration
They're right
of
over
a
there.
stone tablet called
You
the
can
Sun
see
God
visually with
tablet
their eyes.
of Nabu
And then they,
Appa-Adina,
extract
also
our
known as
organs
the tablet
and our
of
bone marrow.
Shamash. This is dated
And beat the shit out of us as they do it.
7 to 855 BC. Discovered in the city of Sippar in southern Iraq. in
I know these fucking
1881.
freaks work. And that's how they work.
The text describes how Shamash
Oh, you got leukemia? Oh, I got some
from
bone
a
marrow on this
violent
guy.
loss of his statue, caused by the invasion
My
of
ears
the
are ringing
United
now.
Sutians. Besides resulting in the loss of the statue of Shamash, the city of Sippar, along with the god's temple at Ebaba, also
Guess what they
fell
do to the
into
cats too?
disrepair.
Turns out there's Big George right fucking now.
In the interim period, with the statue of the god missing, cultic rites were temporarily restored when Simbar Shipa substituted it with a solar disk, which is another emblem of Shamash. When Nabu Apla-Iddina finally defeated the Sutians and renewed
They have them in
the
shit, like
power,
right over there. Like right over there.
Shamash allowed one of his
And they're
priests,
cutting apart.
Nabu Nadin Shumi, to discover
Mother
a
cat.
fold of his statue, which was then used to recreate his image in the temple. The figure in the middle of the group of 3 on the left is the king Nabu Apla-Iddina, holding his hand and leading
Here you go,
toward
Garfield.
the solar
Potatoes.
disk and the
Not too bad,
god
is it?
or statue of Shamash.
Not that great.
The
but It's not too
priest
bad. It's
was
better than fucking
responsible
kibble.
for locating the god's mold, Nabu Nadin Shumi. We can see
I
a
love you.
later echo of this in Apuleius' Metamorphosis, where his written
I love you reliably. They don't love you
at the
reliably.
final stage of his initiation,
They love
Lucius
you sometimes. I love you
experienced
all the
the
time.
divine
I don't give you spanking, but you're being
quote,
mean.
then he, the
Very
high
good, Your Honor.
priest, ordered all uninitiated
Turn it back up by your harness. Good.
invested
As we
me
get
in a new
spanking
linen
from
garment and led me by the hand into the inner
I love you too.
recesses of the sanctuary itself.
Sorry, I
In
didn't mean.
both instances,
mean-
whether in Apuleius' initiatic experience
love
with the
you
high
all the
priestess of the goddess Isis, or Nabu Apla-Iddina's being brought into the inner sanctum before Shamash, we can observe the necessity of an intermediary. Interestingly, following behind the king is the image of a goddess, who would typically act as intermediary to the chief deity, and in older representations would actually be physically positioned in between the human king and the god. Woods has suggested that the fact the priest is acting as intermediary in this later instance, rather than the goddess herself, is because it was him who found the mold of Shamash. Or else, potentially, this also reflects the increased involvement of the temple priestly class as official intermediaries, ensuring a positive relationship.
They might not be
in deity.
right over there.
What this also
they work.
suggests, though, is that there's a tremendous risk of
Someone getting
danger
tortured.
in preliminary stages of
But they just move around and people are just like, oh,
Some
that's not
scholars
happening. I'm
have
like, yeah.
suggested that, like the
Yeah, it is.
Zoroastrian
What do you think that vehicle's for?
security, any spittle or foul odor coming from the mouth of the human worshipper was to be carefully prevented from coming into contact with the divinity or their sacred objects. The lifting of the hand in salutation, typically to the level of the mouth, therefore could perhaps be interpreted
Nope, they've been here for a
as
while.
a form of respect as well as protection against the anger of a god.
Pretty much all of them.
Frechette also identifies the homology between kings and the gods.
They give a long-term investment
Since
to these
the
fucking
quote,
people.
angle at which the forearms of the two figures are held is less disparate than is typical in the archaic C's, as the subordinate's arm is generally held parallel to their torso. Furthermore, quote, if the size
Right, make it hard for you
of
if you want, make it hard for you to
the
stealth
solar
here.
disk
What's in your
overwhelm
corner?
the
That's
approaching
socially.
figures, the gestures exchanged by deity and king, which
It's
resemble
silent.
one another so closely, diffuse any
The business already have, we think.
They convey mutual
I was
recognition
like, okay,
and
yeah, just keep
reciprocal
going.
relationship. We can sense here a notion
And we're
of
proud of it too.
symbolic
We're super proud of
gestures
what we do.
enacted
Oh, you
by
guys proud of what you do? Yeah, well, we're rich and we want to stay rich, Darren. What's wrong with that? Hey, you're fucking evil. You gotta burn in hell.
Echoed in a Proclean fragment from the Chaldean oracles.
That's wrong with that. Is you're fucking evil.
Soul
And
is
people will find out.
composed by
Soon. No,
sacred
soon.
words and divine symbols, and we are images of intellectual essences and statues of unknown synthema. In that way, the soul participates in synthema, through which it is united with the God. We can understand the gesture.
For that, Rich, you wouldn't have to get it fucking illegally. I know that. Basically.
And that gesture
But that's not always true, guys.
is an example of the divine symbol that is allowing for the potential for the human and the god to enter into a communion. By mirroring each other in identical or nearly identical gestures, they are effectively becoming one force while still remaining separate. The creative power of the god is simultaneously bestowed
Also, a lot of cannibals
on
out
the
there.
king and the king.
Yeah, I really think his money is body on the fucking line.
Agent
This
for the
boy out
god
there.
in the world and hence the cosmos. As the Iamblichus says, quote, the whole of theurgy
Who's offering me up
presents a double
online?
aspect.
He's lying about it.
One is that it is conducted by men, which preserves our natural rank in the universe. The other is that being
What, 25,
empowered
26-year-old
by
male?
divine symbols, it is raised up through them to be united with the
How much money?
gods and is led harmoniously
Oh, a lot.
in their order.
Why?
This can rightly be called taking the shape of the god.
What about my cat? Why is he worth so much money?
We can also quote Iamblichus regarding the homology between the human and God engaging in similar symbolic gestures and expressions. Quote, for either God holds
Because you
us,
really don't like me.
or
Why?
we are wholly possessed by God,
Because he thought it was
we
what?
practice our activity in common with him, and sometimes we participate in the God's lowest power, the dunamis, sometimes in his intermediate, and other times in his primary power. And sometimes there is a simple participation, sometimes a communion, and other times even a union from these inspirations, i.e. divine possessions. By erecting or re-erecting and consecrating the statue and shrine or agalma of Shamash, presumably using the mispi or washing of the mouth ritual, the king is engaging in demiurgy. As Plato states in the Timaeus 37 c6, the cosmos is an agalma of the everlasting gods. And in the Mysteries, Iamblichus echoes and refines this statement by referring to the cosmos as the visible agalma of the gods. In the commentary on Plato's Timaeus,
No, I do know.
Paulus also says, quote,
I know who the
for
fuck I
these
have.
are what the true initiates to the mysteries do. producing statues of gods through characters and names that have the power to bring them to life and making them living and moving. As the work of Edward Butler makes clear, each and every one of the gods is simultaneously conceived at the periphery and at the center. And when conceived at the center, all other gods are placed in relation outside in the periphery, such that, quote, the creation of the universe must be ultimately the self-unfolding of each of the ones who are each themselves the all, so that the universe is unpacked from each god's integral form. Quoting Plotinus on the Egyptian tradition, quote, the wise men of Egypt seem to me to have grasped this, whether with precise understanding or innate. When they want to display their wisdom, they don't use forms of letters which spell out arguments and propositions, or imitate sounds in the verbalization of statements. Rather, they draw images, agalmata, and carve them in their temples, each thing having one, hen hekaston hekastu, each having one image, rather than a discursive description. Butler has noted that many commentators have misunderstood the word agalmata to refer to the Egyptian hieroglyphs, but he makes it clear that what is suggested by Plotinus is the divine images of the gods themselves. Plotinus also makes clear that when speaking of agalmata, he means that
I'm concerned with being
image, agalma, is
I'm
a
also concerned with my
certain
cat being killed.
scientific understanding
The rest I
or
give a fuck
wisdom,
about.
a subject whose parts are taken all
I
together,
suspect my last cat was
not
cat
an act
because
of
the cat I buried was heavier than the cat that I lost.
deliberation. Thus, according to Butler, each god is in this way a subject, an entire science or wisdom, each in themselves, which as
You mean to act out. No close name, my fucking cat.
synoptic image awaits being discursively expounded.
So they're a dip.
So that
Get me to react, get Garth to react.
it reveals the whole science of things in the realm.
So I want to kill it. I want to kill it. But I don't know exactly who they are, or how many other there are.
Fundamentally, from the restitution of the missing
Why the cops won't take me seriously, but I kind of do know now when I think about it that way. Okay, so what I have to do? Die?
Creation and maintenance of the cosmos.
Is the prescription dead
from the
already?
perspective of that God
So
himself.
that's the prescription.
In this instance, specifically through the substrate of Shamash.
No matter how you look at it,
In this stone
it's go
relief
die,
of the
Taran.
King Nabu Apla Idina
We don't
is
want
a
you anymore.
follower in the train of his god Shamash, who is a son
Like,
of
okay, humanity, I
and
don't
is
want you
also
anymore either.
responsible for justice, making him an appropriate god of worship or a ruler. We are each one of us followers in a series devoted to a particular god, whose divine subjectivity we unfold in
So why do
our
gods
of knowledge and wisdom, only
keep trying to keep you alive? They're not really anymore.
with the god, but never.
When you guys
never
treat
let
each
us
other
forget
like
to
that.
raise our hands in greeting. Before we end this video, I wanted to express my sincerest thanks to all those of you who have supported and continue to support my efforts on this channel.
Always,
Not
always,
only
always, and always.
those who generously supplied me with coffee.
Well, I was told way back when, if I act like a rich, I'd get fucking forgiveness.
Albeit virtually as few
Rip.
as in common. This channel is not large enough
So I,
to be impressed when I say that I read every single comment, but I certainly do. And I'm always pleased to hear from you wherever you may happen to be in this world, and to whichever God you are particularly devoted. There's so much madness in this world, so much misunderstanding.
That's how they are.
Even within our very conceptions of the nature of the divinity. And although this may come across as somewhat idealistic, I believe that our devotional practices and relationship with the gods is paramount in that project of the soul's.
I'm saying, okay, well, what about grace? They're like, no, because you're you. Like, well, what about? Well, we have some things about you that we made up.
Nature is a temple in which living columns sometimes in work.
Because we don't actually know you are, Taran. We just thought you were weird and an asshole. They just didn't give a shit. Now I realize you really give a shit. It's about you that we give a shit about. See, that's what they're concerned about. Not really, kind of, but yeah, not really. I'm worried about this motherfucker. Why does that matter? You think we put him in a better place than this? No, you can't. And no, you won't. Don't be fucking started on that shit. So where my shoes go?
Angels have fascinated human consciousness since the beginning of time. The angel is a recurrent archetype within many civilizations and is present in religion.
I already can't get to my fucking neurology one pretty fucking much. You know, it's my fucking phone calls, any of them. Okay, so that's what we do,
Literature, philosophy,
Why though? When I'm better.
movies, and games. The word angel
But worse in other ways.
Angelos, which is the default translation of the biblical Hebrew term malach, literally messenger. The angel is a messenger between God and
Yes, Garber's kind of pissed.
angels are considered human beings with wings.
He was promised more than that.
Angels do not have wings and appear as ordinary men, sometimes with shining garments.
My God. Yeah, I got shit together. He's drawing. You were saying what? You just gotta destroy him no matter what?
Another class of biblical angels do have wings, but are depicted as inhuman and frightening, striking fear in anyone who witnesses them, and as we will see later, are at the top of the angelic hierarchy. The idea of representing deities as winged figures dates back many thousands of years.
Girl, be careful not blowing that fucking door.
Portrayed the sun god Horus
I know you don't
as
hear
a winged disc, and
Careful.
many other winged beings can be found in
I'm gonna
ancient
go outside like this, man. We'll go
Roman
outside in a few minutes.
the ancient Greek god
I'm finished
Theos,
my tea.
the god of
Okay,
sleep,
please.
and Thanatos,
Please.
the god of death,
I love
and wings. In ancient Mesopotamia,
I love you to
the
death.
anthropomorphic
I love you to
goddess
death, man.
exuded a brilliant and visible glamour, alarm. The effect of seeing it caused both fascination and terror in humans. They experienced paresthesia, a tingling and pricking sensation.
Not a fun death either.
The sun god Ra appears with a
Like, no, we want you to die slowly and painfully, Sharon.
Zoroastrian deity
All of us.
like Mithra has a radiant crown resembling sun rays, as well as the Greek sun god Helios and Buddha, the awakened.
I think you're an asshole and weird sometimes and honest about it.
Displayed in deities across the world anticipates the halo of Christ and his apostles, as well
We
as
still understand that because we're all pathological liars.
the halo.
Oh, and drunks.
is a religious symbol of divinity. Before delving into the psychology of angels and how they shape human behavior and emotions, we'll first explore their archetypal images across the world, as well as their role in the creation of evil, their purpose and motivation, and the hierarchy of angels. One of the oldest depictions of angels can be found in Zoroastrianism. This faith
These
is
ghosts,
based on
hungry
the
fucking
battle
ghosts.
of good and
They
evil.
go to the neighbor's house and get fucking shit faced.
It's predicted to triumph over evil.
Cover, you get stoned.
Lord of wisdom, is the creator and lord of the light, and Ahriman, or
It's like, oh no, I know the truth.
spirit.
The neighbor said in his head, like, the neighbor is fucking
chaos
stupid.
and darkness.
He doesn't know me.
Besides the supreme being, there are various classes of angels. The Amesha Spentas, literally beneficent immortals, are the emanations of the uncreated creator, the six divine sparks that personify the abstract qualities.
My daddy said, my dad is alive.
These all have their antitheses, called devas, gods that are unworthy of worship. Truth stands in opposition to falsehood and deceit. The other class of angels
I
are
am not
Vasi,
anymore.
which are guardian angels. Each person is accompanied by a personal spirit, which is assigned at birth, and watches over each individual. Finally, we have the Yasatas, literally.
I understood about everything, so I'm not even retarded anymore.
Protectors from
It
evil.
really was.
The ancient Egyptians
People were liars, they called them on the shit.
many
A lot.
souls, both physical and spiritual. They spoke of the Basol, which is represented as a bird with a human head, and symbolizes one's uniqueness or what we call personality. This is not merely a part of the person, but the person himself. The idea of a purely immaterial existence was foreign to Egyptian thought. On the other hand, the Ka, vital essence, is what distinguishes the difference between a living and a dead person, with death occurring when the Ka left the body. Normally, one would only meet one's soul after death and be completely unaware of its existence before. In the ancient Egyptian Paris, the debate between a man and his soul, a world-weary man who is overcome by the hardship of the world, contemplates about death and looks forward to the afterlife. Suddenly, his soul appears and speaks to him, advising him to continue his religious practices, but not to wish for the end of his life before its time. In ancient Roman mythology,
The genius would not only inhabit
That's too bad, Garfield.
but also places. Genius
See, these fucking people are evil demons, dude.
It was important for the Romans.
None made it to heaven, and they're all pissed off about it.
For making the land fertile.
So you stop listening to the humans, dude.
And family, and any other major event of their lives. The genius
Damnation.
represents a man's temperament, virility, energy.
Well, if your job to watch over me and you're doing that, get a job.
Today we use the word genius to refer to
Where the fuck you think you're going?
endowed with special gifts, talents, or knowledge beyond that of ordinary humans. The ancient Greeks spoke of the daimon, not to be confused with demon. It was believed that when one's inner daimon was in a state of good order,
It literally died before under their watch a few times.
a state of good spirit and fulfillment. The daimon can be good, agathadaimon, evil, kakodaimon, or even morally ambiguous, that is, beyond good and evil.
And look what they did for George and Garfield. Even though the cat wasn't really good.
The priestess Diotima teaches Socrates that daimons interpret
Human
and
was the
transport human things to the gods and divine things to men. Socrates is well known for his relationship with his daimon and claimed to hear since childhood a daimonic sign, an inner voice that warned him against mistakes, but never told him what to do. During the trial that would condemn Socrates to death, his daimon made no sign of opposition, unlike most of the times when it would inform him if he was doing the wrong thing.
I want to tell you guys, you were tough. You're all tough guys.
Companion, and concluded that his death was not something to be feared, but rather something good, for death is merely a transition into another form of existence. In the Republic, Plato describes the myth of the story of a man who died in battle and came back to life, describing his journey in the afterlife. Just like energy cannot be created or destroyed, but only
Oh, you want something there? Cool, good for you guys. Let's plug this fucking in. Oh well. For now. Let it charge for a second. Is that what it is? But how is that going to work? What about Garfield? I know Garfield doesn't want to go. Like, that's too bad, Garfield. What are you going to do otherwise? If they capture you, take you out over there. Well, you can just reinstantiate, dude. No, he's learning. He's thinking about it. Like, Dad, I really want some kibble this morning. I'm throwing a fit. And I know it. The sweet potatoes aren't doing it for me. They're just not that good to me right now. Kibble would be it. We want some beans. They're just as hard, dude. Would that do it for you? They can't really adjust the beans, but you probably could. I got you. You fucking surprised, dude. They got daggers down there. And their digestive system that we don't have. Cats and dogs can digest some shit. No, they're good at it. All kinds of crazy shit in kibble turns out. Not the best product, kibble, turns out. No offense to any kibble makers, Friskies. Could be worse, turns out. There's tons of them. There's tons of them. big market to us. Big market of people. But Garfield, we want water now? And here, let me drink some water at least, man. You have to get your tea ready. Yeah, we put the water right there. You guys go potty yet? Thirsty? It's clean. I didn't like it. No, I did. That's what he experienced over here. Parts you guys did too. See, what George told me he experienced over here were a bunch of people, men, women of all kinds, up there saying, I am, and I know that I am. And George said, they said, who are you, George? He said, I'm God. And go be God then, George. That's what he's supposed to be doing. But we keep trying to torture him to death because they revived him somehow and are hurting him now. Because he was dying. And the one I buried, I don't think it was the same cat, even though it looked a lot like it. I don't want to dig him up because I'm worried about what else might be in there. It's been tampered with, fucking grave. And I know it. Everything's part. Wait, you go potty now? You need to go now? You scared about him coming over too? Help. Yeah, help. Help. See you there. I really want to die before. If I could help it. I told the truth almost. There you go. Take that out of your litter box. That's it. I'm not coming to Puerto Rico. Period. No, fuck that place. No offense to anybody. Talk about chastity to fuck that place. They think the vigilante justice warriors or something around here. So what do I do? Take my cat still. And what are they gonna do? Sell them? Well, I think they can do experiments on them or something. It's not gonna be nice for them. Or they'll torture them themselves to catch them that way. They got the money. They like for that shit. $6.22 Garfield.
of delusion or maya, which makes us believe in the reality of things which have no reality outside our imagination. If you ask, what are these imaginary things? I feel that there is some Shakti, power, or energy beyond the reach of human perception and understanding. Call it what you like. God, nature, matter, Shakti, or whatever, which has become all. I feel that alone exists everywhere.
What I thought happened before is I led him to another room. That's why I decided the chair. I lead him away. I need to be quick about it. I need to vanish for fucking days. Well, he scared me. I'm like, no. He wasn't eating or anything. Was he sick? Maybe. Get better? Yeah. Why was he hiding that well? Was he invisible? I don't blind.
I need to learn finally that there is nothing other than this.
Maybe he was just that good at it. It's possible. I'm like, well, but I assume that they are somewhere else.
That this is unreal. Only to conclude that all that is seen also is real.
Now he's tied to a chair, but they like their hiding corners. Like, well,
When reality is known,
we're out in the woods, Garfield. The best hiding
all
corner
that
you
is
could
seen
find
also
is your dad.
becomes real. But until that reality is known, we can continue to think of all this as unreal.
See, I was thinking, Garfield, we can carry that cage out into the woods. Somehow, like, I got a dolly baby.
Reality is beyond expression.
I can push a cage all the way up Mount Shasta.
It is not to be explained. It is only to be experienced.
Let's go to the fucking cage and live in the cage. My cat. This guy's what he's talking about, huh? I think he's surrounded by dogs. Like a kid, now I gotta kill them all.
Is that when we are pure, we become that. What is invisible, they call God. What is visible, they call nature. In my view, all that is visible is God alone. What science
dogs are like
calls
that.
nature, spirituality calls God. The same
He's very
Shakti
heavy.
seems different to the scientist and the spiritual person.
Take several
But
trips to
nature
Garfield's
is
head.
itself God.
You don't want to walk all the way fucking out there. Yeah, I just don't do that. I don't know where I'm going.
Spiritual is heads, and worldly is tails. According to your standpoint,
I know that. I just don't know that like that.
He is real.
Be the park. The park's like a different universe, Dad.
One person thinks that reality is behind all this,
Yeah, I think it feels like going into a building.
whereas another thinks that
Crazy.
this is all
That's
there
crazy.
is. Both are the same to me. When they say there are two, I unfold it and say there is only one. Why can't God be seen? Because God does not exist separately. It exists as all beings. Because God is everywhere. It does not appear as a separate one. It appears as everything. God is reality, the absolute. What is? I can find no better explanation for the word God. What is? What is? You too are within that. If you can understand the inner meaning of these words, you will have understood everything. There is nothing else to understand. It is formless because all forms are that. It is nameless because all names are that. It is without attributes because all attributes are that. Everything that exists changes. From the changeless arose what changes. The changing is the mind. The unchanging is God.
That's really no question.
Which thoughts emerge and
That's
which
what it stay
recognize them
still.
is that into which they merge.
When he's drunk, he's like, no fucking way,
When
right?
some
When he's
thoughts
sober, he's like,
occur, we feel
okay.
that we are thinking them. When some others occur, we feel that there is nothing we can do about them. And yet all these thoughts arise from the same source. Maya, delusion, is not feeling that Shakti alone performs every action. If you can boldly hold on to the view that you alone as Shakti are responsible for everything, it is well and good. This is the path of wisdom, Jnana Marga. Or you may surrender to the divine will and say, that is responsible for everything. Bhakti Marga, the devotional path. The whole misery comes when you arrogate to yourself a bit of responsibility and apportion another bit to God. Even if you slip and fall, it is due to divine grace. It is also due to the same grace that you may sustain an injury or may not. All forms of Shakti are manifestations of that one Shakti.
Holy shit, this shit's intense, dude.
If you say that Shakti is making an act, there must be two.
In the afterlife, everyone's got a song for everything, bro. Everything.
But if you say that Shakti acts as you,
Talk shit.
you
Talk
speak
shit.
wisely
Talk shit.
of the one
Too.
alone.
Talk shit. Talk shit. And get killed for it.
There is nothing in particular that I give you to attain the highest state. That which is given you this life gives everything. There is nothing like self-effort. I do not think that even sadhana, spiritual endeavor, is in your hands. Because we do not cognize that which causes everything to be done. We think that we are doing it. But we are doing only what has become possible through grace. Until this is understood, we shall continue to think, I am doing. My experience is that we cannot do anything, my child. That same Shakti, which is assisting you in worldly matters, also assists you in spiritual matters. You ask, do you want me to sit and do nothing, relying on time that does everything at the appointed moment? I am not rejecting the one and accepting the other. I only say that even sitting quiet with folded hands does not rest with you. I think that even spiritual endeavor is possible, only when that inspires it.
Hey, Garfield. Yeah. There's a lot more again, Garfield. Especially with me.
For us to do anything at
Even
all,
a tuna. From your
the
perspective.
urge must spring from the Shakti within us.
Go in the woods.
We behave as that Shakti impels
And like I do
us.
sometimes. I'll just be way farther than I should be. Or not even close to far as I thought it was. Like how? I go, well, they probably tried to kill me again. With the drone gun. What about the lasers?
I do not teach. Self-control is not acquired through hearing lectures. We do not do as we are told. Time alone discloses what must be done. We must do whatever
New
that
gun.
pleases us to be done. I I didn't adopt any particular practice or mode of inquiry. But I don't say that it is wrong for you to adopt something. I don't say that this or that sadhana is great and preeminently suitable for one and all. Whatever is possible.
Yeah, he literally just bribed his dad and told me he lied. On report. So I'm like, yeah, you're fucking evil, cops.
Adopt whatever is possible for you. To each according to their...
We thought I hit him that day? Hey, you're fucking stupid. If you literally believe my dad's reports, you just don't know he's lying, fucking drunk.
When the urge to work and do sadhana arises in your mind, you can't do otherwise.
Yeah, the same way when I was a kid, pretty much, dude. Yeah, remember that shit? Or you guys missed that part? My siblings seem to not remember very well.
Spiritual practice and
But I did.
arise
What's the argument, guys?
only if it is thought that there is something other than all this, the universe. I never think about achieving something that is not already here and now. In my view, there is no God other than that which exists already as all this universe. I'm not endeavoring to attain some strange thing, existing in some strange place beyond all this. Verily, all we see, all this beautiful creation, is God.
Ah,
I don't feel that I have to close my eyes and seek to
gone to prison for other
visualize
shit.
something instead of seeing all this beauty revealed here before us. In my view, all of you, and all this appearing to
Something if they went even once, that'd be it.
is reality. We may be able to think that God alone created all this, but we cannot really understand that all this
No, protecting from egregores, guys. That's all I know about motherfuckers sometimes. What people said, what I don't believe.
if you perceive the divinity in everything, there's no need for spiritual customs and rituals. They drop away when you affirm in your faith that all is God. On the other hand, if you derive satisfaction from them, why should you cause yourself needless dissatisfaction by denying them? Yet they need not be done unwillingly from a sense of compulsion. Just because somebody has prescribed them. What does it matter which religion one embraces, so long as one can bow before the divine with all their heart? Release from illusion is Brahman, absolute reality. attachment. Experiencing whatever comes without getting tarnished by it. That alone is renunciation. Renunciation is not being afraid of anything. To forget me and mine is renunciation. It is not by thinking of the ego that you can get rid of the ego. But put your mind on God, on the divine, and the ego will take care of itself. That is, it will dissolve. Meditate for the sake of meditation. If you hanker for results in meditation, this very thought of result hampers your meditation. If you are fully satisfied at all times with what all you see and what all you do, it is deliverance, mukti. There is no teacher greater than circumstances. When you feel that life is not at all troublesome, trouble is only another name for what is disliked. When we are completely satisfied, whatever we see, and whatever we do, it is salvation. There is nothing you can do to get it. It comes if grace gives it. If you go through all difficulties happily, taking them as no difficulties, that is the way to redemption. Bowing your head down, whatever the criticism leveled against you by others, is itself spiritual discipline. There is no sadhana greater than that. When your doubts are cleared, when you arrive at that state where you understand that there is no other to attain, that is mukti, liberation. It is not mere thinking. That attitude must become permanent. That is true contentment. It is a state of feeling there is nothing beyond this. Contentment is liberation. Until that attitude arises, there is effort to attain realization or liberation. But that
So what do you
attitude
kids
is
know?
not attained
Can I get up the mountain? I'm sure I could, guys. I'm sure I could.
at the opportune moment by the impulsion of the divine Shakti.
Right now, maybe
There is
not.
no question of
Sure it could, though.
worthiness. When that opportune moment
And how good are these
arises,
motherfuckers must know better than me?
even the worthiness for liberation rises of its own accord. So even that cannot be attained.
Not alive in wintertime. In summertime, it's hot. They migrate towards water mostly. You're out there, the tracking is Melanie the Curious. They can't kill him.
Yet to those who
Possibly.
do not know,
He kind of knows it too.
it may appear to be the result of an individual's own effort.
Some of me wonder if he kind of knows we can kill him. Why is he being so friendly
The
still?
impulsion is Shakti.
It makes us curious wild
We
animals. We're
cannot
like,
do
okay,
anything
but we
unless
know we
the
can kill this guy.
impulsion
But he's not
comes.
trying to hurt us right now. Why? What you got me, bro? What do you got me? Well, I can't always feed you. I'm not trying to feed you. I'm not giving my children.
When the moment comes,
See, that's what we want from most of
when
these
time
kids.
forces itself upon you,
Wild animals. Like, okay,
everything
you want us to
becomes
eat you?
available to
Can we eat
you
your child?
of its own
No.
accord.
I'm scared if I bring them some meat, they'll want more. If you follow me, I can lead you to some foraging spots. You already know about them, don't you? Well, check it out if you don't. I know some grapes grow.
I never
Really
think
good grapes,
that
no. The best grapes in the world kind of
some
bears.
state.
Dogs, you're out. Now you're out. You're
You
diggers.
have only the attitude that
Cat chasers.
all
Bears don't
is
chase cats. They
there.
usually run from cats. Like, well, big cat get pissed if I hurt this little cat. And often they do.
Herein there is no feeling differently. Everything is the same.
Those are mine.
No one thing seems important.
What about you, Garfield? See, that's another concern.
Everything
Good
has
cats.
the same importance.
And they get the high stuff in the mountain. I know it.
Everything is natural.
They're ripped. It's like Garfield when he was like 2. But they're 150, 160 pounds.
In my opinion,
200 pounds if they're male.
there are not many spiritual experiences for anyone.
Sometimes they'd be surprised. We catch particularly they're underweight, huh? Cats eat a lot.
The lasting realization that all is one, persisting at all times and under all circumstances, is the only true experience.
Typically in a fight, Mr. Lion would beat Mr. Tiger. Mr. Tiger knows better stalker. At least solo. He can lioness though, is he? This one goes to Savannah Man.
I do not have a teaching or a message.
Mountain lions on Savannah are good, but I've seen them before.
I have nothing of that name.
Looking for the silhouette of a
Not
cat
teaching
everywhere I go.
anything is my teaching.
Because I want to befriend them, mostly. I don't want none of this.
I have not given anything.
You're kinda
as a
doing it.
message.
You got what with it?
As if I ever thought that we had
How's that?
done
Don't
or
worry.
can do anything.
That's delicious.
That which makes things happen.
Can't
That
beat.
which happens. That is the message. If you can do it, eat what you have.
So I eat up there a lot.
Give to others with loving
Where am I going to take me?
and have faith that God is doing everything.
Because if I had done any of those things, Dad, well, a couple of times I did, everybody knew it. Everybody knew it. When you did it to me, they didn't. You just didn't give a shit, and I'm tougher. And you don't hit as hard. They really stole anything, too. What was it? See, that's what I was wondering, too. With me, it's been a few things, but it's been subtle. Since he's been gone. Just trying to scare me out of here. And see how he trips out next, huh? Exactly. That's what you're supposed to do. Garfield, Garfield, Garfield. George? Yeah, that'd been hard too. Back where I came from, back where I came from, back where I come from, here I go. They're fucking dwarves, dude, in their heads. Cats would throw a fit. He's like, going over here, fuck you, dad. I'm sitting in a chair, waiting for him to come and brush my hair. Meditation time, guys. Most of the night I'm laying awake. Almost. Not most of the night, huh? No, not most of the night. He wakes up a lot, huh? Scarfield. So I'm trying to get away. He thinks he's slick. He's like, nope. I can't escape my bonds. I'm trying. My dad is a giant monster to me. That's how those motherfuckers think. Almost. Cats. Singing in their heads. Dogs too. It comes out as roof, roof, roof. It's a different tone in their heads. They're tough. They're tough. I mean, cats are just like hanging out. Like, no, I know I'm tough. Oh, you're fucking evil. No, you're evil. Oh, you like doing it. I know it is, Garfield. They believe it's true often. not really a takeoff artist. Not anymore. He comes back and just wants to go fucking hunt. He's still in the process of being trained. Kill you. Kill you. Of course a bobcat can kill a coyote. They just don't try. Because there's two of them often. It's a predator ecosystem around here big time. Dog eat dog, often. Cash is scurry away in the mezzanine. See, people actually can't get through it easier than dogs, and I've thought about that. Dogs are crawlers. I hit him with a fucking rock, right? And guard was on a leash. I can get him stuck for like a year. So Manzanita, what are you thinking now? He's fucking with you, must you guys built that? Protection mostly, Manzanita. Not drop. I do and I don't. You guys just take over everything and leave your corpses behind. It's a fucking issue. It's not really your fault, it's what you do. We just weren't designed to take you. They built fortresses for our stuff, but it killed all the wildlife. Because you get a stucker. Some dogs are tough though, and I know them. Big dogs. Bear dogs, almost. See, what I can get stuck in, they wouldn't get stuck in because they don't have fucking clothes on. They can jump almost the size of me. They can also blind themselves. And I can't hit them with a rock. Quickly. Many rocks. Turns out. Yeah, stick in the face. Break your jaw. Not that much trees, not much trees I leave out. I'm just trying to tame you guys. No, it's cat sticks. Not really trying to tame them like that. Because they're so far away from being tamed. Really planning ahead like that, they probably would. Dogs. After a while, he's really big. He's always really bigly stretched out. And he's got smaller. He's losing weight after a while. He's not getting it anymore. I want to milk all the time. All the time. I'm worried about that too. Garfield is too. He's like, get the computer down and bring it over here. It's quiet now. I'm like, why isn't this fucking plugged in? How do you even get unplugged? Right. That's pause over there. Yes, I did.
God who illuminates the entire earth never penetrates this realm. The sun neither shines there during his daily ascent across the sky, when he climbs up into the starry heaven, nor during his descent, when he wheels to return again from heaven to earth. This description reinforces several important concepts in Greek mythology. The fundamental separation between the world of the living and the dead, the limits of even Helios's power and domain, the eternal darkness that characterizes the afterlife, the wretched state of mortals who dwell.
Right. We're expecting to see what? The same exact people? Well, they're just fucking different now. Garfield, you good? Thanks for now.
This makes Helios a deity who provides light, but only to the living.
See, if I'm expecting to see him,
Even Zeus acknowledges that Helios shines on among the immortals and mortal men, all over the grain-giving earth. But to the same extent the sun creates and sustains life in humans, he can also bake the life out. When Odysseus' crew slaughtered and ate the sacred cattle that belonged to the sun god Helios, despite explicit warnings not to do so, despite knowing these were sacred animals that should never be harmed, despite Odysseus having been warned by both Circe and Tiresias that his men must not touch these sacred herds. What happened was that while on an island, the crew became stranded by adverse winds for a month. Their food supplies ran out, and despite their oath and Odysseus' warnings, his hungry men slaughtered and ate some of Helios' cattle while Odysseus was asleep. Helios, outraged by this sacrilege, complained to Zeus.
There's like a form of senility in my whole fucking life. Now I'm breaking out of it almost.
And once the ship set sail again, he fulfilled his promise of vengeance by striking their vessel with a thunderbolt during a storm. The ship was destroyed,
like lucid,
and all of Odysseus' remaining companions drowned. Odysseus alone survived by clinging to the wreckage. This reveals several important themes in Greek religious thought: the inviolability of property dedicated to the gods, the severe consequences of impiety, Helios' role as an all-seeing witness, who could not be deceived. Zeus's position as the enforcer.
So that you guys are evil for a while because it's
the
not that
tragic
powerful.
consequences when human needs such as hunger conflict with divine prohibitions. It is one of the clearest examples in the Odyssey of how human suffering results directly from failing to respect the boundaries
Spiritually.
of the gods. It also demonstrates
Like, they must
the
be evil.
significant power and status that Helios held.
Because I know that I kind of am,
as
but I'm
Zeus
kind of
himself
evil.
acted as the enforcer of the
But I'm
sun.
not evil at all.
The Homeric hymn
I'm a demon fucking absorber.
provides our most ancient description of this primordial solar.
It's gotten out of control almost.
And now
Because some people are really fucking evil. Now they're paying attention, close attention.
Glowing Helios, whom mild-eyed Euryphiessa, the far-shining one, bare to the son of earth and starry heaven. For Hyperion wedded glorious Euryphiessa, his own sister, who bare him lovely children.
Who are they?
Rosy-armed
Well, there's a
Eos,
lot of them.
rich Tresseline, and tireless Helios.
And I'm worried about it.
As he rides in his chariot,
Have I gotten some names wrong? See, no.
And piercingly he gazes with
Who
his
are
eyes
these guys?
from his golden helmet. Bright rays beam dazzlingly from him, and his bright locks streaming from
Am I
the
scared of
his
them?
head,
Of course I am.
gracefully
Well,
enclosed
fucking
his
of course I
face.
am.
A rich,
What they can do for me?
fine-spun garment
To me?
glows on his body and
Yeah.
flutters in the wind.
And I already know that.
Then,
I can feel my teeth getting cold right now.
Chariot and horses, he rests there upon the highest
I can feel my lips getting cut open.
until he
Almost.
noiselessly drives them down again through
I can feel more than that, more than that, more than that too.
Hail to you.
I just turn my lower half
Follow the
off
soul
often
and
now.
substance that cheers the heart. And now that I have begun with you, I will celebrate the race of mortal men, half divine, whose deeds the muses have showed to mankind. Here we learn Helios's divine parentage, son of the Titan Hyperion, and Euryphiessa. His siblings were Eos, Dawn, and Selene, Moon, completing a celestial.
Which I almost can do if I focus on it.
Day and night. This cosmic trinity, sun, moon, and dawn, represented the Greeks' earliest attempt to personify and thereby comprehend the celestial cycles that regulated their lives.
That's what the most pain would be.
The physical journey of Helios across the sky was described in vivid mythic words. Each morning, his sister
Liver
Eris would
down.
open the gates of the east, allowing Helios to begin his daily circuit. He drove a magnificent golden chariot pulled by 4 fiery horses, sometimes named Pyrrhus, Eos, Ethan, and Phlegon. At day's end, he would descend into the Western Ocean, where he would rest in a golden cup or boat that carried him around the northern stream of Oceanus during the night, ready to emerge again the next day. Ovid captures a similar eternal pathway in his Metamorphoses.
So they're getting really good at it lately.
The sun's swift horses and the day's 9th hour had reached the goal. He could not leave his chariot
Xenobiting,
and so surrendered to the order of
house
the
cats,
that rolled the world.
and immigrants.
Even the sun
Often.
himself was bound by cosmic law, a timely Greek lesson about the ordered nature of the universe. Even the name Helios unveils how the Greeks understood the sun. In Plato's dialogue Cratinus, Socrates engages in an extended etymological exploration of divine names, including that of the sun deity. The origin of the sun will probably be clearer in the Doric form, for the Dorians call him Helios, and this name is given to him because when he rises he gathers alizoi, men together, or because he is always rolling in his course, i.e. ilein, ion, about the earth, or from iole, of which meaning is the same as poculan, to variegate, because he variegates the productions of the earth. The two words selas, brightness, and phos, light, have much the same meaning. This light about the moon is always new, neo, and always old, eno. For the sun in his revolution always adds new light, and there is the old light of the previous month. While modern etymologists might dispute these word origins, this passage reveals how the Greeks understood the sun's role. As the gathering force that brings people together after night's dispersal, as the ever-moving heavenly body in perpetual motion, and as the variegator of earthly life, bringing forth the many colors and forms of existence through its life-giving rays. Equally significant is Socrates' discussion of Selene, moon, which tells us that the moon reflects the sun's light rather than generating its own, a scientific fact embedded within myths crafted by Plato 2,500 years ago. However, the most famous story about Helios involves his son Phaethon, a story that cautions and explains the cosmos. When Phaethon begged to drive his father's solar chariot for a day, Helios reluctantly agreed after much pleading. Unable to control the powerful horses, Phaethon drove the chariot too close to the earth, scorching it. Zeus was forced to strike the boy down with a thunderbolt to prevent further destruction. Euripides dramatized this tale in his tragedy Phaethon, of which only fragments remain. In one surviving passage, Helios attempts to dissuade his son. It is not easy to guide the chariot of the sun, for the road is steep in parts, and in parts sets one trembling as it dips toward the sea. The philosopher Plato saw deeper meanings in such solar myths. In his most famous allegory, the sun served as the ultimate metaphor for philosophical enlightenment. In the world of knowledge, the last thing to be perceived, and only with great difficulty, is the essential form of goodness. Once it is perceived, the conclusion must follow that for all things, this is the cause of whatever is right and good. In the visible world, it gives birth to light and to the Lord of light, while it is itself sovereign in the intelligible world and the parent of intelligence and truth. Without having had a vision of this form, no one can act with wisdom, either in his own life or in matters of state. Here Plato elevates the sun beyond mere deity to cosmic principle, the visible manifestation of the good itself.
Oh yeah, so a few of us have known this for a long time. See, that's what's worried about local peace officers, dude.
This philosophical reinterpretation of solar
Like, do they not know this shit? That somebody knows this?
Western thought for millennia. The island of Rhodes claimed special connection to Helios, considering him that
This happens to people around here all the time.
According to Pindar's seventh Olympian ode, they say that when Zeus and the immortals were dividing the earth among them,
Like, are they in this shit? Maybe not. Are they in that shit over there? Maybe not.
the island was hidden in salty depths.
Who is?
Helios was absent, and no one marked out a share for him. Thus they left him without any allotment of land, though he was a holy god. When Helios mentioned it, Zeus was about to order a new casting of lots, but Helios did not allow it. For he said that beneath the grey sea, he saw a land rising from the bottom.
See, people lie a lot better than I do.
Feeding many
'Cause I haven't called out my shit so much. Then I know what my shit is now.
This mythic explanation for Rhodes' dedication to Helios was commemorated in the Colossus of Rhodes, one of the seven wonders of the ancient world, a massive bronze statue of the god that once stood approximately 108 feet tall at the harbour entrance. But beneath all the myths,
Just don't go anywhere anymore.
Helios
They
played
can't get a
a
job, dude.
practical role in Greek life. Oaths sworn by the sun carried special weight. Taking the oath by the all-seeing sun is central and among the most solemn acts of Greek religious practice. Fundamentally, the Greeks understood that divine power was inherently bound to cosmic order, to a logos rather than arbitrary will and chaos. The sun's predictable journey made it a natural symbol of this order. By the Hellenistic period,
So what do I gotta do? Go knock some fuckers out?
in popular worship.
Do you get any respect around here when I know I just go to jail?
The Roman poet Ovid makes this syncretism explicit. Phoebus or Sol, it's the same. This absorption
But why?
into Apollo's complex divine personality reflects a broader pattern in religious evolution, where elemental deities often give way to more psychologically nuanced gods as cultures develop more sophisticated theological frameworks. What makes Helios particularly significant in the pantheon of solar deities is his pure, unalloyed association with the physical sun itself. Unlike Ra of Egypt, who accumulated a complex mythology as creator and king of the gods, or Mithras with his mystery cult and bull-slaying narrative, Helios remained primarily the personification of the solar orb and its daily stroll above our good old Earth. Helios and his chariot survived in Roman times, and then during the Renaissance and the Baroque times. In visual representations, Helios typically...
See, this cat's best ecosystem, both of them, was being muscle.
Driving his quadriga, four-horse chariot, across the
Against cats that are better hunters often.
Influenced not just later depictions of Apollo, but even Christian...
Better hiders, not even sometimes, though.
So Justitia, son of righteousness. The German philosopher Friedrich
Depends on the season.
Deeply influenced by Greek thought, recognized the sun's psychological significance in Thus Spoke Zarathustra. I am a forest and a night of
God looks pretty good camouflage.
but he who is not afraid of my darkness will find...
Yeah, just like this silk and ivy, pretty much. Orange.
Explicitly referencing Helios, Nietzsche's work consistently
Maybe
employs
even
solar
blues
imagery to
and
represent
grays.
the highest achievements of human consciousness. The illumination that comes only after descending into darkness, much like Helios's nightly journey through the underworld. Carl Jung exploring the sun's archetypal significance in symbols of transformation, observe, the sun is the image of God, the heart is the sun's image in man. The sun, in turn, is an image of the source of life and of final wholeness of man. The ancients knew intuitively that so
Better plans for me? What?
Human. Our dependence on love.
Your prescription is what? Debt. Horribly. Every single where I go.
We encounter perhaps the purest embodiment of solar divinity in the Western tradition. A god whose identity was inseparable from the celestial body he personified. Before the sun
Just this way some people makes more money off of it. Ooh, money.
Or creative power. Before it acquired layers of theological and philosophical meaning, it was simply the brilliant charioteer crossing the sky, watching all, illuminating all, bound by cosmic law, yet
This guy's doing the job? No, not even sometimes. Not even the...
As we turn to Apollo, who gradually absorbed many of Helios's attributes, we will witness how solar symbolism evolved from this elemental personification toward more subtle...
Until they get to it, they show up like, oh yeah, fancy.
A transformation that reflects humanity's own evolution of its religious and philosophical modus operandi.
For the ones ensuring the
I doubt that many times I would have had.
and the ones wearing many hats, Granger offers
And I thought there's somebody else.
industrial supplies and real-time product
Get their company involved.
Call Click Granger.
Whoever their company is. Or is the company they keep often
for the ones who
nowadays?
get it done.
Where Helios embodies the physical sun as the blazing orb that traverses the heavens, Apollo represents something altogether more nuanced, the transformation of solar power into intellectual, artistic, and prophetic illumination. This luminous shift from elemental force to spiritual principle marks one of the most profound evolutions in religious thought, not just for the Greeks, but for Western civilization as a whole. The Homeric hymn, far longer and more complex than the brief hymn to Helios, begins with divine awe rather than celestial mechanics. I will remember and not forget Apollo the far shooter. As he goes through the house of Zeus, the gods tremble before him and all spring up from their seats when he draws near and bends his bright bow. But Leto alone stays by the side of Zeus, who delights in thunder. She unstrings his bow and closes his quiver, and taking the bow from his strong shoulders with her hands, she hangs it on a pillar in his father's house and leads him to a seat and gives him nectar in a golden cup. Then his dear father welcomes his son, and the other gods make him welcome also, and Leto rejoices because she bare a mighty son and an archer. Unlike Helios, whose existence is synonymous with his
That's several of my neighbors.
Apollo emerges immediately.
They are literally insane.
Feared, welcomed, cherished.
They don't know they're insane.
Primarily as an
They don't think they're insane.
Yet, as it
When they think about it like I think about it, they're like, I guess in that perspective, I'm insane too.
Prophecy, healing, law, and eventually light. The earliest Greek sources show little connection between Apollo and solar attributes. Homer and Hesiod treat Helios and Apollo as entirely separate.
Not as bad as this guy.
Yet gradually, inexorably,
I think these motherfuckers over here actually like us.
Solar characteristics, particularly as Greek religion evolved toward more sophisticated theological frameworks. Aeschylus, in a fragment preserved by other ancient authors, provides one of the earliest.
See, I know they don't.
Apollo the sun. It is he who men call Apollo on earth, but Helios in heaven. This syncretism accelerated during
Wait, you still want to fight you, dude?
BCE and continued through the Hellenistic.
Is that even saying? Or something like that?
Apollo's epithet, Phoebus, Phoebos.
Oh, you think you're big now, bro?
Or pure, facilitated this solar ascension.
Oh, you got kids down the park. Okay, fine.
To Apollo, composed in the 3rd century
Okay,
BCE,
my cat though.
vividly portrays this radiant aspect, how the laurel branch of Apollo trembles.
Like, oh, you brought some liquor, huh?
Away, away, whoever is sinful. Now, surely
Hearts up me, that's how I feel, dude.
his beautiful foot.
Like you, no, I don't want to fight you, but I want to fight her kind of, because look who she's standing next to, dude.
And the swan sings beautifully in the air.
That's his
Now
wife.
yourselves push back the bolts of the doors. Push back of yourselves, ye bars.
Last time Garfield took
The
off,
door is no longer
really.
far away. Make ready.
He kind of tries to sometimes, but not really, because he could try harder, and he could really attack me, but he doesn't want to. Because he loves me, and I love him.
The sun's effects, illumination,
He's not stupid.
clarity, and prophetic vision.
He just gets all Katie on
This
me.
transformation parallels the evolving Greek understanding of divinity.
See, I've gotten Katie a lot,
Abstract, conceptual,
and I know it.
and even mathematical.
In a human way, which is kind of weird to me.
Personified natural phenomena. Plato, who had employed the sun as a supreme metaphor for the form of the good, recognized in Apollo a similar principle of illumination. In his dialogue, Socrates offers several etymologies for Apollo's name. I do not believe that any single name could have been better adapted to express the attributes
Yeah, that was a good kitty.
embracing and in a manner
A friend of mine.
signifying all four of them, music, and
I'll mention it
prophecy,
later.
and medicine and logic. Say rather an harmonious name, as beseems the god of harmony. In the first place,
And then let them beat my ass if they want to.
which doctors
See, that's my prescription for law enforcement.
and their fumigations with drugs, magical or medicinal, as well as their washings and
If you're like-
ritual sprinklings, have all one and the same object, which is to make a man pure.
I heard this. What's the truth, Sharon? Like, well, this is the truth about me. You want to know it all?
The purifier and the washer and the absolver.
And they just believe you?
of impurities. Then, in reference to his ablutions, and
I'm not gonna say any names.
as
Don't
being
get me on that
the
shit.
physician who orders them, he may be rightly called Apollo, purifier.
That's all we really
In
want.
respect of his powers of divination,
That's what we gotta
and his
do.
truth and sincerity, which is the same as
Hardcore
truth,
investigatory.
may be most fitly called applause, from applause, sincere.
Which wastes a lot of time and money.
Thessalian dialect, for all the Thessalians call him Apples. Also, he is Balaam, always shooting, because he is a master.
Because often we know we're getting the guy here, and we're getting the guy there, and we're getting the guy there too. And Taran kind of does that now.
And then, as in Apolythos and Acoitis, and in many other words, the A is supposed to mean together.
What we're doing down here, expect the other guys to do back there.
Moving together.
The way law enforcement works level to level to level.
Or in the harmony of
Almost.
which is termed concord, because he moves all together.
Coming around. You know, you're like, I want the bigger case. I want this shit.
Musicians ingeniously declare. And he is the God who presides over.
I know it's connected to bigger
and
case.
makes all things move together, both among gods and among men.
I think more than one disappearance, but they don't believe me. It's like, what can you really tell us that we don't already know? Probably not much. What can you tell me that maybe I can bounce it off you? We're not even supposed to do that.
Only the second layer is added in order to avoid the ill-omened sound of destruction. Apology. Now, the suspicion of this destructive power still haunts the minds of some who do not consider the
Yeah, pretty much.
of the name, which, as I was saying just now, has reference to all the powers of the God, who is the single one, the ever-darting, the purifier, the mover together, Applaus, Ibalon, Apollon, Apollon. Most significant for our purpose is Plato's addition that Apollo is really most expressive of the power of the god. The notion of Apollo as simple and true connects directly to solar imagery, for what could be more direct and unambiguous than sunlight itself? Unlike the moon with its phases, or the stars with their mysterious patterns, the sun represents pure, unadulterated illumination, a fitting symbol for a god of truth and prophecy. Turning to the material culture, we find the visual merging of Apollo and Helios expressed through increasingly similar iconography. By the Hellenistic period, Apollo could be depicted with a radiate crown similar to Helios, while maintaining his distinctive attributes like the kithara, lyre, and bow. The Roman period accelerated this syncretism, as evidenced by the philosopher Macrobius in his Saturnalia. Apollo is the sun god, whose diverse powers have been given the names of other gods. Apollo is that energy in the sun which presides over health and prophecy. All etymologies refer his name to some property of the sun. His bow and arrows are the rays of the sun. He holds the graces in his right hand and his bow and arrows in the left because he heals faster than he harms. He is also called Apollo of the Pellar, to drive away diseases when the heat of the sun is moderate. But his arrows represent the pestilence he can send when the heat is immoderate. All his other names, Loxius, Delius, Phoebus, Smintheus, identify him with a different property of the sun. He is god of shepherds because the sun feeds everything that the earth brings forth. His golden locks allude to the brightness of the rays of the sun. Python was a coil of infectious vapor spiraling up from the earth and rolling back down. Delphian Apollo brings to light what was invisible. Other properties of the sun are given the names of Bacchus, Mercury, Hercules, Adonis, or Pan. This etymological connection, dubious by modern standards, nonetheless demonstrates how thoroughly solar attributes have become identified with Apollo by late antiquity. Perhaps the most profound expression of Apollo's solar nature comes from his association with Delphi, the site of his most important oracle, and, by Greek reckoning, the very center of the world. At Delphi, Apollo spoke through the Pythia, his priestess, delivering cryptic yet illuminating prophecies. The connection between prophecy and light is not coincidental. The prophet, like the sun, reveals what was hidden. Plutarch, a real Platonist, served as a priest at Delphi, in his essay On the E at Delphi, explores the mysterious letter E dedicated at Apollo's temple, a symbol puzzling many generations of visitors. Plutarch reveals Apollo's essence as divine being itself. Well then, our kind Apollo, in the oracles which he gives his consultants, seems to solve the problems of life and to find a remedy, while problems of the intellect he actually suggests and propounds to the born. Love of wisdom in the soul, thus implanting an appetite which leads to truth. Among other instances, this is made clear as to the consecration of the letter. Unlike many contemporaries who sought astronomical or numerical explanations
How you doing,
of the
Garfield?
sacred E, Plutarch dismisses these as superficial.
That's
He
delicious.
notes how some visitors connected the letter
What, you want some kibble?
to his symbols.
He's like, Dad, I'm afraid they poisoned me.
Is the second vowel from the beginning,
That's fine.
the sun the second planet, after the moon.
I can leave it out.
All Greeks, or nearly all, identify Apollo with the sun.
Without responsible at this point, that's your shared up.
Deeper in the symbol.
See, I'll eat it myself.
From his account
That's
is a
just the first.
sophisticated theological understanding that distinguishes Apollo from the physical
Can I
sun,
spit in it?
while
Clean it out?
acknowledging their profound connection.
I can try. If that means you want to try to eat it.
Represents divine
I don't think they broke in our house last night, Garfield.
and
There's nothing disturbed.
wiser people disguised from the
But that's who they are.
change
Trying to kill myself.
and call him Apollo.
That's what we'd be doing, right? That's my voice is going.
Phoebus from
He
his
kind of knows that, but he's like, well, I've been working really hard to keep my fucking
This
body
period
working if my
can
mind's not
every
working on.
aspect of Apollo.
Well, that parts of my mind are working that
As
never really worked
Plutarch
before.
observes, Apollo has the
And I'm like
to
embarrassed.
set and sober music
Well, I've always been really embarrassed. I just never wanted to accept all the embarrassment.
with smoothness and order and a gravity with no admixture.
Like, so did I ever reason to kill myself? Yeah, pretty much my perspective always. I tried to force it more, and I knew it.
Where Dionysus embodies multiplicity, transformation, and passionate becoming.
Because that's what everyone else felt. And they're like, I just go die, dude.
Unchanging.
That's how I felt.
Much like
And they're like, oh, this will figure it out, right?
Despite the ever-changing phenomena it illuminates. Most profoundly, Plutarch interprets the letter E not as a numerical symbol, but as the Greek word ei, meaning thou art, a word that sounds familiar to those who know Elohim and his angels, which now, in this context, is a direct address to Apollo's eternal nature. In Plutarch's words, my own view is that the letter signifies neither number, nor order, nor conjunction. It is a complete and self-operating mode of addressing the God. We answer the
Like back in the day.
ei,
When you were asking your dad, 26. They've been around for a long time, a really long time.
belongs to him and to no other, that of being.
But you're worth something, we're all civilized now, so basically you're worthless.
Evolution from physical
We're sick of it.
to metaphysical principles.
We're not going to war, are we?
Just as Plato had elevated the sun to a symbol of
And if we did, we wouldn't accept him.
Plutarch elevates Apollo to pure being, unchanging, eternal, and singular. The letter E becomes a philosophical affirmation of Apollo's.
Oh, he doesn't want to go to the cat.
As that
Who's
which
present?
truly is, contrasted
Went
with
to that
the world
and
becoming
trained the cat.
multiplicity. Like a true Platonist, this Plutarchian vision of Apollo is the culmination of Greek religious thought.
Who knows what I could do in there?
From a tribal deity into a universal.
In the military or something like that.
The journey from
Because I
Plato
fucking
to
love these cats,
thus
dude.
traces the development of philosophical consciousness itself.
And dogs too often, but some people are better at dogs than I am. Better at cats? See, yes, but no.
The German philologist Friedrich Nietzsche.
Now, see, some people can get them to do tricks. I know I could.
His groundbreaking work,
I got it from a kid.
Tragedy, where he presents the Apollonian as one of the two fundamental artistic principles. Alongside the Dionysian, we shall have gained much for the science of
It's hard though. They almost breed the cats for, but sometimes they just love
not
them.
only by logical influence, but
Like
by
Garfield.
immediate certainty
I know you're smart enough.
that the
George was
continuous
too,
development of
but he
art
wasn't
is
built
bound up with the duplexity of the Apollonian and the Dionysian. In like manner as procreation is dependent on the duality of the sexes, involving perpetual conflicts.
But his soul is that powerful.
Intervening reconciliations. These names
That's why a big
are
chest
from
like
the Greeks, who disclose to the intelligent observer the profound mysteries of their view of art, not indeed in concepts, but in
A lot of
the
cats
impossibly clear figures
are born
of their
obstructed breathing.
deities.
See, Garfield almost has it too.
These in connection with Apollo.
That's why his snout is short.
The two art deities of
It comes from inbreeding, I
we
think.
learn that there existed in the Grecian world a wide antithesis in origin and aims between the art
What
of
do you even
the
know?
Super, the Apollonian,
It's
and
cats.
the non-plastic art of music, that of Dionysus. Both these so heterogeneous
Can't be like that. They have like
tendencies
kittens.
run parallel to each other, for the most part openly at variance, and continually
When we
inciting
spay neuter too much, this is what we're doing, guys.
powerful births, to perpetuate in them the
Increasing birth defects.
antithesis, which is but seemingly bridged over by their mutual turmoil, till at last, by a metaphysical miracle of the Hellenic will,
Sometimes
they
painful ones.
appear paired with each other, and through this pairing eventually generate the equally Dionysian and Apollonian artwork of Attic tragedy.
If Garvin could have read more,
For
he would have contributed positively to the.
yet complementary forces.
No, he's beautiful. And he's fucking smart. He's a good boy. No, he's a really good boy. He's just abused when he's a kid. And now he feels like I'm abusing him now because he's tied up now.
In order to bring these two tendencies within closer range, let us conceive them first of all as the separate art worlds of dreamland and drunkenness, between which physiological phenomena
Almost.
of contrast
But not quite. Now, see, I was pretty.
analogous to that existing between the
I kinda know it's
Apollonian and Dionysian. What Nietzsche perceives
Sure, I could have done it other ways. I just need fucking help. My dad refused to help me.
to principle of illumination came to
When I
recognize
leave,
both
he
light
make me come
and
back.
essential human capacity
So my cats are here now.
for meaningful
So I just took the gamble a long time ago that I was gonna die.
The solar heritage persists.
So I just am like, okay, if I die in my sleep one day,
Distinction. Apollo, as the
I want my cats to be there.
is also the soothsayer.
Not out on the street.
He who, as the etymology of the name indicates, is
But I'm not a heroin addict.
the deity of light, also rules over the fair.
Not for a long time. Unless I move back to my dad's house.
The higher truth, the perfection of these states, in contrast to the only partially intelligible everyday world, the deep consciousness of nature healing and helping in sleep and dream, is at the same time the symbolical
Now
element
addicted
of
to
practical
this.
soothsaying and in general of the arts, through which life is made possible.
Talking shit to the spirits around here.
Most significantly, Nietzsche connects Apollo to Schopenhauer's concept of the
You want to know why I've done this and this and this and this and this and this and this.
the principle of individuation, which creates and maintains distinct
Before I even get there, if I ever get
within
there.
the undifferentiated flux of existence. And so we might apply to Apollo, in an eccentric sense, what Schopenhauer says of the man wrapped in the veil of mire. Just as in a stormy sea,
I know I have.
bounded in every direction,
And it turned out to be pretty powerful, some of them.
howling mountainous waves, a sailor sits in a boat and trusts in his frail bark. So in the midst of a world of sorrows, the individual sits quietly supported by and trusting in his principium individuations. Indeed, we might say of Apollo, that in him the unshaken faith in this.
See, I know it sounds like
quiet
schizophrenic
city
paranoid.
man wrapped therein have received
But
their
they left enough
sublime
evidence from my house to where I'm freaked out.
We might even designate Apollo as the glorious.
I'm thinking about this, I'm thinking about that, I'm thinking the other thing, like why, and why, and why, and why, and why.
Of which all the joy and wisdom of appearance, together with its beauty, speak to us. Apollo's solar heritage is thus united with his.
'Cause that's the way it is, huh?
Significance. Just as the sun's light allows us to perceive distinct forms and boundaries in the physical world, Apollo's divine illumination creates the possibility of individual consciousness and ordered perception in the metaphysical realm. The evolution from Helios to Apollo thus mirrors humanity's journey from awareness of physical phenomena to the capacity for abstract thought, ethical judgment, and self-knowledge.
Bullshit, right?
Recognize that Apollo
A bunch
offers
of bullshit,
insufficient,
right?
that his principle of individuation and
We're just
clarity
talking
needed to be
a
purified
bunch of
and
shit.
renewed through Dionysus.
That's what we do.
Just as the Greeks understood.
No, we
that
just
Apollo
talk
and
shit.
Dionysus shared governments of Delphi. and
We
the
typically
Ephesus.
don't do shit about it.
Thus then, the
And we talk more
infinite
shit.
Apollonian and the Dionysian
Sometimes we
was
do.
symbolized by a
And we
fraternity
talk shit about it.
deities.
If we know we even
Dionysus
can.
speaks the language of Apollo. Apollo, however, finally speaks the language of Dionysus. And so the highest goal of tragedy and of art in general is attained. However, in psychological terms, Carl Jung analyzes Nietzsche's Apollo-Dionysus dichotomy, but emphasizes
So when you start to get
that
there,
Nietzsche misunderstood its
They make it really
fundamental
hard.
Jung
They talked a lot of shit.
Nevertheless,
And they said they would.
Christianity is understood
So I
through
called
this.
them out.
Its true character is
They're
falsehood.
still talking shit.
In adopting the view
They're
that the
fucking
antagonism
evil.
between Apollo
And they live out
Dionysus
there.
is purely a question of conflicting artistic impulses, the problem is shifted to the aesthetic sphere in a way that is both historically and materially unjustified. Jung specifically critiques Nietzsche's interpretation. Because of this, Nietzsche quite forgets that in the struggle between Apollo and Dionysus, and in their ultimate reconciliation, the problem for the Greeks was never an aesthetic one, but was essentially religious. And when discussing the Principium Individuationis, Jung is actually quoting Nietzsche's
That lifestyle.
Jung then clarifies that the Apollonian state...
I'm getting get some tobacco into the lifestyle.
The Apollonian state, therefore, as Nietzsche...
Marijuana, I got a little bit of it.
...is a withdrawal into oneself, or introversion. Jung further critiques Nietzsche's romanticized view of Greek reconciliation between Apollo and Dionysus. Nietzsche considers the reconciliation of the Delphic...
Yeah, he took the lead one. I know it too. I better call him that fucker.
These opposites in the breast of the civilized Greek. But here he forgets his own compensatory formula, according to which the gods of Olympus owe their splendor to the darkness of the Greek psyche. For Jung, this supposed reconciliation was actually a beautiful illusion.
Oh, so you laugh evilly. Oh, you think you made me lose my phone? Oh, I'll find it. Right, Garfield? Stay right there. Like my phone disappeared.
Dionysus' relationship represents fundamental psychological and religious polarities rather than aesthetic principles. Or maybe they represent the three, and much more than that.
Watch it, Garfield.
Trust him. That the transition from Helios
Pretty much.
also reflects changing social structures in the Greek world. While Helios
Poltergeist is trying to keep him in place still. Why?
Apollo was the divine order of human law, reason, and cultural achievement. His principal sanctuaries at Delphi and Delos became centers of religious worship, but also of political alliances, artistic competition, and philosophical inquiry. Maybe that's also why Socrates began his dialectical and philosophical mission and legacy only after the oracle at Delphi.
They know too.
He was the wisest man in Athens.
Can't put my fucking phone now.
Anyway, in the Homeric hymn to Apollo, after establishing his oracle at Delphi,
That's an issue.
Apollo searches for priests
They get it,
to
knows
serve his temple. He spots a ship of Cretan merchants from Knossos. Straightway then, in his heart began pondering...
You have just that I don't have.
Who were the men he should bring in there to be priests of the
Technology-wise.
making oblations and doing him service in people of the rock.
And I fucking know it too. You're like, no way, right? No, he's bullshitting me, right? They just can't find it, right? That's possible too. Am I that blind? Yes and no. I can see colors well. It's like you're telling me, like, well. And most people, as they get older, are a little bit colorblind. So you get that. I am not even close.
Apollo transforms himself into a dolphin.
That's not the outline.
Their ship, guiding it not to their intended destination.
They got all excited just now. Where's my fucking phone? I was going to call somebody.
Near Delphi. After they land, Apollo reveals himself in his divine form, appearing like a star in the midst of the daylight, and addresses...
I'm pretty close to blind though, so don't get me started on that shit.
Strangers who had
Some people aren't, and I'm like, no. Oh well.
But who will now no longer again be returning, each of you, back to your lovable cities and beautiful houses, or to your dear bedmates. But instead my sumptuous temple...
And help the ground. I know what I'm doing.
Among many people around me. I am the scion of Zeus, and the name I claim is Apollo. Now I have guided you hither across the great gulf of the deep sea.
And I was worried about what they built over there.
Instead, my sumptuous temple here.
When they dug up the garden next door.
All people so greatly is honored. Then you will know the immortals' purposes. So at their pleasure all of your days...
There were a lot of powerful plants in there.
When the Cretans express concern about how they will live in this new land, Apollo assures them that they will be well provided for.
And they're like, huh, she just let them do that to us.
You keep guarding the temple, receiving the nations of mankind who come gathering hither, especially showing my guidance. This episode reveals Apollo's divine authority and his direct intervention in human affairs. Unlike Helios, who follows his appointed path across the sky, Apollo actively creates and manages human institutions, establishing his cult and choosing his own priests from among mortals.
See, I don't think they did do something, but you'd be fucking surprised, guys.
Symbolizes Apollo's power to elevate human consciousness from commercial concerns to spiritual service. The Roman period saw the further evolution of Apollo's solar aspects, particularly under Emperor Augustus, who was the first who claimed Apollo as his patron deity. He also thought Apollo was the reason that he became Rome's emperor.
No way, right?
He also thought he was one of Apollo's sons. Augustus established a
what happened when they buried that?
On the Palatine Hill in Rome. directly connected to his own residence. A physical
What did they do
manifestation
up that?
of the divine light
Like,
that
was it doing blowing or
supposedly
something?
guided his rule. The poet Horace, writing during this period, composed an ode invoking Apollo in which he was depicted as a god of divine retribution, music, and poetry. The poem begins by recounting
Dance in the art
Apollo's
here.
vengeance against those
Except you think maybe
transgressed
what we
against the gods, such as Niobe, Tityos, and Achilles.
That was my business.
Horace emphasizes Apollo's superiority even over great warriors like Achilles, who, despite being the son of a goddess, fell to Apollo's power. The poem then shifts to an alternate history, imagining what might have happened if Achilles had not been killed and had instead sacked Troy through treachery. Horace suggests that Achilles would have brutally slaughtered
Oh, so
even the youngest
buried,
and most
took them
innocent
alive?
Trojans,
I heard.
burning them with a key.
Really though?
However, this cruel fate was averted because Jupiter yielded to the pleas of Apollo and Venus, allowing Aeneas to escape and found a new city with a better destiny. In the final stanzas, Horace addresses Apollo by several epithets that highlight his various aspects. He calls him Phoebus, which you already know is associated with the
No
sun.
way, right?
He also describes Apollo as a musician and
No one
teacher
actually
of
was thinking some serial killer
guitar,
shit with my cats around here, right? He just died, right?
underscoring his role as a patron of the arts. The reference to Apollo bathing his hair
Several
in
people
sand
were,
is
because they poisoned him.
connection to Lycia, the region where he was worshipped.
Some people did
Horace
try,
then
but eating
Apollo
guns try now.
beardless Aegeus, a youthful aspect of the god, to defend the honor of the Daunian muse, referring to the Italian poetic tradition. This line suggests Apollo's role as a protector and inspirer of Roman poetry. The final stanzas are addressed to a chorus of young men and women, urging them to sing ritual praises to Apollo and his sister Diana, the Delian goddess. Horace instructs them to celebrate Apollo as the son of Latona, and to honor Diana as a huntress and a goddess, associated with the phases of the moon and the passing of time. The ode concludes with an imagined future, where one of the married chorus members will fondly remember singing Horace's divinely inspired poetry on this festive occasion. This ending subtly positions Horace as a poet, blessed by Apollo, his verses worthy of sacred celebration. Throughout the poem, Horace reminds us about several faces of the sun god now clothed as Apollo and Phoebus, archer, musician, prophet, protector of poetry, and god associated with the sun and the passing of time. Ultimately, Roman imperial ideology used heavily solar imagery, with Augustus and later emperors presenting
Garfield
themselves
feels the
as
same
earthly
way.
manifestations
But he looks like
of
the same cat, and he
Apollo's
acts like the same cat, just tied up now.
The emperor, like the
This is
sun,
a late face.
stood at the center of the Roman world, bringing order and civilization to the
God was an
provinces
eight face.
of ours. This political
Makes
dimension
him pretty
of
threatening,
solar
actually.
nature would have profound repercussions for Western religious thought. When Christianity eventually displaced the old gods, it nevertheless absorbed many Apollonian elements, particularly in its iconography of Christ as the light of the world and Son of righteousness. The 3rd century church father Tertullian complained that many Christians still oriented
Well,
their
we can
prayers
see forwards
toward
well.
the rising sun,
We can look side to side, but you can turn around like this. Spin. You can't spin around. There you are.
would incorporate solar symbolism and
Garfield almost can.
The
He's working on
famous
his tricks, but he's not very good at them.
Julie
Tearing my
in
fucking paperwork.
Acropolis, dating to the 3rd century, depicts a solar deity interpreted as Christ, with a rayed nimbus riding in a chariot like Helios Apollo. As Kurt Weitzman noted, the artists were quoting imagery of Saul and Victus.
Maybe call Aaron. Where's my fucking phone now, dude?
Alan Brent has described this as a synthesis between Christ and Apollo.
He was right on the table, because I unplugged it.
Attempt to express the metaphysical order in the cosmos in terms of a Christian syncretism. The radiant crown that once adorned images of Helios and Apollo would
Partially,
transform into
but also
the
can check 'em.
Christian saints of Christ himself, maintaining the visual language of divine light while reinterpreting its meaning within a monotheistic.
Was that fucking sneaky they're claiming? I was distracted for a good minute. They took my phone, I got my cat. Right? Garfield tried to tell me something. So my phone, Garfield, you know?
Two, which prophesied that the Son of Righteousness
see anything
shall
either?
rise with healing in its wings. The radiant crown that once
Yeah, I
adorned
did see
images
something.
of
I thought I
Helios
saw
and
one.
later Apollo would
They won't believe
transform into the halo of Christian saints and Christ himself, maintaining the visual language of divine light while reinterpreting its meaning within a monotheistic framework. This remarkable continuity reveals the enduring psychological power of solar symbolism. The journey from Helios to Apollo to Christ traces religious history and the evolution of human consciousness in its quest to understand the relationship between physical light and spiritual illumination. In Apollo, we see the true metaphysical principle. Apollo embodies the inner light of truth, prophecy, and self-knowledge. The illumination in Plato's cave allegory allows the philosopher to perceive reality beyond the shadows. This subtle yet profound shift would establish a pattern of religious evolution that continues to influence how we conceptualize divinity and truth, even in our ostensibly secular age. For when we speak of enlightenment, illumination, or seeing the light, we are heirs to this ancient transformation, walking the path that leads from the radiant charioteer Helios to the far more complex and intriguing figure of Apollo, god of light in all its splendor. But now it's time to make a few steps back and walk into the scorching sands of Egypt to encounter Ra. You will discover a solar theology that evolved in parallel yet distinct ways from the Greeks, creating a divine king of gods where the Greeks created a divine illuminator of minds.
I really needed that. To do anything, actually.
In ancient Egypt, the sun dominated absolutely and uncompromised. Ra's theological importance as solar deity
they actually get my bonus now.
Even that of Apollo. Where the Greeks intellectualized the sun into a principle of illumination, the Egyptians elevated their sun god to the position of supreme creator and divine king. Ra, whose daily journey across the sky, just like Helios, became the central narrative of Egyptian religious thought for millennia. Unlike Helios, who remained largely the personification of a natural phenomenon, or Apollo, who evolved into a powerful principle of order and truth, Ra was undeniably the source of existence, one of the oldest creator deities, a creator of seasons, plants, animals, humans, and gods. He created the earth, heaven, the underworld, and everything within it. He created Shu, god of air, and the goddess of moisture, Tefnut, out of which all forms of life emerged. Ra was also self-generated. Kepha-Jessup, an Egyptian, again distinguished Ra from his Greek counterparts. While Helios was born of the Titans Hyperion and Chaos, and Apollo was the son of Zeus and later, Ra emerged autonomously from the primordial waters of Nil. In the Heliopolitan creation myth, Ra first rose from the watery abyss as Atu, sometimes called Atu-Ra, creating himself through an act of divine will before proceeding to create the rest of the cosmos. The pyramid texts represent some of the oldest religious writings in the world, inscribed on the walls of pyramids during Egypt's Old Kingdom, primarily 5th and 6th dynasties, circa 2400 to 2300 BC. They contain spells and instructions to help the deceased pharaoh navigate the afterlife and join with the gods, particularly Ra. The pyramid texts are organized into utterances, numbered sections, and appear in the pyramids of kings like Unas, Teti, Pepi I, Merenre, and Pepi II. The texts contain important theological concepts about Egyptian cosmology, solar theology, and the afterlife. In these texts, there are several references to Ra, or Re, primarily called the sun, and sometimes called the beetle, which represented the sun at dawn, as the only difference between the Egyptian words for beetle and to come into being or to evolve was one repeated letter at the end of the word. There's also the name Evolver, or Kepri, which intuitively embodies the sun at dawn as he evolves into being. Even more interestingly, the sun was identified during the day with Horus, a descendant of Atu-Ra. However, when the sun was setting, he became Atu, the oldest god, the father of all, the creator deity we previously described. Atu is what gives Ra its creator aspect. So it's a story about birth and death, youth and seniority, beginnings and endings. But it's also a story about rebirths, as Osiris, the great living king, the god of the underworld, the father of Horus, allowed new life to re-emerge. It's a spiral. The pyramid texts thus represent our earliest window into ancient Egyptian solar
My phone disappeared just now. I'm waiting for my computer next, so I better just move it back.